And before we went on the record, Mr. Burney, on behalf of the plaintiff, invoked the rule of sequestration, so that is now in effect. There was some discussion over when Mr. Maia could return to the courtroom, and I think logistically he's going to try and accommodate that through his witness lineup and not call Mr. Maia last, but he's still thinking through that. And on that point, I wanted to raise Mr. Burney. I've had an interaction with Mr. Maia here, and it seems to me that I understood him just fine. I'm not sure if we even still need an interpreter, and I could weigh in with hear the party's input on that.
I would agree, Your Honor. I mean, there's text messages that he's conversing in regular English. You know, I don't believe he needs one. And so I think that's a point well taken.
Okay, Mr. Craig, do you have an opinion on this?
I definitely do, Your Honor. So I am bilingual myself. I speak German and I study German regularly. So I've got a lot of experience with speaking a foreign language. I've taken an assessment exam and I rank about a B2 on the European Language Proficiency Scale, which is upper intermediate in German. I can't tell you how my German would line up with Mr. Maia's English, but what I can tell you is I would never consider testifying in a court in German. It's when you're not speaking your native tongue, it's a whole different ballgame. And what I heard from Mr. Maia was heavily accented English, very short, simple sentences with basic English words. But when he's testifying, he's going to be asked, I don't know what, complex questions potentially by a trained advocate about construction matter involving, I don't know, diagrams, surveys, emails, text messages. I understand that the court can't administer a placement test to every potential witness to determine their proficiency level. I don't know that Mr. Maia has ever even had formal schooling in English. And I don't think he's proficient enough to testify. Now, I believe the court is entitled to inquire with him and evaluate for yourself what you think of his English. But I think we could also have Mrs. Maia testify a little bit on this issue. I'll put her on the stand if necessary and provide testimony concerning her interactions with her husband and the presence of a language barrier.
All right. Well, I don't know if it requires formal testimony at this point, but if you just want to share, either of you can give your input, that's fine. I mean, certainly you'd have a better base of knowledge than me.
I was attempting to confer with him just now on this issue, and I didn't understand a word he said. And this is kind of difficult because I don't want to insult him or his English. I have great admiration to anybody who can really master a second language, and I know it's a very difficult process that takes a long time. He's certainly somewhere along in that process, and you know, I admire what he's done there. But is he competent to testify in a court of law? Personally, I think there should be a high standard for that. And I don't think he's there.
All right. Well, if you wanted to offer anyone else weighing in, I mean, Mr. Maia, do you have a preference here of whether you have the assistance of an interpreter during your testimony?
It's up to you. He says he can do it.
And the nature of his testimony, I mean, I think it's, you know, there's a range there. If he's going to be testifying about very technical things and a lot of complicated concepts, then certainly I think that makes a lot of sense what you're saying. If he's more of a fact witness, you know, we have folks testify all the time where English isn't their first language, and we work through it. I mean, counsel just need to recognize that their questioning needs to be perhaps slower or phrased differently, or else it's just not going to be a very effective direct or cross. So, and I think the jury can appreciate that concept. But I don't look. I met them all of 30 seconds ago, so I'm not going to try and claim here that I know the full extent here. Miss Maia appears to really want to weigh in, and she's welcome to.
It's just when we were all at my house, Mr. Burney straight up asked for a translator for his discussion with my husband. Mr. Bernie said, I need a translator, and he asked that for, to Mr., Craig.
I don't think it was like a discussion, but there were some statements exchanged.
He said,
And
I need a
Mr. Bernie
translator.
looked over to me, I think, and said, James, can you translate?
Okay.
And on the same day, when my husband was at the very same meeting, Simon said, I have no idea what you're saying. So when these things are happening and we're talking about construction matters where measurements matter, decisions matter, and these details, the communication on that level is important when somebody doesn't understand.
And
So
You have trouble communicating with them, right?
every day. So, let it be known, they both needed translators.
So could we have the interpreter present?
Yeah, and we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah.
Mr. Bernie, do you have any kind of an idea? I would imagine it's going to be at least a couple hours for Mr. Reynolds, your first witness's testimony. So if you were to give an estimate of when the interpreter should report back, I don't think we would need to have her wait on Zoom for 3 hours.
Assuming that I'm going to finish with my direct and then he'll be crossed, I
Right.
can't imagine it we would get to Mr. Maia before lunch.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably after afternoon, I would.
Sure. Okay. So do we still have our interpreter with us on Zoom today?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
All right, ma'am. Do you think you could, do we have a good email address for you? I was going to go ahead and say that you can log off and then we'll give you an update around noon of a better ETA of when we need you.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you like me to put on the chat? What would you like me to do?
I don't think the chat is enabled.
Oh, yeah, I don't see it here.
Okay. So
Okay,
what,
I can tell you, Your Honor. Yes.
okay.
So it's Williams
All right.
dot linguist LINGUIST @gmail.com.
All right. Williams.linguist@gmail.com. We should give you an update sometime between the noon and 1 o'clock hour. If you don't hear from us, just go ahead and plan on logging back in at 1 o'clock. All right.
1 o'clock. Okay, Your Honor. So just so that I'll have to be in touch with the agency to let you know that Your Honor is asking me to do that. So I'll go ahead and say that I'm just logging out, but I'm told to maybe log back at 1 p.m.
Understood.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor. So may I disconnect now?
That's right. You may.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Now that we're still on the record and waiting for, I think, 2 jurors on that lost shuttle, was there anything else we need to have on the record, Mr. Bernie, or is the plaintiff ready to proceed?
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Craig?
Yes, Your Honor. Ready to proceed.
All right. Then we'll be off the record waiting for that final juror.
Like yesterday? 41.
This is updated as we can get.
Thank you, sir.
That's what you wanted.
Yes.
Or paper.
Are we gonna need all of these immediately or?
I need them all. Potentially, I may skip.
My computer's gonna freeze a little. Cause it's like big, math,
He cost it. I don't-
like all of the exhibits. I have 1 through.
I have a found copy of Mr. Reynolds' deposition. Would you like a courtesy
I
copy?
mean, we have a copy. We don't have a copy like this.
There you go.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, because my computer's gonna
Has the
freeze.
original been filed?
It hasn't been filed, but I do have a second original intended to the court.
But yeah, it's gonna be like. My computer's gonna have a stroke. If we keep all 30, like all of. Like just like clicking to it, it's gonna like take it a second. I just take it a second to like
And so,
load.
so I have my exhibits.
This week, this.
Without his notes, like I can take the additions.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just throwing things over here. This is the courts, but we don't have any of this.
That is the plan.
Awesome. We'll have sign-ins, because he's not gonna need it.
Oh, yeah.
Simon can just have it. It's not like. So,
Okay, so this is gonna be.
that's 3. That's what you gave it. In the box.
Gotta make sure that you're gonna hand me the.
So, this is one. Can you make it?
And we're not gonna bring things back, yeah.
State board retention to be safe. Or like binder plus the big shit.
All right, you know, I don't want you to be doing all that. We just do them as we call them.
Call him soon, can you just?
So let's talk about this. I have my exhibits,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So where are the other 2 copies? Simon's, that's
This was.
that's really not to be,
No, this is, one's in Craig's,
okay.
and then this is the one that I'm pulling to give to.
That's a witness. And then what's that one? That
This
one's
is
the court-
Simon's.
That's the court's.
No, this is the court.
It's already at the court.
Oh, she is.
So sweet.
She's no.
You're so sweet.
No.
She knows it does.
Might have to pull your notes out, because I might need this to give this to the court.
Butterfly.
The important date is.
So sweet when I met her.
But if he doesn't call her, I mean him.
We already have this.
I know where that is. We got that one.
Yeah.
Good
Not
answer.
that bad.
We have A, B, C, and D pulled. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give one binder to the court.
Yeah, all right. Why don't you ask him? Ask him when he comes back. I'll jump in if I need to.
Personally,
God, no.
y'all buddies.
No.
Do you think it looked good that you brought him anyway?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like half the country is willing to go, oh, you know what? I don't believe.
There's also
Waiting the whole thing.
the lives, he like
He's
destroyed.
the spreadsheet.
I know.
And we given those with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clear distribution.
Yours also has some.
Copy, copy everybody. Yeah.
That one's yours.
Here, I'll do it. I've got the thread.
We don't have a full.
Oh.
I already put them in the share file.
Okay. So give me, so let's slow down here. Give me the numbers you added in the name of the expression.
3.
Yes, jury room is right over there.
$16.
Okay.
5, which is the allowance by category. Six.
Trying to find the bailiff. Yeah. It's feeding. Let's go downstairs. Cause I don't know if they're. I will probably go downstairs. Appreciate it.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, man, I'm just yeah.
Or. You never sent me those photos, so I don't know which one.
Okay, don't worry about those.
Okay.
The only thing in there, you can see the back,
This is the 3rd.
and then this one. This one. You move that.
Did you pull that out of yours? It goes right here.
Oh, yeah. So let's put this, keep everything nice and neat. Let's get that messiness out of there.
Yeah,
This,
you can just stack that and I'll stick it in my backpack. So this is the one that goes for the witness that I'm pulling. This is the one that goes to the court.
so I don't have one.
No. But
You'll
you'll be,
have one up there.
here.
Oh, really?
You're the witness.
Well, that's not-
Did you not know that?
No, I think you're taking it away from me, Mike. It's like, these are these are
Well, I did.
visual aids.
You're not cool enough to have one.
I'm not. I'm part of that club.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Maia has a quick question before we
Sure.
start up.
We need this on the record, or I don't know if we're still on the record. We're not on the record. What's the question?
Maybe you should be on the record.
Okay, let's go back on the record then. I think all our jurors are present and accounted for.
Once I never been served. I'm not required to be here. I didn't come yesterday because I have to take care of my mother-in-law. I could not find a nurse to take care of her. So this whole argument, it's come from him.
Hold on a second, sir. Are we on the record?
You said on the record?
And I'm just confirming.
Yeah, we're on the record. And I can't.
If you could just speak up, sir.
So this, I never been served. That is the reason I didn't come here yesterday. Okay, I had to take care of my mother-in-law. You know, you see her, that's the reason I come here today to show off. I'm happy to be. Okay, this whole argument, as they are trying to hide me for the court, it's baseless. Doesn't make any sense. And just to put it in fire, because this is one more trick he's playing, and I'm not surprised.
Okay, noted. And so,
I'd like to ask you if I could answer this court at home by video call because of her. It's not because of her.
I thought she's going to be here all day.
It's hard for her, but she can.
She reaches a point of it's like the sundowners, but it starts early. It starts around like 2-ish.
Okay,
No, it starts to spiral.
okay, we'll keep that in mind, Mr. Bernie. You may lose your witness if he goes home.
Well, I thought he waived the subpoena, Your Honor. We have a.
He did do that.
Down
They did do that. We'll work on the timing. If we need to then take him out of order and he comes back tomorrow morning first thing, I suppose we can do that. But this isn't
I certainly
know.
don't want to inconvenience
right.
his charge. So we're happy if that gets to the point where they need to do it remotely. I'd be fine with that.
Okay, well, we certainly can do that. If it's a video over Zoom testimony and the parties agree to it, we have every capability and means of doing that. So we'll reconfer as we see how things develop.
Just to clarify, he never served me.
Oh, we know that, sir. We don't need to be, the jury's waiting on us. Let's bring in
I appreciate it.
the jury. And Mr. Burney, if you could have your first witness, go ahead and make his way to the stand. As I presume it's Mr. Reynolds.
Should I start?
We'll get that first one. Don't screenshot it. Yeah, put it off
Yeah,
until it's admitted.
I know.
And I say, can we publish?
Good point.
Okay.
And then.
This is the code later. This is the one I'm handing to Simon.
All right.
Give it to the judge. Okay.
I'll do it in front of
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury, especially for those who showed up here at the crack of dawn. But that was not all of you. I understand juror 32. Well, actually, first let me make sure I know which one is juror 32. Yes, sir, I thought I had that right. Any particular reason why we've been waiting for 30 minutes for you?
And I got up super early, got there early but they opened only an hour after the appointment was set. So I had to wait until like the exact time for the vet appointment. So then as soon as I was done there, I tried to book it here, got here 9:09, and then I ended up having to walk all the way here.
Okay. So you knew you had the vet appointment. You didn't really tell us about any of that or give us an update until you were already running late.
I wasn't expecting for me to be running late since I had gotten out early for it.
Okay.
An hour beforehand, I was expecting to get here right on time.
All right. Well, please, if you could communicate with us a little better, again, just so we can have that expectation. If you know you're leaving the vet's office at 8:45, you're not possibly going to be in that back room by 9. We just need to know these things. Okay. All right. At this point, members of the jury, as I mentioned before, it is now the opportunity for the plaintiff to begin presenting their evidence. So the plaintiff may call their first witness.
Your Honor, I would just remind the court that we did invoke the rule.
And the rule is invoked.
Okay.
And so I'll ask any potential witnesses in this case that they would have to step out at this time, as we had discussed.
Your Honor,
Counsel, excuse me, counsel, I forgot to bring my.
no, you don't need them. You don't need them, son. Thank you. Your Honor, also I would remind the court that Miss Pamela Cradler is here.
Go with him.
And I just want to she's a possible character witness in this case, not a fact witness.
So you're going to have her step out?
If she needs to be able to testify later, then yes.
All right. Well,
You invoke the rule.
you invoke the rule, so I think that would cover her potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
So,
Mr. Court Reporter, does that stay on?
you can take that off. All right. Anything else, Mr. Burney?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Simon Reynolds.
I do.
Station name and stuff.
Simon Reynolds, SIMON REYNOLDS.
Good morning, Simon. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. Can you give us your address?
1360 Miller Reed Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, 30315.
And how long have you lived in Atlanta?
Since 1986.
Okay. And what's your occupation?
I'm a general contractor, a builder,
And
renovator.
do you work through a company?
Yes, I have my own outfit called Reynolds Renovations and Restoration Incorporated.
And that's a corporation
That's correct. Yes,
formed
sir.
under the Georgia Secretary of State.
That's right.
Okay. And when you perform these kinds of services that are at issue in this case, do you perform them through that company?
I do. Yes, sir. Through
Okay.
that entity.
How long have you been in the construction industry?
I started out as a stagehand in the theater, and I worked as a side hustle doing door installation, things like that, since I was about 15, 16.
Okay. And can you give the jury a little understanding of the kinds of work you've done and how your work has progressed since that time?
Sure. I have kind of a niche in town doing renovations to older homes. And that's something we've been doing as a company. I've been involved with since probably about 98. I incorporated in 2003, and hence the name Restoration and Renovation, because we actually restore old buildings. Many of those are residential. We've done a bit light commercial for other people we work with. And that has progressed also into doing ADUs, the little buildings on the, we've actually done from the footer up from a fire in Grant Park, a single-family home that was destroyed completely. And they wanted, because of historical committees and historical designations in neighborhoods, they're pretty strict about the work that we do, the look of it at the end of the day, and that things are done according to code and to plan.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about your education?
I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy, theater, and I have an MFA, a Master of Fine Arts, also in theater from the University of Louisville. I worked as a stagehand in the film industry, in the theater, and also worked as a professor for a few years for North Georgia College up in Gainesville.
And when did your occupation in the construction industry start full-time?
Full-time, I'd say 98. Yeah. And I worked for another firm called MBI. Did the same sort of in-town renovations, additions, second-story additions, things of pretty large scope. So we've, since this project, we've actually built another ADU. We've done a barbecue deck for the CEO of the Big Green Egg, which has like 9 grills on it and a commercial hood. We've got currently a second-story addition in Grant Park. Again, just up the street, same street that this property is on, for a 140-year-old house. So as a company, I've enjoyed being able to do in-town projects. We've also done some work with the HDDC in the King District, which is an organization that was set up about 30 years ago to try and stabilize the housing stock in town. This is all Auburn Avenue in the King District. And one of the things that we've done there was reconfigure the chapel and associated rooms in Huggebrook's funeral home, which is on Auburn, and it's now an African art gallery run by a guy called Jumbe Anye. So that has led us to do other things. We did some repair work on a historic church in Griffin that had tornado damage to its steeple and roof. And that's also, they're looking for grant money to do the interior, replace all that sort of stuff. So we've done a variety of things.
So it appears that your involvement has been mostly in the in-town Atlanta area.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And that's the location of the subject property to this case.
That's right. In fact, it's about 1 block north and 3 blocks north and about 1 block west of my home. So we're neighbors.
And did you know Mrs. Maia as a neighbor before this project began?
I did, yes.
Tell me about that.
Regina would walk her dog actually past our house, and we would talk. I knew her from the neighborhood, from neighborhood organization, the Chosewood Park Neighborhoods Association. And that's kind of informally how I was given to understand she was looking to do something like an ADU in the back. And we had a discussion about that. I recommended, or somebody recommended me, Shona, who did the drawings, Shona Griffin, who I'd worked with for about 15 years, a woman I knew from the neighborhood. And we ultimately progressed to develop plans. Shona, knew another contractor that we both knew who had worked with the VA, and Shona thought if I could get vetted, it would be a good fit.
If you could get vetted?
If the VA could look at our credentials, my licensing, my experience, net worth, whatever, that we could do this. So from roughly, I would say October of 2019, Regina and I have text messages to document this, began talking about this project. The project did not start until we got permits from the city of Atlanta and until we got approval from the VA. That did not occur until May of 2021. So there's roughly a year and a half, and at no point did I take any payment for this work that I was doing with Regina.
Thank you, Simon. I just want to finish your background a little bit. We'll get to the project issues in a moment. But you're licensed as a contractor.
That's correct, with the state of Georgia and with the city of Atlanta.
And have you ever had any issues with that?
With the licensing? No, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned how you met Miss Maia. You knew her from the neighborhood, and you began to speak about this project, and you said that was in October of 2019.
That's correct.
Okay. What was your agreement at that time with Miss Maia? It's October 2019. Did you have a contract at that time?
No, not at all.
So what was the nature of your relationship in terms of this project?
I guess as a potential client and a potential contractor, as a neighbor doing, work. And that had, if you will, it had its own appeal because we had been building these ADUs around the neighborhood, these accessory dwelling units. And she explained the need that she had for her father, and that building was to be designed with him in mind and also with her family in mind, to have a separate place for him to reside and be looked after. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Look, at that time in October 2019, were you charging any money for the work that you were doing?
I was not, no.
What kind of things were you doing in October 2019 up until the time you entered into the contract?
Ultimately, a good deal of legwork for the VA. And I got to say that Regina and I wouldn't have called us friends, but we were friendly, we were civil, and we worked together. We collaborated on ways to get the requirements met from the VA, and at the same time get the design of a building that she was happy with and would serve her father well.
And were you familiar with her particular property at 1261 Grant Street?
I was actually from the neighborhood. Before Regina purchased it, the guy who resided there was the president of the neighborhood association. When he moved, I became the president of the neighborhood association. We used to have meetings up there, informal ones, of the executive committee, if you will. So I was familiar with the house, yes.
Okay. Would you say that you did kind of continual service? Or how would you characterize the services that you gave to Miss Maia from October 2019 until mid 2020?
Well, they were gratis. They were And I usually charge for estimates. I don't muck around with that. I believe my time's valuable, as is any of our time. So I think my expertise is worth something. But this was, to me, and I was sympathetic too to her. I don't want to call it plight, but her circumstance. My grandmother was bedridden for the last 7 years of her life. My father, who actually died the same week as Regina's father, was also bedridden at the end of his life. So I empathized with her situation, and I thought it was a good thing to do. It was a neighbor. It was a vet. It seemed, it seemed like a good idea.
And do you have any military service yourself?
No, I do not. Both my grandfathers fought in the Second World War. My uncle was career RAF. My stepfather, career Navy here in the U.S. He served in Vietnam. No, I personally don't have any military service, but my family have plenty of it. So in that regard, I worked with my stepfather last week on a deck at their house. He's 89 and still swinging a hammer. So, yeah.
So Simon, how did those experiences of the people in your family influence, if at all, your decision to work with Mrs. Maia?
I thought it was a good project for a good reason. And I hate that it went sideways because it had no need to.
So what was your intention when you entered into the project?
To provide a building that was suitable for her father, and her family, that would provide them at least an easier path to caring for her father. I get it because, like I said, my father, his being bedridden and being and having to be cared for as much as he did was impactful.
And did that intention ever change throughout this project?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So you stated that you started to have communications with Miss Maia in October 2019. And those were verbal communications, I assume, or how did you communicate?
Email and text.
Did you use text frequently with Ms.
Very,
Maia?
very frequently. Yeah, I've got a text log of all our conversations from October of 2019 until probably May of 2023.
And we'll get to those. But at that same time, you understood that Mrs. Maia lived in the house with some other people, correct?
That's right. Her mother and her husband, yes.
And her father.
And her father, of course. Yeah.
And who's her husband?
Francisco Maia.
Okay. And in October 2019, did you also have text messages with him?
Yeah, we had. I brought, and typically the way I work is not just to pull numbers out of the air, go based on prior experience. This is the cost of X and Y. I don't make these numbers up. So I brought by plumbers, concrete guys, grading guys to come and look at the site, electricians, and they looked at what was there. They provided us with real numbers for the work to be done, and those numbers were incorporated into the estimates of the work.
Okay. Had you ever done a project such as this under a grant from the Department of Veteran Affairs?
Never with the VA, no. I realized that I had done one with HUD about 15 years previous.
Okay.
In the neighborhood as well.
How would you characterize the level of paperwork and documentation required to do a project under the VA like this?
It was extraordinary. And I say that Regina and I collaborated on a lot of this because it was, I don't want to say onerous, but it was difficult. And there was a lot of specificity required and things that suddenly would become required in 3 days' time. Some of the texts are, hey, we need this by Friday. can you work up an estimate for this particular element, this bathroom? And I would do it.
So it sounds like she was spearheading getting the documentation for the VA.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
was this a grant that was going to benefit her and her family and also her father, Antonio Ordonez?
Specifically for Antonio Ordonez, for the vet,
Right.
for the vet. Yeah.
Okay. And, okay. So from October 2019, you're starting to prepare paperwork. You're talking about the project. You're assembling the documentation that needs to be submitted to the Veteran Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to say VA from now on, just to keep it simple. Was there ever a time during that period where the communication between you and Regina broke down?
Before what, I'm
In
sorry?
October 2019 to say May of 2020?
No, I don't think so.
How
No.
would you characterize your working relationship with her at that time?
I think it was better than civil. It was collaborative and productive.
And unpaid to you, I think you testified.
I did, yeah. I'm not
Okay,
whinging
and
about that.
Would
yeah.
you're not asking for any money for that period
No,
of time?
no.
And, okay, thank you. At some point, did you prepare an estimate with an understanding of what the project was going to be like for Mrs. Maia to review?
I did, yeah.
I'm going to object to it when you tender, but.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
If it's your witness, you don't have to ask permission.
Okay.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Reynolds, I'm handing you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit. You recognize that document?
I do, yes, sir.
What is that document?
It's an estimate for the work at the rear of the house.
And who prepared the estimate?
Me.
And did you do it in conjunction with collaboration of anyone else?
My bookkeeper, Karen Heim.
And did Mrs. Maia participate in helping you determine what needed to be put in there?
Yeah, I would say so, yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that that's an invoice or an
Um,
estimate, I should say?
It's an estimate, yeah.
Right. Is that a true and accurate copy of the estimate?
To my knowledge, yes.
And is that a document that you keep in the regular course of business for Reynolds Restoration?
It is. Yep.
Your Honor, I would tender plaintiff's exhibit 1.
Objection.
And grounds? Just generally?
Parallel evidence rule.
What do you say?
You said parole evidence, I think.
Parallel evidence rule.
If you want to, I guess, articulate that for the record, you can approach and put it on the record, and then I'll rule since just that. I think that requires more than typical. So feel free to approach, Mr. Bernie. I think got this.
You say approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, just approach. I just wanted to lay it out on the record, and let me see if this works. All right, you can just pick it up and just say your grounds. You might just need to pass that around, whisper.
Section 21 states that although parole evidence states one law, the duties with the happens.
Our response to me is that we're not saying that this doesn't show October 20th contract does not have a larger provision, doesn't have an entire agreement provision. Doesn't say this is the whole contract. This is part of the process that they went through to come to the October 20th contract. We're not saying that it is the contract. So we're not trying to say that. We are saying it's relevant to the claims in this case.
So noted objections was preserved, but I'll also just go ahead and both sides agree against this 11 claim.
there are going to be a whole lot of other issues that are going to come in just to show intent instead of mind. The problem. So just so you know, I think even if this doesn't go to written document itself, it's still going to be relevant and admissible state of mind. But parole evidence will take up the jury's instructions. So, all right, you can.
All right, move to admit plaintiff's one.
So stay here. It is admitted over objection. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we publish it? There we go. Can everybody see that? We can make it a little bit bigger. I know it's probably, I can't read it, so I assume it's very difficult for you to read. Ms. Reynolds, what's the date of that document?
15 May of 2020.
And so that's approximately 7 months after you began corresponding and working with Mrs. Maia?
That's about right. Yeah.
And would you say this is the first attempt to come up with an estimate of what the project would look like in terms of cost?
Yes, sir.
And this is, what is this estimate for? What are you estimating?
Well, you can see the very first line is plans and permits.
Well, just the overall scope.
Oh, I'm sorry. The overall scope of the job, which would include the concrete work, the framing of the building, the plumbing, the allowances for fixtures, the electrical costs, the allowances for those.
But it's the project scope for the ADU.
Scope of work of the ADU at the rear.
That's an issue in this case.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And can you scroll down, Katie, so we can see the bottom of it, please? What's the total price of that estimate?
$136,194.
Can you look at the very last entry there on that description?
Specialties, covered walkway, footers, posts, roof structure, clear panels for roofing.
And what's the line item cost for that?
$16,380.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
This is contract 720.
Yeah, I'll have the same objection, but we're not gonna, he'll just overrule.
Simon, I'm handing you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 2.
Thank you.
Can you identify that document?
Construction contract.
Okay, what's the date of that contract?
The date on this is 7/2/20.
Just like the prior exhibit 1, this exhibit is written from what company? In other words, who wrote this? It's on whose estimate form?
It's not on my form. It's on Antonio Ordonez, New Construction.
I understand, but at the top it says Reynolds Renovations.
That's correct.
So, and that's
Yeah.
the same as exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So
yeah.
this was prepared from Reynolds Renovation, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. I don't run exhibit 2. So yeah, right. So this is a constructed contract. And is this a true and accurate copy of the contract that was signed between you and Mrs. Maia on or about July 2nd, 2020?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to tender and admit plaintiffs 2.
Objection.
Sorry,
Objection.
on the, just set your general grounds.
Parallel evidence rule, partial document, not the whole document, and more prejudicial than probative.
All right, if you want to lay the authentication as to whether this is the entire document, I think you said true and accurate, but if you want to tie that up, and then I'll go from there.
So, Mr. Reynolds, this document has, as part of it, this is the main part of the contract, correct? That was presented and signed by you and Mrs. Reynolds or Mrs. Maia.
That's right.
Okay. And she signed also on behalf of it for Mr. Ordonez.
As attorney of fact, yes.
And this is a contract that was kept in the in the business records of Reynolds Renovations,
Yep,
and it's true and accurate copy.
yes,
And so for that reason, Your Honor, we're submitting it not as the ultimate contract, but as a step towards the contract. It's only relevant for a couple of points.
All right, understood. So with that, the objection is noted, overruled. You can proceed. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Okay. And if we can make it a little bit bigger, Katie. So I don't know, what's the date of this agreement?
it is the 2nd of July, 2020.
And that agreement is between who?
Between the Ordonez and my company, Reynolds Renovations.
Okay, so it's between Mr.
Antonio?
Ordonez
Yes, sir.
and Regina.
That's right.
She signed on behalf of Mr. Ordonez
Correct.
under power of attorney.
That's right.
And what's the price of that contract?
136,334.
Okay. Is that contract price essentially the same as what was in plaintiff's exhibit 1?
It is essentially, yeah. There was a bit of discussion about roofing, which may have affected that final number by, looks like $150 or so.
And on page, if you could go to page 2,
Yes, sir.
Katie, please.
Uh-huh.
There's in the middle there, it says construction start date acknowledgement. What is that clause? I'll just read it if I can, because I don't know if the jury can read it. It says, construction may not begin until the VA has provided authorization. The construction will be completed by blank days after the construction start date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why, that was blank?
Yeah, we didn't know when any of it was going to start, really, did we?
There hadn't been any discussion of how long the project would take or how long it had to take.
That's right. And the VA didn't actually get things moving completely until the spring of the next year.
Right, so we'll get there. But this isn't the final contract in the relationship in terms of the VA's work, correct?
Ultimately, no, sir.
So right here, 15. You got it? I need to have the exhibit. Hold. Just give me that. This is part of the text. I'm handing you what's been marked as, this is plaintiff's 15. Skipping up to where the text messages were. Can you identify what that document is?
It's a series of text messages.
Who are the text messages between?
Regina and myself.
Okay.
And they're in reference to gates access. This is again before any of the work has started. This is October of 2019.
So just let me get the document.
Sorry, sir.
So is this document true and accurate copy reflection of your text messages between yourself and Mrs. Maia on or about July of 2020?
No, sir. This is October of 2019 that I'm looking at.
Give me the wrong one.
This is about access to the crawl space for the plumber.
My apologies.
sticker.
Plan a sticker.
We didn't bring any stickers.
I'm gonna mark this as 15A, Your Honor. We have the whole set of all the text messages at 15. I'm trying to avoid putting all of them in it. Although we make it. So this has been marked as 15A. Plaintiff's 15A. Can you identify that document?
This is in fact July of 2020, a correspondence, text correspondence between Regina and myself.
And that was received in the regular course of business by Reynolds Renovations.
That's right.
And it's a true and accurate copy reflecting the text communications that you received between her and what you sent back to her.
That's right.
Your Honor, I move to admit plaintiff's 15B.
It says A.
I'm sorry. A, thank you.
Mr. Craig, any objection? No objection. All right, they're admitted.
So just to remind you, we had the May 15th document, and plaintiff's one for 136,000.
Right.
Then there's the July 2nd contract for 136,000.
That's right.
And now we're in July, middle July, July 21st. So I'd like you to pay special attention to Mrs. Maia's text to you on July 21st, 2020 at 10:47 a.m.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, I have an idea about the deposit we can discuss offline.
Do you know what she meant by discussing offline?
Yeah, not on the text chain.
Of all the other texts that she ever sent you, did she ever say, let's discuss this offline?
No, sir.
Okay. And what does she want? Do you have any idea when she sent that to you? Did you have an understanding of what she might want to talk about?
Yeah.
What is it about the deposit that was of issue at that point?
The VA doesn't grant a deposit to contractors to start work. They don't do it for anybody for any reason. They want to see payments dispersed predicated on completion of assigned tasks. The HUD is the same way. But I don't work without a deposit. I just don't mobilize my guys. I don't pull permits. I don't do any of that. It's expensive. And I don't ask for a huge sum in advance, depending on the size of a job. It might be a third to begin, a third half midway, and then a third when everybody's happy at the end of the job. Typically, I would ask for at least 10%, usually 20%, 5% held back at the end. The VA had their own structure. They would not give a deposit. So what Regina wanted to talk about was a way to get the deposit in my hands to get money in hand for the greater job before we began work. That clear enough, Counselor?
Thank you. And what was the proposal that Mrs. Maia had regarding the deposit?
That we would pull the breezeway out of the scope of the VA work and use that specialty description as its own way of having a separate agreement.
So you had decided to pull the 16,000 covered walkway out of the main contract, make
That's
it
right.
separate.
That's right.
And that way you could be paid on that up front. And you had agreed if you got that money for that part, you could then start on the greater job, which would be all the things,
That's right.
including the ADU.
That's correct.
Okay.
And this, I would point out, this is in July of 2020. No work began and no money was provided until May of 2021.
Okay.
and all the exhibits with it. Take a minute. We talked about compiling it into one thing.
I've used this. For the exhibit. These are 1020.
Not be the exhibit, to 1020. Okay. All right, just give me just a second. Okay, we're good. Okay. Here you go. Please proceed.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, handing you.
Thank you.
What's been more? 3. Can you identify that document?
Yes, sir. It's a construction contract between the Odonius family and my firm to do the work at the rear of the property.
Okay.
Yep. Dated 10/20/2020.
All right. And and so this is essentially the same form as plaintiff's 2 from the July 2nd contract, correct?
Yep.
And it's redated to October 20th, 2020. States that it's 7 pages long, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it includes 3 exhibits, correct?
That's right.
B, C, and D.
Yep.
And can you look at this document and tell me if it includes all 3 exhibits, B, C, and D?
I don't think they're labeled as such, Counselor. ICD? Yes, sorry.
Objection.
On the grounds.
In the states, the content of the document is,
You're correct. It's 4 exhibits, exhibits A, B, C, and D. My apologies.
Okay.
So Simon, if you look at page,
3 becomes Exhibit A,
right,
right?
and then you go forward a couple of pages to the first plans, you see it should,
Becomes Exhibit B. Yes, sir.
and
Thank
then
you.
go 11 pages past that.
Yep. Exhibit C. Yep.
And go to the last page.
Exhibit D, correct.
Simon, is this a true and accurate copy of the agreement that you signed with Mrs. Maia and Mr. Ordonez?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And is this document maintained in the regular course of business by Reynolds Renovations?
It is.
And we'd move to tender and admit plaintiffs 3.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
P3 is admitted. Do you have an extra copy for me by chance of any of these? If you're using it, keep it.
Okay.
Okay.
So Simon, this contract price is a little bit different than the others, isn't it?
It is.
What is the price of this contract?
$120,279.
And what is the reason for the change in that price?
The walkway was taken out, and this was so that there would be a $16,000 deposit proffered by the Ordonez before we began work.
And if we could, Katie, please go to Exhibit D, the last page. And this is Exhibit D to that contract. If you can make it a little bit bigger, please, Katie. And bring it down to the bottom. A little bigger. He's trying.
In the way.
Is there anything on that Exhibit D, similar to what we saw in Plaintiff's 1, that reflects a line item for the walkway?
It has been removed.
And it was removed for the reasons you stated,
That's correct.
okay? And there were some other small adjustments to some of the other numbers, correct?
That's right.
And there was an addition there for, say, the installation of the gas line, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
But
sir.
essentially, the main contract stayed the same, except you took out the covered walkway.
That's right.
That was by agreement between you and Mrs. Maia.
That was her suggestion, actually. Yes, sir.
And that was what she suggested to you when she called you or texted you in July of 2020 in between the July 2nd contract and this contract and said, Simon, let's talk about the deposit offline.
That's correct.
Thank you. Were there any other agreements about the deposit?
To my knowledge, other than I needed it to begin work. And, you know, these deposits are pro forma. They're regular in the course of work. And it's not like a Coke bottle and you give me the Coke bottle back and I'll give you a dime. You give me a deposit, I begin work. It's applied to the work that's going on.
Have you ever done an agreement with a customer where they gave you money up front and then you gave them that money back at the end?
Never.
Is that, in your experience as a contractor in 35 years, is that the normal course of conduct, that there's a deposit paid?
And it's applied to the job.
Right.
That's it.
And it's not refundable.
It is not refundable. No, sir.
And in fact, until things broke down between you and Mrs. Maia in the spring of 2021, had she ever asked for the $16,000 back?
Never.
And by that time, the VA had paid nearly all of the money under the grant, correct?
That's correct.
And they paid it, I think, let me ask you this, how many draws were there to your memory?
There were 5.
There were 5 draws.
Yeah.
She could have asked anytime a draw came through, do you say, hey, Simon, give me that money back?
I guess.
She didn't do that,
Well, why would she?
right? Because it
Sorry,
wasn't
I'm
refundable.
meant to be, yeah. Rhetorical.
Now, there is something that we have to look at, and we want the jury to understand what's happening in this case. If we could go back to Exhibit B, please, Katie. And go down. Okay, go back up a little bit. Okay, so this contract does mention the breezeway on page 5.
It does.
Should it have mentioned it?
No, it probably should have been removed at that.
But none of these, were any of these things changed between the contract versions?
Well, there was some element of change, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there should have been a change as to that because it was coming out of the contract.
That's right. And this whole scope of work, she and I worked with together. The VA wanted a narrative of what was happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go back. I'm sorry, Katie, you can go up. Okay, stop there, please. And make that bottom paragraph a little larger. Go up a little bit, please. Yeah. And I'm sorry, the other way.
Down.
Keep going. At the time that you,
If someone joined the Zoom who's off mute, you need to make sure you're muted.
I should be muted.
Just anyone who's
Oh,
on.
I just changed mine. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It said hit unmute.
I think we got it. I think it may have been Kate. No?
He sends from the witness stand. We just got to pause for a second.
There we go. Got done.
All
You
right.
good?
You can hear me, right?
I
Everybody
can.
hear me?
Better without the echo. When you came to do this work for Mrs. Maia, were there any fixtures of any type already on the property as from the benefit of the VA?
Yeah, there was a ramp, an existing ramp, a wheelchair ramp that the Ordonez family had installed through another program with the VA to provide access to the driveway.
And in fact, that ramp is what was going to be under the covered walkway. That's the covered walkway.
That's right.
You were did you reuse that?
Repurposed, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't involved in anything to do with that ramp. It was the covered walkway portion.
It was, yeah, we actually moved it uphill. Yeah.
And so you saw the photograph that Mr. Craig showed at the beginning of this case in his opening statement of the backyard as it looked prior to this deal. That photograph didn't include the ramp, did it?
I don't think the photograph did, no.
And so that wasn't right before construction started, was it?
I don't know. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
No.
All right, if you can go down, please. And so here's the breezeway. Again, this is in the description. The breezeway will contain a 4-inch thick concrete slab walkway with a covered roof. The roofing material will be a standard color option in powder coated metal panels. Was there the concrete slab walkway? What was the materials of the ramp that was in place?
Aluminum.
And was it ever discussed that would ever be anything else but aluminum?
No.
In fact, you did do some concrete work on the edge of the building, correct?
That's right.
Which was covered by a roof.
That's right.
Okay, if you can go down. Okay, sorry, go back up, Katie. Up to the previous, stop there. Go down a little bit. Okay, the scope of work, it says remove existing fence as needed. What was that discussing?
There was fencing at the rear of the building of the new ADU. That was smack up against an alley. There was we were actually changing to a 0 lot line, if that makes sense there. In the exhibit of the survey, you can see that the ADU is right up against the northwest corner of the property. There was an adjacent fence, and we had to remove some of that to do the grading. And actually, some of it stayed on the immediate neighbor to the north. You can see from the photographs that I think we have to show you that fence continued, but the access to the driveway, to demo the old driveway and pour the new, had to remove some of the fencing.
And so what was the fencing situation at the driveway before construction?
It was in a different position from where it needed to be after construction.
Did that have a gate?
It did, yes. there
What
was
kind
a
of gate was it?
It was an electric gate.
So you'd hit a button or on a remote or whatever, it would go
Yeah,
back and
precisely.
forth?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had to remove that in order to facilitate the pouring of a new driveway.
That's right.
And is that what this is referencing?
Yes, sir.
Was this referencing the fence on the north side of the property?
No, in fact, you can see photographs of the concrete crew putting down the concrete with that fence behind them.
We'll get there.
Okay,
But wouldn't it, no, I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying I want to keep us in order.
Okay.
But it would have been easier to do that work without that fence there.
Sure.
So, but
Yeah.
because it
was a
wasn't part
constraint.
of the deal, you didn't remove it.
That's right.
Okay. If you can go down, Katie. And here's install new fence where practicable.
Uh-huh.
Is that the same situation, or explain to the jury what that means?
That there, when they had a dog, which is how we met, because Regina would walk by my house, and during construction, we had a small fence to keep a place for the pups to go. But the backyard was a completely fenced operation. Francisco had and does, I believe, continues to have a car business. So he'd do work in the back, and it was necessary to keep that. We had at the time in the neighborhood, it was still a bit rough, and it was important to keep things fenced off. And we used the gate to actually secure the place.
Did you install a new fence?
We did put in new fence, yeah.
Where was that?
It was on the south side of the new building and on the west side of the new building, where it was not attached to, without the photographs, it's a bit difficult to envision, but there was.
We can bring the survey up if you'd like.
Well, yeah, sure. There was a fence prior to. This is easier. Site should be the very first. There we go.
You can make it as large as you can there, yeah.
So this is existing fence line shown. And it actually corresponds to the property line through some of this. But this is the house itself. The fence started here and ran west. So when this building came in, there's an alley here, but there was no, when we built this, we actually took fence away, and there was no, the drop was pretty severe. So there's a good 4 or 5 feet of stem wall before the building actually starts, if that makes sense. It'd be like this and putting a wall on top of it and then a roof. And you wouldn't be able to get up to the building because this is so high up. Sorry.
You're fine. I think it's okay for you to stand. Judge doesn't mind.
This fence was new, and then new fence across here, and we picked up old fence up in here on the other side of the drive.
And in fact, we'll talk about in a minute that you did do some work on the north side. Show the jury where that is.
And that's up here.
But that's not part of this VA contract.
No.
And in fact, you didn't install, you just moved that fence, correct? Why did you move it?
Well, if you imagine, well, not imagine, read this survey that we had that we were working from. This is the property line. And if you think of this building as 700 feet roughly, you've got easily 4 feet of encroachment into Regina's yard. And she wanted to reclaim it, which who can blame her? But when they ran the fence, when she bought the house, the guys who ran it put it in the wrong place. So we were approached to shift it, and we actually made it conform to the property line. In so doing, a lot of the earth that was along here fell away. And that earth also was an issue against the building itself.
And in fact, you invoiced Mrs. Maia for that work.
That's right.
And she paid it.
She did, yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Let's see.
I would just add one thing, Counselor. The city loves these buildings. This to them is a great thing because it increases housing stock. It gets affordable housing in town. And that's why they allow things that they typically would not, which is a zero lot line, and you're up against an alley. So that, I know required a variance, which Regina had to get to do this, but it was made much more simple because the ADU is seen as something that makes a lot of sense to do in town. Whether it's for in-laws or disabled parents or, guests, they really want them.
Does it sometimes happen in your industry that there's a contract to do a certain scope, and then as the work progresses, there are new ideas about what should be done?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as plaintiff's 24. This is one of the invoices in the case. Look at it. You know what that document is?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's an invoice to Regina dated October 20th, 2020.
That's the date that you signed the contract.
That's right.
So that was when things were supposed to begin.
That's right.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the email and the invoice?
Yes, sir.
And it's part of the regularly kept business records of Reynods Renovations?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit plans 24.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
Your Honor, excuse me. Thank you. You could go ahead and bring that up a little bit, Katie, so the jury can see it better. So the amount of this is what's this amount here?
$16,380.
Okay. And is that the same amount that was on the very first plaintiff's one for the covered walkway?
I believe it is.
Okay. And if you could go to page 2.
I'm sorry, me?
No, I'm talking, well, yeah, you can look at it, but we're going to get Katie to pull it down. So this is page 2. This is the actual invoice. This is, and the date again is October 20th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the invoice for?
Covered walkway, footers post, roof structure, clear panels for roofing.
And what's the amount of the invoice?
Oh, I'm sorry. The amount, 16,380.
And did Mrs. Maia pay that invoice?
No,
Didn't she paid it via wire, or wasn't there a wire transfer?
there was, but not on this date.
Okay.
This is October.
October of 2020.
That's correct. No payments were made until May.
You're right. Forgive me. So in October 2020, you have a contract with Mrs. Maia.
That's right.
And at that point, there's no talk of the fence being moved, correct?
That's right.
There's no talk, was there any talk of doing tile work in the front of her house?
No,
Was there any talk of doing any work on her sink inside of her house?
no,
Was there any talk of any other things that weren't included in the main
no,
contract?
no, sir. No,
In fact, you were focused on the ADU,
that's right.
but you knew that you needed to get the deposit so that you could start work. So
That's
you
right.
pulled the covered walkway out of the contract,
That's right.
okay? So what happened between October 20th and when you first were paid in this project?
We continued to work together collaboratively to finalize the requirements of the VA, specificity of fixtures, calendar that they asked us to put together, progress payments based on X, Y, and Z. We worked together until the VA granted approval for the grant, and the city officials released the permit to begin work.
And when approximately did that happen?
Mid-May of 2021.
Right. And one of the reasons, was there a variance involved in the project?
There was indeed.
And what kind of process is that?
It can be laborious, but typically you go to the neighborhood, and the neighborhood, because they like you, because you live in the neighborhood and you want to make the neighborhood better, go, hey, this sounds like a great idea, go ahead. And then you go to the NPU, and with the blessing of the neighborhood, the NPU in Atlanta is a neighborhood planning unit, and they meet monthly, and they they try to maintain some integrity of the neighborhood, the housing stock, and depending what neighborhood you live in, I guess. But it's without the blessing of an NPU, you don't get to move forward on a variance. And then you go to the zoning review board, which either grants or does not grant that particular variance. So it's at least a 3-month process, if that sounds like it makes sense, because you got to get the neighborhood on board, you've got to have the NPU on board, and then you've got to go to the ZRB, the zoning review board here downtown.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
And thank you. And was there anything else going on in the world at this time that might have affected anything with this contract?
Sure.
What was that?
COVID-19,
Okay. And how did that impact your industry?
pretty severely.
In what ways?
In any number of ways that didn't become really apparent immediately, except for work, when I don't know how it was for everybody else, but my subs all wanted to know, are we going to do any of this? Are we going to stay home? What can we do? The city classified us as essential workers, which is nice of them, but put us at some risk. We also experienced massive shortages in any number of materials, project fulfillment of items that were ordered specifically. We had 3 sinks delivered on this job that were broken. And I don't know whether it was just, they picked up some people to come and do the work to replace guys that were out, but everything slowed down to some degree certainly in those elements. The pricing of materials went through the roof. And you'll see this even on a minor scale now. If you go to a Home Depot and look at the price of OSB, which is a 1/2-inch plywood, look at it in March, compare it to the height of hurricane season, and it's threefold. I mean, they know what they're doing, and they know the demand, but we had a logjam of container ships that bring us plywood from Canada. In Long Beach, I don't know if anybody remembers, there were like 200 ships waiting to be unloaded, and the longshoremen went out because they didn't feel safe working, and who can blame them?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All right.
That's okay. We'll keep you corralled in a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So work didn't begin with you on October 20th.
No, we were waiting. That was your question, sorry.
And work began in earnest on what day?
I would say around the 20th of May, somewhere
May
in there.
15th, May 20th?
Somewhere in there. May 15th. Yep.
And that was when you were authorized to begin work?
That's right. We got a permit from the city.
Okay. And so this whole idea in the contract that it had to be done in 135 days would start not at October 20th, correct? But
Yeah, when the permit was issued.
and let's talk about that for a second. Was that a big deal to Regina?
Oh, yeah. I would say in fact, I believe there's a text message from Regina back in 2019 saying, I worry that the VA is moving so slowly. Why am I mic suddenly? That there is a real worry on her part that her dad's health might take a turn for the worst before the VA even completes their approval of the grant app. So, in terms of time, we didn't get a permit for about a year and a half after starting these discussions.
And in fact, that was also when you got your first payment.
That's correct. Yeah. That invoice, which I don't have in hand.
Showing you it's been marked as plaintiff's 13.
Thank you.
Seen those documents before?
Yes, sir.
And so what are those documents?
They are an estimate, invoices to Regina for the work at Grand Street dated in October of 2020.
Okay, so but there's different invoices in that packet, correct?
There are, yeah.
And so are these all business records of Reynolds Renovations?
Yes, sir.
And they're true and accurate copies of the invoices
Yes, sir.
from your business?
Yep.
We would move to admit plaintiffs 13.
No objection.
Admitted.
So Simon, I want to direct, on this issue, I want to direct your attention to the invoice from May 5th, 2021. That's marked paid. Keep going down. Going down. Oh, there it is. Sorry, you had it.
I do now. Yes, sir.
That's not it. This is it. Okay, this invoice date is what?
5/5/2021.
And it states that, what is the invoice for?
Covered walkway, footers, posts, roof structure, clear panels for roofing, deposit to begin work.
Right. And so, and the amount of the invoice?
Is $16,000
And why was this invoice sent?
because we were about to begin work.
And that was the agreement that she would give you the deposit
Correct.
for the money for the covered walkway so you could start the grader job.
That's right.
And did she in fact pay you on this invoice?
Yes, sir.
And how did she pay you?
A wire transfer.
Was there anything noted on any of the payments that you made that this is a refundable deposit?
No, sir.
Would you have accepted it if it had said that?
I don't think we'd have done the work.
Okay. And if you could go down, please. Now, this number, we saw, a moment ago, we saw the 16,380 that was issued on the date of the contract of October 20th. And this invoice is slightly different. Can you explain to the jury why that is?
I think there was some difference in the panels that we use for roofing. The clear that we talked about using, we did not do. We use solid metal per Regina. Hawaiian blue.
Was that, or was it possible that was a negotiated amount with Ms. Maia's with the?
Quite possibly, yeah. It's a
Okay.
nominal amount.
And is that kind of, in your trade, you?
Sure.
Invoices get moved back and forth a little bit to
Yeah,
make
of
it
course, of course.
comfortable for the client?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And you have someone that helps you with your bookkeeping as well, correct?
That's correct. Karen Heim.
And how long has she been with you?
Maybe 8, 10 years.
And she helps you prepare invoices?
Prepares invoices, keeps the books.
And so we'll hear from her and she would have information about this as well.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that she may be better on some issues regarding the invoices?
That hurts that you would say that to me, but yes.
All right. There were things, we've talked a little bit about it, there were things that were done here for Mrs. Maia at her property that were not included in the ADU VA contract.
Correct, yes, sir.
Let's talk about what those things are.
Okay.
You could put the survey back up for a second.
From exhibit 24.
Let's see what you got.
I'm gonna stop scratching. I'm so sorry, folks. Or
I think it's
Number
part of the
three.
contract, AF3. Confusing me.
so sorry.
So let's talk first about the retaining wall. Are you familiar with the situation with the retaining wall here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is a survey that was submitted as part of the contract, right?
That's right.
And if you look at the upper left-hand corner of that, is there a retaining wall anywhere on that document?
No.
Okay.
There is some existing concrete shown from a structure on the neighbor's property.
Can you please?
Yes, sir. It's here. And then along the street, along Dalton, there was an existing granite wall all the way along.
But that retaining wall or whatever that is, that block wall there, that's not on Mrs. Maia's property.
It actually infringes just barely up in here, right? You can see the corner post.
But it was understood to be the neighbors.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And at some point, when you were building the ADU, you determined that it would be necessary to do a retaining wall.
Yeah, I specifically after we moved this fence per Regina, it became very clear that what was going to happen along here because of the proximity and because of the slope. And in fact, I think defendants have some photographs of that they may have shown yesterday. That the height of this varies. It's I think at max maybe 36 inches maybe. And it's so proximate to the building. Our worry was that what would happen is the grade, the neighbors, if you will, the neighbors' slope was like this with the fence. When we took the fence out, it was also kind of holding up the slope. We created in so doing, we created a condition along here proximate to the ramp, which actually moves further up. That was in danger of earth contacting the building, which even though we had, waterproofing and we had hardy plank, it would have not been good for the building.
All right, thank you, Simmons.
All right, okay.
So there was no retaining wall
No,
listed in the in the VA contract.
that's correct.
There's no line item for the retaining wall.
Nope,
There's no cost item for the retaining wall. It's not in the scope of work.
that's right.
Okay, so you built the retaining wall,
We did.
and Miss Maya made a payment, did she, as part
She
of the
did.
retaining wall?
She did.
Did she ever complain when you were out there building the retaining wall that you shouldn't be doing that?
No, sir.
Okay, and what was the cost of, you can go back to the, what was the cost of the retaining wall, if you recall? We'll pull up the invoice here in just a second.
Somewhat less than $10,000. And it was what they call a gravity wall. It's Allen block, which are stacked against themselves. They're filled with 57 stone gravel, and there's a provision to move water behind it, so you don't have hydrostatic pressure behind the wall, which would cause it to collapse or fail. That was all done. And the materials alone were in excess of $4,000, I think.
Okay, so go back one, Katie. Hold on. Go back. Okay, go down. Keep going. Keep going, please. One more. Again. Again. And one more. I don't know why these are not in the right order. Keep going. All right, stop there. Simon, do you see that
Yes, sir.
invoice? Can you go back up a little bit, Katie? What's the date of that invoice?
It is 16 February 2022.
And what phase, in February 16th of 2022, what was the status of the project?
The ADU itself was substantially complete.
What do you mean by substantially complete?
We had almost all the final inspections. We were waiting on those for some cabinetry that had probably not arrived right around then. But the city had been signing off on the work. And the VA, most importantly, had been signing off on the work on that portion.
Okay, and so this is near the end of the project. And
That's
when
right.
did you put the retaining wall in?
It started mid-January.
Okay, and you've charged $9,464 for that.
That's right.
Did you discuss that with Mrs. Maia?
We did.
And did she approve the retaining wall?
My understanding was she did, yeah.
Okay, and was there any doubt that she was gonna have to pay separately for that?
How do you mean? The VA was going to pay for it?
Between you and her, that she would pay separately for the retaining
That's
wall?
right. There's a check to that effect. There was a payment made on it, $3,000. It says retaining wall. Thank you.
And what was the cost of the retaining wall?
As you can see, 9,464.
Okay, and is that a fair and reasonable sum for building that retaining wall?
Well, I would also point out that there's other places that it occurred.
I'm sorry?
There's a little bit of work on the side of the driveway.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's for a little bit more than,
Yeah, yeah.
so the
and
side
just-
of the driveway was not part of the VA work.
That's right.
So this was side of the driveway and the retaining wall.
That's right.
And do you recall what the size of the retaining wall was?
It's, I don't know, is it on the invoice? It's somewhere around 80 feet, I would say. Maybe a bit less, maybe more like 70.
Does that description that give you any indication of what part was material, what part was labor?
It sure does. Materials, 4,964,
Okay.
and labor, $5,000.
Okay, and in your testimony, 35 years of experience in the construction industry, that's a fair and reasonable sum for that work?
I think so, yeah.
Let's talk about the fencing. You mentioned that there was some fencing done,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the price for the fencing?
2,000 and change, I believe.
If you could go 83.
Sorry, I can find it,
Oh, down.
Chris, I'm sure.
Oh, it's still- it was gone.
$2,767.29.
Okay, go back out for a second. Go back up to just the one before that one.
You said, oh,
Okay, sorry. Okay. All right, go down. All right, so Simon, this is another invoice from the retaining wall,
Mhm.
right? And this is a little different than the other one. Are you familiar with QuickBooks and how QuickBooks makes changes for things when payments are made or credits are applied?
Generally, yes.
And what happens to your knowledge when,
If a credit is applied, it should be reflected in the ultimate invoice.
and it updates the invoice in QuickBooks as
That's
part
right.
of its program?
That's right.
So you could have an invoice with the same number that might be slightly different.
That's right.
And all it means is that the invoice has been updated either with a credit or a payment.
That's right.
Okay. And in this case, we see that the same invoice and there's a credit for the $3,000 check that was applied.
Hmm.
And that was a check paid by Mrs. Maia
That's right.
in response to this invoice.
That's right.
Okay. All right. And if you could go, I'm looking for 2767. Hold on, I can't see those. No. Keep going.
this one's
That's- yeah.
4767.
Let me see. Yeah. So this is still part of plaintiff's 13. This is the invoice for the fence.
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what this invoice is for.
It was to take the survey that Regina provided us with and confirm, and also talk to the neighbor. So we didn't just show up one day and start moving the fence. So we had, I can't remember if I had him sign off on anything in writing, but I got an approval from him and he understood what we were doing. So we took the existing fence, as I explained earlier, out of an embankment and moved it from about 3 to 4 feet uphill.
What was the net effect on Mrs. Maia property from that?
Well, she got more of her land back.
Or more of her property was fenced in?
More of her property was fenced in, yeah.
And did you replace that fence?
Where we needed to, but the contract was also to just try and use the existing fence as much as we could.
So you reused a lot of the old boards and things and,
But not the posts, all the concrete, all that portion was new.
okay. And what was the price for that?
2,700 something.
$1,767.29.
That's right.
And was that paid?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Was there any dispute that that should have been included in the VA contract?
Not at all. No.
And is that a fair and reasonable sum to pay for the work that you did on that fence?
I think so. Yes, sir.
There was some work done as well. Was there not at in the front of Mrs. Maia's main house?
That's true. Yes.
What was done?
The walkway that was out there was slick and worrisome to Regina and her family. It was old concrete, and Regina had selected a tile, which was a special order, which came for the shower. She didn't like it, so she wanted to, and they would not take it back. Again, in the middle of COVID, people were not like, "Oh yeah, we'll take it back for a 20% restock fee." No, they would not take it back. That's how bad shipping was. So Regina's idea was to rework the front walkway and steps so that it utilized this tile, which had a proper surface for using outside.
And did you put the tiles there?
Yes, sir.
And did she like the tiles?
I think she loved them.
And you were paid for that work?
Yes, sir.
And was there any dispute that it should have been part of the main agreement?
No, sir.
So when Mr. Craig in his opening statement said, there's just one agreement, that's not correct, is it?
No, it's not.
Or in fact, there were multiple oral agreements about other work that had to be done outside of the ADU.
That's correct.
Ms. Maya ever talk to you about her roof?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what was the context of that conversation?
Could we get our roofer out to give an estimate on what it would take to redo the roof?
And what you're talking about, the roof of the ADU or of her main house?
No, the main house. The roof of the ADU is all new material.
And what time of year, when approximately did this happen?
I'm unsure. I can't recollect, but
Well,
maybe.
maybe looking at that invoice might.
It might refresh my memory. It wouldn't have been an invoice. It would have been an estimate.
All right, it's an estimate, correct.
And what exhibit might I find it in, Counselor?
Go down one, Katie. Keep going. Keep going. It's going to say invoice estimate. Somehow I've got an exhibit issue here. Let me show you this. Sure.
Hmm.
I hand you what's been marked as plaintiff's 27. What is that document?
It's a estimate for Regina's main house. Removing, replacing damaged shingles, underlayment, 25 squares, repair decking is needed, install new underlayment, 30-year architectural shingle, add drip edge and porch roof roll down. Includes dump fees.
And did you provide that estimate to her?
Yes, at her request.
And when approximately, if that document refreshes your recollection, was this request made and when did you provide that?
First week of January 2022.
So you had been working at her property since May of 2021, building the ADU.
Right.
And in January of 2022, she asked you for a quote for her roof.
That's right.
So at that point, your working relationship was still good, correct?
I think so, yeah. I think she wanted to perhaps make a claim against hail damage from the USAA, the Armed Services Insurance Company. So anyway,
That's what the purpose of that estimate was for?
that's right. It was a real estimate from a real contractor to help her potentially get a new roof.
How many roofs have you supervised or GC in your time?
I don't know, 100 and something for sure.
Okay, given the size of Miss Maia's house, is that a fair and reasonable estimate for repairing or replacing the roof?
It might be a little high, but there's also some porch roof there, which requires a different material. So yeah, no, it's fine.
Within the range?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I move to admit, claims 27.
Any objection?
I'm not.
All right, plaintiff's 27 is admitted. If we can just pause just for 1 minute. Members of the jury, does anyone need a break? I know been going for about an hour and a half. Let's take that. All right. Just let us know by the light. Ready to proceed. We're off the record. Your Brock Ryan, you can come on up. Charles, if you need to step down, we're just.
I do, thank you.
Type 5 if we can.
When you do the video, I didn't get a single word of what you said.
Okay, well, I'll summarize it.
Yeah, well, I just,
So you couldn't hear anything through this, even if we're talking into it,
yeah, like I could hear them.
but you couldn't hear what I said.
You were just being really
Yeah.
careful.
Well, I should have had it to me. I think I wasn't
Yeah,
holding
if
it.
you wanted to take yours and pass it around.
Yeah, I'll do that and I'll summarize it.
Okay.
I thank you for your patience, sir. You can raise your right hand. You saw the right group. That's what
I might die if I drown.
Sure, I do. Special Agent Hunter Rockrow with Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Council prepared this affidavit or this application and warrant for information about this cell phone.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Information taken in as true and correct to the best knowledge and information.
It's okay. We have our own. We didn't bring them up for some reason.
Oh, that's fine.
I think they're looking at me like I'm.
You're good. No, you're doing great. Thank you.
Oh, it's always busy around here. All right, 11. All right. That was. All right, Mr. Jerry is going to make a copy for us, and then this one go on the back of this one.
Yes.
And then you should be good to go. Feel free just to follow them on back. He's just going to scan a PDF.
Thanks, George.
Yeah,
Appreciate
take care.
Yeah.
I know.
So, yeah. Yeah, 7 times. Oh, man, we got. House. Straight. That one's admitted.
Okay.
If it's admitted, so did you mark that?
Yeah, I did. And my estimate of roof tendered and admitted.
13, what I have is what, that is not what's up on there. I don't know how that can be. This one. Maybe what's next?
Yeah, that was all me. Oh, yes.
Page 5 is.
I need to see what she's bringing down here. How do I get? If I could, yeah, for some reason, I don't know what.
Go to the new button up there. And then type in CB's name.
No, I shouldn't talk while
That's
you're
fine.
on the stand.
Good. Yeah.
All right, Investigator Krylowski, come on over here, sir.
What?
It's fine, yes, see.
All right, good morning, sir. If you could raise your right hand, you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about giving this matter for the court should be truthful, truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, and you are Investigator Krylowski with the APD?
Yes, sir.
And you caused and created these two affidavits applications. Cell phone data? Information contained within both of these is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and information you believe.
Yes, yeah.
Hold tight here. Mr. Derber is gonna scan a copy of both of these. Make sure that we stuff.
Oh, there it goes.
Like, so.
No, 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 no.
Every word, so I can't really.
Well, I couldn't tell because it was like I hit something and it went boom.
Yeah.
I can take I'll have make a copy
Oh,
of
okay.
these.
This computer.
I got it.
Nobody can say anything, so.
Got it.
This way.
I don't mean to leave it hanging, but.
No, no, understood. No worries.
Oh.
I didn't want to sound like Ozzy Osbourne from the grave.
They're ready.
All right. Can we check in, see where Mr. Craig is? Is he in the hallway still?
See.
Two of that invoice.
All right, ready to go back on the record? All right, we are back on the record. Just one moment, Lieutenant Lattimore. I want to say one thing for the record. All parties and counsel are present, which is the bench conference we had. I've been told that Mr. Craig's objection and the grounds were well heard and articulated. They couldn't hear me. So I was just going to expound on that and complete the record, which is that I denied it with the observation that I think not only is it going to be admissible, it doesn't qualify as parole evidence if there are to prove subsequent modifications, if there are other agreements potentially at issue here is a question of fact. And then I further noted that under 13611 claims, a lot of these surrounding issues are going to be admissible as showing intent to the extent that they do of both the parties and whether there's bad faith or stubborn litigiousness. So if anyone wants to supplement that, I just want to make sure the record was clear there. And if there's nothing, then we'll have the jury come back and resume direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please be seated, everyone. Plaintiff may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doesn't work.
So, Mr. Reynolds, we've talked about various things that were performed by you for Mrs. Maia outside of the ADU contract. We talked about the fence. We talked about the tiled walkway. We talked about the retaining wall. One thing we haven't talked about is anything that may have happened inside of her house.
There was a countertop of a vanity that I was asked if we could talk to our counter guy to replace it.
And what happened next?
We had my counter guy is Brazilian, happened to be from the same town as Francisco. They met, talked about whether there was something that was suitable. They selected something, and he put it in. My carpenter removed the existing sink, and it was broken on the removal. It was on the deck for a moment, and then was chucked in the dumpster, broken. And Francisco accused us of somehow stealing this piece of what I thought was cultured marble for our own ends. And I didn't understand that because it was in the dumpster. He wanted to give it to a friend, which had he expressed to Ed, who was working in their house, I'm sure Ed could have helped look after it a bit better.
Let's talk about Ed. Ed, who is Ed?
He's also a neighbor. He lives a few houses down from Regina and Francisco, the end of the next block.
And does he happen to work for your company?
Yeah, he's a subcontractor. He does a lot of finish work. He's also building his own ADU at the rear of his house. He's a talented, funny subcontractor.
And how long has he worked with you?
Off and on for probably about 6 years, I would say.
Okay. I want to talk about back to the ADU contract for just a second and talk about whether there were any written changes to that agreement.
There were.
Tell me about that.
The topography of the site itself, and this would be helpful to have some photographs for the jury to understand, I suspect. The plan calls very specifically for the ramp to be at a particular angle, and that's to comfortably roll a gurney or a wheelchair up and down it without danger to the occupant or the caregiver. And so that was a point that we had to maintain. Once the building was up and the wall was placed on the north side of the building, I was accused of lowering the topography by 3 feet for my own gain. And if you look at the site, what happened was, and it would be helpful again, Counselor, to have some photographs to talk about this. Thanks, mate. So what actually happened was, in any building, this is your home, your apartment, you're required by law to have 2 points of egress. That is, they could be doors, they could be windows. The windows have to be of a size, not for you to escape, but for a fireman with a backpack to get in. So that's like a minimum requirement. In a bedroom, there's got to be 2. So this space was essentially a large living, sleeping area with a kitchen off to one side and a bathroom suite and laundry off the other. So
So Simon, let me stop you so we can keep this in the right narrative here.
Sorry.
You know a lot about this case and we want to get this in, but we're going to start here.
Okay.
This is, I'm going to look at that document and tell me what that is.
This is a change order with the VA. And this was to actually deduct from the second disbursement for windows undelivered by, and I'm reading this to you, this is what's submitted to the government, deduction in amount.
So is that a true and accurate copy of the change order that was issued in this case?
Yes, sir.
And it's part of your records at Reynolds Renovations?
It is, request number 1.
Move to admit plaintiff 6, Your Honor.
So this is,
Okay, hold on. Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 is admitted without objection.
this is 17 August. So we started in mid-May, and this is to get the windows set in the walls, which we had up, but we couldn't place windows because the distributor told us it was going to be 12 or 16 weeks. Again, this is the midst of COVID. So if you can read that, that's my handwriting. Deduction in amount of disbursement number 2 for windows currently undelivered by distributor, supply house due to COVID-related fabrication issues. Anticipate delivery final week of August. So that was what we hoped. There was a $4,000 deduction from the disbursement because they're not going to pay for windows that aren't there. Okay.
Excellent. I want to approach and show you plaintiff 7. Can you identify that document?
This is the request number 2 to the government. This reads adaptive change order, remove sidewalk from scope of work, allocate funds to adaptive use by connecting porch to pergola entry by building a deck and radius turn to allow passage.
So this is also a change order, essentially, an acceptance of changes and improved drawings and specifications.
That's right.
And this is as you were describing earlier, it's a change to the overall layout of the project in relation to that sidewalk that was to come out of basically the door that faced south.
That's right. And all these changes had to be signed off on by both Regina, myself, her for her father and as attorney in fact, and the VA. So they all needed to be approved. And the problem that we had was having those 2 means of egress. So when the sidewalk no longer was able to run up to the side door deck because of the grade of the building, we talked to the designer and to the VA, and what we did was adapt a deck that wrapped around and would allow you to get out from the south facing door and head east and come back around to the driveway. So it sounds like a long way, but in fact, it's 20 feet and less than 20 feet to get to the other door.
Okay. And so that's a true and accurate copy of the plaintiff's of the change to adaptive use, correct?
That's right.
And I would move to admit plaintiff 7, Your Honor.
Any objection to P7?
No objection.
Submitted.
Whose signatures are on this change order?
I see Regina and her father by her as power of attorney and my own.
Okay, and again, this was signed in October 25th, 2021.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
About 6 months after you got started,
That's right.
5 months after you got started.
Yep.
And the purpose of showing the dredges of showing. Your Honor, I've got permission from opposing counsel just to show this for demonstrative purposes. It'll be admitted in another exhibit later.
You just want to know what number that'll be later?
It'll be plaintiff's 9, part of plaintiff's 9, Your Honor.
All right, you can proceed.
Can you make that bigger, please, Katie? Thank you. So Simon, does that help you explain to the jury kind of what on with that change order?
So further back on the building, there's the main door of the house. Under this little stoop, there's another door to the house. To get from here back over to there, we had to build this section of deck. And it had to be wider than the rest of the deck because it had to accommodate per specifications, a gurney to turn in there.
And what was supposed to be there before the change order?
A walkway that went from here back down to the driveway.
So that it wouldn't be a wraparound deck, it would just be out that south door straight to the driveway.
That's right. That's right.
And so why was that adaptive change required?
Because of the grade of the site.
And was that a level piece of property that you were working on?
No,
Was it a level piece of property when you got there?
no.
And was that something that had to happen as you got into the build and understood
Yeah,
what the situation was?
yeah. We had to maintain height that would allow the ramp to work from the house and was also shedding water to a driveway, and also allowed 2 points of egress and entry.
Okay, thank you. You can go back to 7, please. And page 2 of 7. So Simon, I'm showing you what's marked as, it's page 2 of the 7.
Mm-hmm.
So is this document is accompanies that change order and it shows how you're handling the cost. And what's it say that you're doing with the cost?
Deleting it, reallocation, applying it to that.
Right, so basically you, in the green, it says the sidewalk's being removed
Mm-hmm.
and that $1,450 is being used to build the wraparound deck.
A reallocation of funds is what it says. Yes, sir.
Is the wraparound deck worth more or less than $1,450?
Quite a bit more.
Would you ask for additional funds?
No, sir.
There was not supposed to be any deck right there.
No, not a bit.
What would, if you would price that out separately to build that wraparound deck, what would the cost of it be?
Nowadays, probably another couple of grand.
So what would the total cost be?
I'd say $3,800. Yeah.
Thank you. So the windows took some extra time. You had to pull those out of out of the contract, out of a draw request so that you could, get paid and also wait for them to actually arrive.
Well,
right?
more importantly, get windows in the building. And so, Regina, there's some discussion in a text exchange that we get some windows. Her mom wanted larger ones, which we were able to do. And I think we actually gave her a credit on the amount for the allowance, because we actually were able to get less expensive windows.
When all of this work is going on, were people living in the main house?
Yeah. Yeah.
And were they in and out, reviewing your work or interacting with you?
They left us alone a bit more than they probably wished they had. I think they, while we were communicative, I think Regina was very busy at work, as things got tighter and tighter to get done. And it became more difficult to get choices made in particular fixtures, in paint colors, and so on. But the other thing that was happening, and this was happening from when we poured concrete, there were so few concrete trucks. I was told on one call, this is a company, mind you, that Argos, you probably see their trucks all over the town, that I've had an account with for 20 years. And they told me, you're 6 weeks out before we can get concrete to you. And it's like, what are you talking about? We usually wait 3 days max. And we actually, on this job, I sent trucks back because they were sending me stuff that was being poured downtown and it had already kicked, which meant it was setting up in the truck itself. And there was no way we were going to use it. But that's how they were treating, regular customers, but not the big high rises down here. So.
Okay. So as this project is going on with the ADU, you were subject to a number of inspections, correct?
That's right.
Tell me about those.
Pre-construction, the city of Atlanta requires that they come out and look at the site, make sure, arborists, make sure that you're not cutting down any trees with a diameter above, I think it's 7 inches at breast height, that you're maintaining erosion control measures, so you're not flooding the streets with mud, and that you've got silt fence in place to accomplish that, that you have hay bales in entrances or riprap, big gravel. After that, the first footing inspection takes place, and they will look at the footers, how deep they are, how sound the earth is that you've excavated. They want to see steel in the footers. They want to make sure that they have a probe that looks like a water meter, but it's actually a length of rebar. If they can push it down more than 2 inches, you're going to have to dig that again and call me back when you got it right. So when it rains, you can't call them. They'll actually call you sometimes and go, hey, do you want an inspection today? Or should we cancel? Because if it's raining, it's wet, and a probe is going to easily go down into the trench. I really kind of got it. So
So the project was regularly inspected by the city of Atlanta.
consistently, yes.
And
So
was there any other kind of agency that was inspecting the
A-
project?
Absolutely. That was the VA. It was a third-party inspector. And all the way through, it would coincide, his would be a bit different, but the same sort of milestones would be being met. So you've got footers, concrete forms. You've got to see all the, in a wall that we built, you've got to see all the steel tied off in this wall, that it corresponds to a slab, and it's tied into the slab. So you've got a strong stem wall. That all gets inspected. So you may have several inspections just before you start framing. You don't get a framing inspection until the lighting, the electrical rough, the plumbing rough, the mechanical rough is complete, because way back in the day, technicians would cut holes in walls because it was easy, and actually hurt the structure of a building. That's why all these things are going on. So the VA, sorry, would also come, and when they would come, they would look to see milestones also that applied to disbursements. And interestingly, I was told that the work we were doing was better than most VA projects this inspector had seen. We had almost no failures except on a couple of items from mechanical. One was a damaged microwave that came in. We installed it so that they could see there was some item there. And Regina noted that it was broken. We said, yeah, we know, it's already been ordered. It'll be here. It was replaced. All the equipment that was placed was new. There were no used things put in this building.
All right, thank you, Simon. I'm going to show you and marked as plaintiff's exhibit 14.
Thank you.
What is that document set?
On-site past, residential HVAC, Kevin Harper.
And so is that a set of inspection reports?
That's right.
And
That's
what's
right.
the last document in the set?
It's a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, and are those true and accurate copies of the CO and the inspection reports that you received at Reynolds Renovations as part of this project?
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge as I look at it.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit plaintiff's 14.
Plaintiff's exhibit 14. All right, okay. Any objection?
Yes, objection, hearsay.
This?
Well, no, just a second, sir. Do you want to respond to that?
It's fine, Your Honor. I don't think it needs to be published. I mean, I think it's stipulated between the parties that there's been a certificate of occupancy issued in this case.
Okay, well.
It's in the
then
pretrial order.
The objection would then be sustained on hearsay, and you can proceed.
So what is a certificate of occupancy?
It's the final thing that the city issues. They won't issue it until the contractor actually requests it. It doesn't come until you've satisfied every final inspection on every division. So that sounds like, well, what's that? It's plumbing, electrical, and heating and air, all the final trims. That means the registers on the walls or ceilings are in place. All that sort of stuff, the minutia of the work. It also means that they sign off on the site. They make sure you haven't cut any trees down while they haven't been looking in the city. They're very protective, and rightly so, of the canopy. But the other thing they do is they make sure that you've restored the surface of the lot. There's a percentage of vegetative cover, grass or ivy or, not kudzu, but you get the idea. You've got to have it looking like it's livable. And that was also part of the CO.
And there's a CO for that property as of what date?
6/16/2022.
Right. Okay. And at some point, was there any complaints made by Mrs. Maia concerning the project?
There were a number, yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you first learn of these complaints?
I was forbidden entry, or one of my, Ed, who we talked about earlier, on the 14th of March by her husband, Francisco Maia.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm handing you what's been marked as plaintiff's 8. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
What is that document?
It's a document from the VA.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, grounds?
Can you, using that document as to refresh your recollections, Mr. Reynolds, can you tell me what essentially that?
It's a complaint.
What were the complaints that Ms. Maia made to the VA?
The complaints were these: kitchen cabinetry is missing pieces. Builder is attempting to charge us to install appliances. However, the VA contract we have signed includes the installation of appliances. No appliances have been installed. Breezeway is missing lighting that falls under the scope of electrical and lighting allowance. I repeatedly requested the builder put in a change order to remove the sidewalk. He assured me he would take care of this. The extra sidewalk was never installed. In fact, this was part of disbursement 3, and so disbursement 3 should have been never made, and I need my $1,450 back. Do you want me to continue?
I would like to, if you can, have your recollection refreshed from that document as to when Ms. Maia may have made that complaint or did make that complaint.
I would say sometime between March 14th.
What year, sir?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And was there a change order done to remove the sidewalk?
Yeah, it's the one that we talked about and discussed earlier in my testimony. That was change order number 2.
In plaintiff 7.
In plaintiff 7, yes, sir.
And in plaintiff 7, you removed the sidewalk, correct?
That's right.
And you replaced it with the wraparound deck.
That's right.
And in plaintiff 7, as we discussed, Ms. Maia signed that.
She did.
And do you remember what the date of plaintiff 7 was?
I think it was 25 October.
So 4 or 5 months prior to the date that you were complaining to the VA about that.
That's correct.
Did she complain about having to pay an extra $16,000 for the covered walkway?
No, sir.
Did she complain about the retaining wall?
No, not on this, nope.
Did she, no, in the complaint to the VA, to your recollection, did she complain about the retaining wall?
She said that I'm sorry, I'll have to see this.
Take your time.
Number 7, mentioned dirt is due to the fact the builder excessively lowered the topography of the construction site by about 3 feet. Builder stated that he needed to save on concrete and that he okayed this change with the VA.
Is that true, Mr.
No.
Reynolds?
No, the notion that we somehow reduced the topography of the site by 3 feet would be a huge expense. It wouldn't save on concrete, it would cost more. I have no notion where this came from, except it's related to the retaining wall and the height of it at the rear, that is the side of the walkway. I can't explain why else anybody would think so. It beggars the imagination. If you look at the photographs of the crews pouring the concrete, what you will see is the topography is absolutely unchanged. If anything, it's higher than it was where we formed it up. And you'll see the stem wall photographs. You'll see the concrete crew screeing the concrete. And what you will see is from that, the fence before it was shifted at the north side of the site. I mean, 3 feet of something that size, we'd have taken off probably about 8 truckloads of earth.
So do you recall whether or not in this complaint, she made a complaint about kitchen cabinetry?
She
missing
did.
Pieces?
Yeah.
What was she referring to your recollection?
To my
Without
recollection.
reading necessarily from that, but
Okay.
you can refresh your recollection.
To
from
my
that.
recollection, there were some toe kicks that were not installed.
What's a toe kick?
It's the bottom of a cabinet that stops you from killing the mice behind it. It's the bottom of a cabinet, and it was missing those pieces on a place where there was a dishwasher to be installed.
And was there any complaint regarding the appliances?
Yes, there was.
What was it?
That we had used damaged appliances, the microwave that came that was installed as a hood, which I mentioned earlier, was replaced immediately.
Was there any complaint about the installation of the appliances? And you can refer to the document to
Well,
refresh your recollection.
there's the maintain, I'm charging them to install appliances. In fact, that was, I thought, taken out of our remit, out of our scope early on, the appliance purchases. So we had no say in what was being brought in. And the design, and we'd have to look at a plan view of this to see it, but rather than put in the cabinet depth refrigerator, which the designer had spec'd, they just took a fridge and slapped it in there.
In fact, Miss Maia purchased and provided the appliances.
That's correct.
Your line item was to install them.
That's right.
And you recall the price of that?
Like $500.
Right. Is
Yeah.
that a fair price to install a full
Very-
kitchen?
That's a very good price.
Okay. And were you trying to charge her extra to install the appliances?
No, sir.
Was there any complaint regarding the breezeway, which is again, another name for the covered walkway, in terms of anything related to having to pay extra money for the covered walkway?
That it needed lighting.
So the complaint that she made to the VA was not that, hey, they're making us pay 16,000 extra dollars. The complaint was, where's the lighting?
Uh-huh.
And was there any lighting spec'd in the breezeway?
There was not. There was actually some discussion about how we get it, and on a text exchange, but it was an additional work for the electrician.
And did she make and we've talked about this, she made a complaint about the change order and the removal of the sidewalk from the scope, which she signed that change order.
Signed it, she was aware of it, and I don't see how you can live in a house, watch something be built 40 feet away, and not understand what's going on.
And was there an issue about the fence gate?
There was.
Okay, talk about the fence gate.
It was inoperable, and it needed to be fixed, and we'd ordered parts to fix it.
And which fence gate are you talking about?
There's a mechanized fence that we rebuilt to go across the driveway, and it needed some tuning up to work. We bought pieces to do that, but before my guys could come and do that, we were instructed in no uncertain terms, do not come on this property, from her husband, Francisco Maia.
Was there any complaint about the leaving the construction area messy and?
Yeah, that we had somehow left all kinds of debris in the yard. And I'd point out that when we came onto the site, Francisco had been using it as a repair facility for cars, and there were car parts and all kinds of things we removed in the course of our work.
Was there any complaint about the materials that were used in the bathroom sink?
Yeah. They came 3 times broken, and we had to adjust the sink with the approval Regina to put something in there to pass inspection.
Were you at all time, were you trying to get them to just take a broken sink
No,
faucet?
no, no.
And again, at this time, what was your intent in terms of this project for Mrs. Maia?
I wanted it to be finished. I wanted it to be done and used.
And was there a complaint regarding the thermostat?
Yeah, Francisco had asked Ed to install a thermostat that he had procured, and given to Ed to install, which he did.
And so she's complaining about a thermostat that was provided by her husband.
That's correct.
Okay. Were there any other complaints in March of 2022 from the homeowner?
Yeah, there's a photograph of a screw that supposedly is missing on a fixture. It's actually it's just recessed. It's an Allen screw. It's a set screw. It's way on in there.
So there are a variety of small little things like that you stood ready and willing and able to repair.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
And in the course of our work, it's, if we have 10 items on a punch list, we're delighted. We had 4 from the VA, 4. And we were not allowed to address them.
Objection,
That's
Your
the
Honor.
important thing.
Objection.
You gotta give me some grounds each time.
Hearsay stating contents of an alleged punch list from the VA.
No, sir.
Well,
That's
no,
not my.
no, that's not how this works. All right.
Which is not a court statement by
Okay,
the VA.
understood.
We don't even know who made the punch list.
All right, noted. As it goes to his understanding, I think that's something you can follow up on cross. So it's overruled. You can continue with your next question, Mr. Bernie.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Reynolds, I'm handing you what's been marked as an exhibit, but I really just want you to use this to refresh your recollection about the results or about what was communicated to you about what had to be repaired based on the complaint that was made by Miss Maia.
Objection.
Grounds?
Hearsay. He's saying he wants him to testify about what was communicated to him, but we don't know who's doing the communicating. And that's clearly an out-of-court statement offered for its truth.
I'm just asking him if that document can refresh his recollection as to what the VA said. I mean, that's his own recollection.
If he wants to look at the document, then you can ask the question, and I might provide a limiting instruction to clarify exactly how this is coming in. So
That's fine.
let me know when you're done looking at that document, and then you can ask your question, Mr. Bernie.
Mr. Reynolds, are you aware as you sit there today of anything that came out of the complaint from Miss Maia in regards to the VA?
Yes, sir.
What do you understand?
That there were some items that needed to be addressed by my firm. This is in April of 2022.
What were those items?
The replacement of the thermostat that was provided by Miss Maia,
Mhm.
the operability of the gate, the motorized gate, the bathroom door gap between the spec'd doors and the opening that's spec'd also, and put the toe kicks under the cabinet.
Anything else?
That's all that I remember from the VA.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Same objection to that answer, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I'll just provide this instruction to the jury. Members of the jury, this last testimony has been admitted for the purpose of assisting you, if it does, in evaluating Mr. Reynolds' understanding and his state of mind as to how he acted in this case. Is not necessarily definitive as to what the VA did or did not say, because we haven't heard from them or anything from them yet that's been admitted for you. You can proceed, Mr. Bernie.
Mr. Reynolds, I'm showing you what's been marked as plaintiff's 23.
Thank you.
You know when you're ready to test that document.
Yes, sir.
What is that document?
It's a spreadsheet on the mechanic's lien applied to the residents.
Okay, and is it prepared by you or by Ms.
By
Heim?
Ms. Heim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a record of Reynolds Renovations?
That's correct. Payments,
And it's a true and accurate copy of the
Yes, sir. I would-
spreadsheet
I would say so.
reflecting that information?
correct.
Okay, I'd move to admit, Your Honor, 23.
Any objection to P23?
No objection.
Admitted?
You can publish it. Please. You can make it a little bit bigger, maybe just show the first top half of it. So, Mr. Reynolds, the top half of this shows the original VA contract amount, correct?
That's
And
correct.
then it shows, starting on July 12th, 2021, payments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, well, actually, on May 5th, it shows a payment.
Yep,
That payment was a payment to get started on the work.
that's right. The bigger job.
And then you have payments under that in July, August, September, November, and then March and May of the next year.
That's correct.
And what do those payments there, like the first one in May of, sorry, for $5,045?
As I recall, there was actually some monies that had been incurred in the variance work that Regina had done. And that was some reimbursement for that, which was paid to Regina.
Okay, so if it says RO paid RR&R, that would be Regina Ordonez paying your firm?
Yeah, and one of the stipulations from the VA was that they wouldn't start dispersing monies until the owner of the property actually made a payment.
Okay. And can you walk through the rest of those payments?
Their disbursements based on progress, certainly from August, from September, different elements of the job were completed. And then you see in March that fourth disbursement of 18,000. That was the last one before we were denied entry to the property.
Okay, and so there's some there that say VA paid RR&R?
That's right. And then the final one, after some deliberation between ourselves, the Ordonez family, and the VA, had asked that we be permitted access to the property to be afforded the opportunity to correct those notes and concerns that the Ordonez had.
Objection.
Okay,
Uh,
and that's,
If I may, the way he phrased that is that the VA asked for them to be admitted to the grounds.
okay.
I don't think that's what he meant to say. I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Bernie. but-
All right. So if it's just based on his testimony and the substance of it, I think that's how he's now testified. You can take that up on cross.
Okay, so that'll be my hearsay objection as
Okay,
well.
and as it's to hearsay, I'll provide the jury with the same limiting instruction, which is he's testifying this is his understanding, not for the truth of the fact that this may be in fact what someone told him. All right.
Okay, so on that spreadsheet, Mr. Reynolds, there's other
There are other payments made, yes, from
tile materials.
the tile materials. There's actually a payment of $4,700 from Regina. As costs had increased, I actually went to Regina with some of the actual invoices that we were getting from our, remember, we were bidding this job a year and plus before we began work, and costs had increased significantly. On the framing package alone, that had amounted to that amount that you see there, that $4,700. And Regina, bless her, said, you know what, you're right. We'll take care of that. And she did. So again, I think we had this very, very civil and constructive, collaborative relationship until things went south. The other payments for the tiling on the walkway, the fence, and the vanity top, And that was in the main house, not part of any scope. And then the retaining walls of the north side.
Right, so the top half of that would be items related to the VA contract. And it shows the VA payments. At any time when those payments came in from the VA, would Ms. Maya have been aware of that?
Absolutely. There was no payment made unless approved by Ms. Maya.
So she could have said, no, don't pay him. He owes me $16,000.
She could have. In fact, that last payment, I will stipulate that there was a delay in getting that because of the work that had yet to be done. And the VA said, and I've.
Yeah, don't say
Okay.
that.
All right, I'm not going to
So-
say.
But we'll move it along. So, but then starting with the 4725, the rest of those are outside the VA contract.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And that brings you to a total down below. And we'll get into this with Ms. Heim later, but what is the final amount that was owed to you, or Reynolds Renovations?
$7,536.50.
Okay, and is that the amount that you filed for the lien?
There, just about. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you want to file the lien?
No.
Did you want to go to the property and repair it?
Yes,
Did you ask to go?
we did repeatedly.
And what happened?
I was denied entry.
Okay, tell me how you were denied entry.
The first time it occurred, I'd sent Ed the carpenter down the road to go and address some of the issues. And Francisco said, "You are not to come on this property unless you bring me my money," which was, I think, substantiated by a text message from Francisco around the 4th. I was out of town with my stepfather and my mother for her 83rd birthday. So I wasn't there, but Francisco said, "Do not send anybody. The gate is locked. Do not come on this property."
Okay. You talked about you've dealt with Regina for a lot of this deal. You originally, in October of 2019, you also spoke with Francisco at the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yep.
You knew that they lived together as husband and wife.
Yeah, I
Was it
did.
your understanding that they were both involved in the project?
Oh, absolutely. Francisco would help get access for plumbers below if he was around, and Regina was unavailable. He was also involved. I think there's a text discussion about the color of the grout being haystack or khaki, and he said, "Yeah, it better be khaki," and so it was. But yes, absolutely, he was involved in color choices, in discussions with us, and it wasn't.
Right, and so I'm just going to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's 11. Talk about that document.
This is not the 14th of March, just to point it out.
Sorry?
This is not the first instance.
Okay, we'll talk about that document. What is that document?
It's a text exchange between Francisco and me in April 25th at 7:53 a.m. I say, "Good morning, Francisco. I'm confirming that I'm coming over to install a couple of things this morning. Hi, this is Francisco. Are you bringing the doors to replace the receipts? No, I'm bringing some additional door jamb material and a gasket to close the gap. No deal. Sorry. Would you still like the thermostat and your cabinet toe kick installed? No. Okay, have a good day. Tell Simon to keep his BS to himself."
Did you feel like you were welcome onto the property after
It
that?
wasn't me, this was Ed. "Tell Simon to keep his BS to himself. Okay, have a good day. I will. I'm going to report him today to IRS and sue him."
So that's a text from who?
From Francisco, the husband of Regina.
And that was part of the work of Reynolds Renovations.
That's right. I mean, this is, my text messages, that my subcontractors, I want to know what they're saying if they're talking at all to my clients, what that talk exchange is.
So part of that is.
It's correspondence.
It's a record kept in your business records.
Yeah, I'm being told my business is going to be sued. That's what I'm told.
And it's a true and accurate copy of the text.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit. Is 11?
Any objection to P11?
I'll object on hearsay.
All right.
I think it's an
Alright.
admission against interest, Your Honor. I mean, he's admitting, basically making a statement against his interest because one of our defenses in this case is that they refused access and to allow us to come onto the property. This is evidence of that. So it's against his interest to make that statement. And for that reason, it comes in.
Not a party to the
He is not
case.
a party to this case. So I don't think I would say it's on those grounds, but I do think it is, the objection should be overruled. So you may proceed.
Do it.
I don't think he is, Counselor. I think he's waiting on your next question. Oh, the defense attorney, sorry.
Sorry.
Good.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm showing you what's marked as plaintiff 16. Are those documents emails between yourself and Francisco Maia
They are.
and also Regina or Ordonez Maia?
That's correct.
And was it your understanding that around this time, in the spring of 2022, that Francisco Maia had authority to talk to you and act on behalf of Mrs. Maia?
Yes,
How did you come to that understanding?
from a text from Regina saying so, or email.
Did Regina ever tell you not to talk to Francisco, that she was the only one that could deal with you?
No.
And had you routinely talked to Francisco about various issues in this matter?
Yes, sir.
And to you, in your opinion, he had authority to talk on behalf of Mrs. Maia,
Yes, sir.
right? And I'd like to, if we could, Your Honor, I'd move to admit plaintiff 16.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know what it is. I think you were talking about exhibit 4.
16.
You said
I'm
16
sorry.
now. That's the one we'd already addressed.
No, 16 is, we haven't talked about this one yet. This is a set of emails.
The set of emails, excuse me. Okay, same objection?
It's the same objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, overruled.
Ms. Ordonez is a party to these emails. So, I mean, she's here and It's a business record of,
Okay, I overruled it.
I'm sorry, Gary. So Simon, that very first email, if you could blow that up, Katie, please, to that top paragraph. What is the date of this email?
29 April.
So this is after substantial completion of the property. There have been a few issues that you need to remedy. And you're trying to do that.
Correct.
And so, tell me what you say here.
I express my condolences on the loss of, I think it was her brother at the time. She had 2 deaths in the family. I say I'm glad that Francisco wants to take care of this, but we're running into obstacles as far as scheduling. Please see below. And I document the interchange that I had with the husband, Francisco. These are notes that he was giving us by text, and that I had to provide him all receipts of all the work that's been done. I don't understand why you refuse to provide receipts. Why are you breaking the law? You must provide me with all these receipts, your tax ID, and then on the 28th, I'm sorry, am I continuing too fast?
No, you're good. Let me ask you some questions about this. You had asked, you were asking them to basically come onto the property and make repairs or finish the items that needed to be finished, correct?
That's right.
And there were a few issues that needed to be remedied, correct?
Correct.
And you stood ready and willing to do that.
That's right.
And is it ever possible that sometimes the first chance you have or the first idea you have how to remedy something isn't the right one and you change it? Does that ever happen?
Sure.
Is that part of the process?
Of course.
Is that part of the healthy process?
Well,
between the
yeah,
builder
I
and
mean,
the
you,
homeowner?
yeah, you want a satisfied client. You're only as good as your last client, really, your last case. So yeah, it's important. It's important both for, and this is a neighbor. There's the rancor that escalated very rapidly. The threat to be sued. Yeah.
And did you, was there ever a demand for Francisco for you to bring money in exchange for access to the property?
Yeah, he told me, bring me my money or don't come on the property.
And do you know what that money was for?
Well, it seemed to vary on a number of things. I'm not quite sure, except that at one point it was $11,000 and then it was $9,000. But I would actually go back again to the 14th when we were denied access there. I can't read some of these.
I would encourage you to, we could scroll down to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, get to the 11th page, mark 215, bottom. You can scroll down. Keep going. Yeah. One more. Simon, this is your response to the VA. Keep going, Katie. And I would like you to read at the very end of, starting with in summary. This is your response to the VA, right? And what are you basically explaining to them?
That we're ready to take care of things, but we must have access to the building and the cooperation of the owners. Respectfully, we have provided the veteran and the Veterans Administration a project in compliance with the plans that were originally submitted and approved by the veteran, his representative, and the Veterans Administration. We ask that we expedite the resolution of these issues.
And in fact, the contract that you signed with Ms. Maia had a warranty period as well, did it?
It did.
What was that?
1 year.
And then when was the CO issued?
It wasn't issued until June of 2022.
Is that when you would consider the start of the warranty period?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
Did
would.
you ever get a list of things to be repaired under warranty from them?
Never.
Other than these things mentioned from the VA?
Correct.
if they had brought you that list of things, did you stand ready, willing, and able to do it?
Yeah, it's part of what we do. We stand by the warranty.
All right, I want to go to, I know, Your Honor, I just have a few more minutes before it'd be a natural place to break. I apologize, I'm a little bit over, but I appreciate your cooperation here. 16, please, Dave. Wait, no, sorry. 18.
Sir.
Simon, I'm showing you with the Marcus plan is 18.
Thank you.
What are those documents?
It's a text exchange from Francisco Maia with me regarding work at 1261.
Are those documents, is this document a true and accurate reflection of, or a copy of the text exchange between the two of you?
Yes, sir.
And is it kept in the ordinary course of business at Reynolds Renovation?
It is.
Your Honor, I move to admit plaintiff's 18.
Objection to P18?
Sorry, no objection.
P18 is admitted.
All right. I'd like you to come to March 9th, 2022. Look at, follow the dates on the right. There you go. A little more, down one more. Okay, keep going. I'm sorry, go back up. Sorry. Right there. Move that bottom page should be on the screen. March 21st. Okay. Stop there, please. You can make that bigger. Simon, I'm directing your attention to the text from March 9th, March 21st, 2022. This is from Francisco to you, correct?
Yep.
What does it say there at the top?
Bring me 11,000, bring my money back, $11,173 plus my receipts, or I'm going to take you to court. I have everything to prove my point.
Okay,
I say, you know, my bookkeeper's coming in later today. We'll pull all the receipts that relate to that quote. We'll get them over as soon as possible. Talks about the length of the fence. And that I received a complaint from the VA representative. I'll be going over it and responding.
right. And was Mr. Maia or Mrs. Maia allowing you access to the property at this time?
No, we were stopped on 14 March.
Okay, and now, if you could, Katie, go to April 29th. That's it right there. And there's a text from April 29th, 2022, if you could read that for the jury.
I will report you to the IRS, report you to state to hire illegal immigrants. I will sue you for all this, and I'd like to see you explain to the judge why you were ripping off a war veteran from Vietnam. If you did this with me, you done with other people. It's up to you. The talk is over. Stop play games. You won't access the house until you give me $9,200 from your fake BS bills. Bring my money back. I'll let you access to the house. If not, I'll see you at court. In the court, I'll mention everything you already know. The BS is over.
Do you understand what he was asking for in terms of the $9,200?
No, I've no idea.
Were you able to ever go to the house and make any other repairs?
Never.
After that date?
Nope.
Did you ever get any kind of list of defects from them stating these are the defects in the construction and this is what has to be done?
If there was a list, it wasn't presented to us to come and remedy them. No.
Prior to this litigation?
Prior to this litigation, that's correct.
You never got a letter from anyone saying, these are a complete list of the defects. Please come and repair those.
It's going to be hearsay again, but the VA actually gave us a list.
Okay, but the four things that we talked about.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm talking about from Miss Maia or Mr. Maia.
No,
Ms.
sir.
Ordonez.
No, nope.
Mr. Maia.
Nope.
Okay. Was it ever your intent in this litigation or in this project to defraud or to steal from Mrs. Maia or Mr. Ordonez?
No.
What was your intent?
To provide a building for her father and her family that they could enjoy and I could be proud of.
What do you think or how do you explain this dispute that we have?
The what? The
How do you
dispute?
explain the dispute that we're having?
I think it escalated with, frankly, with her husband. And,
More about that.
well, I think the interchanges I had with him, he's got a hot temper. And he felt that he had been wronged and decided the way to deal with that was not as civil neighbors, but as you see in the text messages, that he would take me to court.
Okay. And as we've talked about, you did file a lien in this case, right?
That's right.
Was it your intention and your desire to foreclose on their property?
No,
What did you want to have happen?
I wanted to be made whole. I wanted the work that we had done to be paid for. That was it.
Did you understand that there were any time constraints that required filing of a lien within a certain period of time?
I did, yeah.
And did you try to
Apply? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as Appendix Exhibit 26. You filed the lien
Mm-hmm.
and then, well, first of all, what is that document? Is that can you,
It's a notice of lien.
any objection? What's in-
No.
Your Honor, I move to omit 26.
Any objection?
Okay, so
Well, just, he didn't say anything for the record. Any objection?
Oh, no objection, Your
It's
Honor.
admitted.
what is the title of that document? At the very top.
Notice, sorry. Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Notice of contest of lien to, to Simon Reynolds, Reynolds Renovations and Restoration, and our address.
and it's referencing the lien that you filed and the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it says in the paragraph where it says against property owned by Regina Ordonez.
Yep.
And then what's it say that you have to do within next?
You may commence a lien action to enforce your lien is limited to 60 days from the receipt of this notice, 28 June 2022. The above referenced lien will expire and be void if you do not, 1, commence a lien action for recovery of the amount of the lien claim pursuant to Georgia Code 1414-361, 1, within 60 days from receipt of this notice. And number 2, file a notice of commencement of lien action within 30 days of filing the above referenced lien action.
So this document led you to believe that you had to file a lawsuit,
Yeah,
and that's what you did.
that's what we did.
And we've since dismissed the foreclosure of the lien,
Yep,
and it's just a breach of contract case,
that's right.
okay? So in terms of the,
Can you be clear what that means, Counselor?
I will later.
Okay, sorry.
In terms of the ADU contract, and in terms of the contracts or the agreements or the work that was done outside of the ADU,
Mhm.
what's your testimony as to whether the amounts that you charged were fair and reasonable?
That they were indeed fair and reasonable.
Now, what do you base that on?
35 years of working in the industry.
What is your normal arrangement for payment on a construction project?
A deposit to begin work, and then depending, we parse it out. If there's a lender involved, we might break it into 5 over, depending how long a project goes. But that progress merits payment.
But do you typically have a markup, a builder's or?
I
builder
do,
mark-
yeah, and it's 30%. The VA would only allow 20%.
And is that what,
I agreed to. I'm fine by that.
and in all candor, the ADU contract was fixed as those line items,
That's right.
and your 20% was built into those fixed amounts.
That's correct.
But on these other amounts,
Mhm.
that was not part of your transaction. Was that?
That's correct, yeah.
But there, to be fair, you're just seeking the fair and reasonable amount of those deals.
That's right.
Of those works.
That's
Okay.
right.
And you were forced to hire a lawyer to help you represent you in this case,
Yes, sir.
and that would be me.
That would be you.
And we've been working on this case, you know, from its inception.
Yep.
Um, Let's see here. Is there anything else you would like to tell this jury about what your intention was, what your position is in this case, and what you tried to do?
I think we tried to build a good, solid structure behind Regina's house. And I think we were stymied at the end by a confluence of events that included a grief and anger and all those things that go with it. And I'm familiar with every one of those. I'm also familiar with looking after somebody who's bedridden, and I don't like the way this all turned out. I would much rather none of us be here today. But I think we did a fair job for a good cause. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, members of the jury, for your attention this morning. And so now we've reached the point to pause for lunch. And so time is 2:25. Let's see if there aren't any strenuous objections here from any of you. Let's go with a 45 minutes. And I think, put me on the spot for the math. I think that puts us back going at it again at around 1:10. All right. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about this case or anything this case is about while on break. Thank you. You can sit down, sir.
I actually want to stand.
All right, counsel, before we break, I think we just have a logistical hurdle to work around here, which is our Portuguese interpreter. Apparently she thought she was going to be here in the morning. She didn't realize that we might need her indefinitely all afternoon. She will be here at 1 o'clock, like we'd said. But I think that since there's no guarantee we have her tomorrow, that I think we need to take things a little out of order. So I would say that we immediately, if you're now planning to call Mr. Maia still in your case in chief, you go ahead and start his direct when we resume at 1:10. And you could go ahead and do the cross of Mr. Maia and then come back and do the cross of Mr. Reynolds. Any reactions or anyone want to be heard on that procedurally?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
All right.
So we are going to use the interpreter?
Well, that I had said we wouldn't. Yeah, the interpreter would be back over Zoom. It could well be if Mr. Maia just starts responding in English that the interpreter is just on standby and he can resort to her if he needs her and say, "I didn't understand that question. Can you?" But we'll just see how it goes. But yes, the interpreter was going to be here for Mr. Maia.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. But because I don't know if we'll have that interpreter tomorrow or even come 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
I want to kind of change the order of things.
Okay, all right, that, we'll consent to that.
All right. Then let's see if there was anything else. Nothing comes to mind. Anything else any of the parties want to bring up before we recess for lunch on behalf of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Let's come back and be ready to go at 1:10. Thank you all. Lieutenant Lattimore, I think the officer may have given up on us. Can you see if Trey or on John? Oh, there he is. Oh, thank you, sir. Come on down. All right, welcome, sir. You go like, is it just John or?
Anthony?
Well,
Or Tyrone, John?
Tyrone, okay. All right, investigator, so you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you have in this matter before the court, truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, and you're an investigator with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And you caused and prepared this application affidavit seeking some cell phone information. It should contain within true and correct to the best of your knowledge information.
Yes.
You signed this as well previously.
Yes, sir.
So, thanks for waiting. We're gonna get a PDF, we're gonna get a copy of this, we'll bring it right back out to you and then you're good to go.
Thank you.
All right, and I think he's here to see me, so you can let him back into the office. You ready? Yeah, that's fine. More of them.
Yeah, what do you think? We're watching.
Yeah. I think the lady said that.
She's, I'd be the fourth person. That's the doctor.
Yes, I don't think she likes. Now, that could change if she isn't staying for the moment. I don't think she's quite.
Well, it's understandable. They're,
Don't give me more like that.
well, the whole,
Well, you kept looking past me at Maya.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I see. I was watching your reactions.
Major, like they pull my part instead of whole face, but like every now and then, like she asks a question, I consider.
I don't know how much she was laughing.
Yeah, well, that's what they did in, Depot, remember? There's that whole business of, I'm threatening, right? That I seem threatening, tough.
Yeah. Now listen. If something comes up, you ready that one?
Yeah.
I can sit. Yes.
This might be yours. Can't tell, I don't know.
Sitting there with
That you?
your chair kind of through that.
Use your guys'
I think it came off.
scan to send myself a copy.
Thank you, that's a good note. I thought the same thing, and that's why I corrected it.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it was
if
a couple
this
months, I was
is-
like, he's kind of
I
sounding like an
can,
asshole.
you got a business card?
I have the email address, I can write down.
Write it down.
Yes or no?
Simon, do you know what color the sky is?
Tell me, Council.
No. The answer is yes, I do. Not blue.
Make sure I can read it.
Gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha.
Then he'll say, what color is it?
you'll say, oh. You get what I'm saying?
I get it
Have to remember
completely.
that.
Do the work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both.
I gotta get some water in my system.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got.
And an A.
Food.
Let's get you some food.
I haven't eaten yet today. I don't know how I'm not bad.
Atlanta.ga.gov.
Yes.
I can handle that.
Thank you.
I'll send it right now.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
All right, while I'm waiting on that and before we go on the record, let me just check in with counsel. Any issues anticipated on behalf of the plaintiff before we bring back the jury?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just the scheduling in terms of, we have this time, and I'm trying to decide if I should tell her to be here this afternoon. We've got Mr. Maia, his cross. And then we've got Simon's cross and his redirect. I'm not sure that we would get to her today, and I hate to have her come down here away from her other stuff to do that, but obviously we originally had her come in at 1, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen, so we're trying to tell her what the next announcement should be.
All right, Mr. Craig, you want to weigh in on that?
I don't think we're gonna get to her this afternoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't say either if we were going to. So, yeah, I would say that you can direct her to. She'll need to reappear this afternoon. I mean, we've got another 4 hours or so, and that's going to include cross of Mr. Reynolds and all of Mr. Maia. So I think that should be a
Okay, thank you.
full schedule. All right, again, checking with Miss Williams, our interpreter.
Good afternoon.
There we go. Miss Williams, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, so when we're going to resume in just a moment, and we're going to have our witness that I think may just begin testifying in English, and then we'll just ask you to weigh in if he needs your help. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, but I'll go ahead and give you the interpreter's oath when we go back on the record and get started. All right?
Oh, okay. Yes, yes, of course.
All right, great. Anything, Mr. Craig, on your end before we bring back the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then if we could go ahead and bring them in and have Mr. Maia serve, you can come on down.
Bag of Doritos.
Your Honor, is that a beer fridge in front of the?
Well, we may need to reconfigure it that way. That's our media box, and they're supposed to
I
put
see.
it in the back room one day. In order of seniority, so I think that'll be about 2028.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I missed the last thing you said. Our witness is asking for a piece of paper and a pen.
I don't know. Is there any issue with that that's an unusual request?
As long as he understands anything he writes down, I should be entitled to look at.
Yeah. Do you have one to give him?
Sure.
Are we ready for the jury?
Right.
got the restaurant.
Yes.
Okay.
Some notes.
Say that.
Well, let's just do this. Ready? Okay. We'll go back on the record. We are back from our lunch break. All parties and counsel are present. And I've instructed Mr. Maia to go ahead and take the stand. We have our interpreter on Zoom in case her services are needed, and the parties have indicated that they are ready to proceed.
All due to the president, Your Honor.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. We're going to proceed next is we're going to make a logistical change. Ordinarily, at this point, the defense would be entitled to cross-examine Mr. Reynolds, who you just heard from. But because we need to have an interpreter on standby for, I believe, plaintiff's next witness, we're going to take things out of order. So the plaintiff is now going to proceed to call their next witness, and we'll come back to the cross-examination of Mr. Reynolds. So with that, Mr. Burney, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The plaintiff calls Francisco Maia.
Do you swear to?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record.
Francisco Maia. Francisco Maia. FRANCISCO MAIA.
All right, and Mr. Maia, before we proceed any further, I want to check in. Do we have our interpreter, Miss Williams, on Zoom?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you. And if you could just state your name.
Adriana Williams, Portuguese interpreter.
And Miss Williams, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret from Portuguese into English and from English into Portuguese the proceedings before this court in an accurate manner to the best of your skill and knowledge?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. And we will let you know, and the witness will let us know if we need your assistance. All right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burney, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Maia. How are you?
Tudo bem, tranquilo.
I'm sorry?
Everything is fine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maia, I won't belabor the jury. I think everyone understands you're married to Regina Maia, correct?
Yes.
And when were you married?
About 7 years ago.
Okay. And how long have you lived at 1261 Grant Street?
7 years.
Okay. And was she living there before you moved there, or
Sim.
was that a yes?
Sim, she has to translate,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Your Honor, respectfully, would you like the interpreter to interpret?
Well, it sounds like he's kind of switching between the two.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Portuguese. I'm sorry because she's already here.
Okay, there we go.
I understand. That's fine. Mr. Maia, I want to direct your attention to October of 2019.
Senhor Maia, eu quero chamar a sua atenção, falar sobre o dia em outubro de 2019.
Are you familiar with that time period and what was happening then?
Sim,
Você lembra daquele período e o que estava acontecendo então? Yes.
sim.
And
Yes.
you're familiar at that time that you started to, you and your wife, Mrs. Maia, started to have conversations with Simon Reynolds?
Yes.
Você lembra naquele momento? Your Honor,
Did you-
respectfully, do you want the interpreter to interpret or not, Your
I'm
Honor?
sorry. Yeah,
Let's,
because-
if he, how about this? If he answers the question without you needing to interpret, we can just move on to the next question.
Yeah,
If there's a pause, we'll let you
Please.
interpret it. Is that okay, Ms. Williams?
it's
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm pleasing the
Okay.
court and doing the right thing.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I think he answered that. So, Mr. Burney, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you know Mr. Reynolds prior to October 2019?
sim.
How did you know him?
Yes.
É cara que trabalha no bairro. Inclusive, eu queria até corrigir aqui. Ele fica falando que o bairro é Grand Park. Na verdade, o bairro é Chosewood. So, ele é cara conhecido na redondeza lá. Não tem muitas boas informações sobre ele depois de pesquisar sobre ele, mas ele é bem conhecido lá, sim.
It's a guy that works in the neighborhood. I'm going to make a correction here. He says that it's Green Park, but it's another neighborhood.
Chosewood.
Fala de novo?
Chosewood Park.
Choosewood, the right neighborhood is Choosewood Park. There is not good information about him, but he's well known there.
And did you have discussions about hiring Mr. Reynolds to help with the project?
E você conversou com o senhor Reynolds sobre contratá-lo sobre esse projeto?
Eu conversei com minha esposa, não com ele. Minha esposa que achou ele.
I talked to my wife, not to him. My wife found him.
I see. Do you recall texting with him in 2019?
Você lembra ter entrado em mensagem com ele em 2019?
Sim, nós trocamos algumas mensagens depois que eu vi que ele estava mentindo sobre tudo que ele prometeu fazer. Nós mandamos algumas mensagens. Sim,
Yes, we exchanged some messages after I saw that he was lying about what he promised to, what he was going to do. Yes, we exchanged some messages. Yes.
I was referring you to October of 2019. Do you recall exchanging text messages with Mr. Reynolds at that time?
Eu estava me referindo a outubro de 2019. Você lembra-se de ter trocado mensagens com ele naquela época?
na específica data eu não lembro, porque foi há muito tempo atrás, mas a gente manda mensagem, igual todo mundo manda mensagem para os seus amigos aqui. É difícil você lembrar, mas nós tivemos algumas mensagens trocadas. Eu não sei se foi especificamente naquela data que você está trazendo.
It's specifically at that date. I cannot remember, but we send messages like we send to friends of ours, to friends, and I don't remember exactly it was that day, but I remember that we exchanged messages.
Do you recall exchanging messages with him in or around October 2019 to get him access to the property so he could start reviewing the property for the project?
Você lembra
Sim.
de ter trocado com mensagens com ele mais ou menos em outubro de 2019 para que ele tivesse acesso à propriedade e revisar o projeto? Yes.
Sim, eu mandei o problema é que ele já editou tantas mensagens, tantos contratos e outras coisas que eu não acredito nas mensagens que ele vai trazer, que eu sei que ele edita as mensagens, but nós trocamos mensagens em um específico termo.
Yeah, the problem is that he has added so many messages changing things about the contract and other things. And though he has been editing messages, but I know that we exchanged message at some time frame.
You're saying he's been editing messages?
That's what I believe. Yes, sim.
What evidence do you
yes.
have that he's been editing messages?
Que provas você tem de que ele está fazendo, editando mensagens?
Baseado no comportamento dele, que eu tô tendo com ele desde o começo, que tudo que ele fala é mentira e a gente tem aqui todas as provas e evidências para provar que as mentiras que ele vai falando. A partir desse momento, eu até dei um nickname para ele, Mr. BS, you know?
Based on his behavior and all the evidence that I have since the very beginning, all the lies, and we have proof and evidence about all the lies that he has said. I even gave him a nickname, which is BS.
Mr.
Okay,
Mr.
What I'd ask
Yes.
you is if you have any evidence that Mr. Reynolds edited any text message that's been presented here in court.
O que eu estou perguntando é se você tem alguma prova de alguma mensagem que o senhor Reynolds editou para você que esteja apresentada aqui no juizado.
Não, são vocês que editam, é vocês que têm que trazer as mesmas mensagens que a gente trocou.
Oh, you are the ones that added, you are the ones who have to bring all the messages that we have exchanged.
I object to the response. What I asked you, sir, is if you have any evidence that Mr. Reynolds has edited any text messages.
Eu fiz uma objeção à sua resposta. Eu estou perguntando se você tem alguma prova que o senhor Reynolds editou algumas perguntas.
Não aqui comigo, mas no Discovery que a gente fez, a gente tem muitas evidências de muitas coisas que ele fala que faz e não faz, e fez e não vai. É isso, né?
Not here with me, but on the Discovery, we have a lot of evidence of things that he said that he did and he did not do, or he didn't do.
So you don't have any evidence that Mr. Reynolds edited any text messages, correct?
Eu acabei
Então
de
você não
responder.
tem prova que o senhor Reynolds não editou nenhuma message. Your Honor, respectfully for the interpreter, it's difficult sometimes for the interpreter to know if I interpreted the question or not, because I'm not sure if the witness will understand or not. So I need guidance from the court to know when I have to interpret.
Okay,
'Cause I-
so I think the best thing for us to do is, if he immediately answers a question, there's nothing for you to do except interpret his answer.
Yeah, just
But if
ignore,
it,
yeah.
let me
Oh,
handle
sorry.
this. If he pauses or asks for your help, then interpret the question and his response. And Mr. Maya, I know it's difficult because she's on that screen behind you. Maybe you can't see her there. We just got to make sure we're not interrupting each other, because he's got to write down every single word. That's very difficult to do. All right. I don't know where we were. Mr. Bernie, maybe.
Não aqui comigo, a resposta.
Not here with me. This is my answer.
No caso, a resposta seria, eu já respondi isso, né?
In the case, the answer is I already answered you that.
Okay. I respectfully disagree that you've answered it. I asked you, you raised the issue that Mr. Reynolds has edited text messages. What do you mean by edited?
Eu respeito, com todo respeito, eu discordo. Você está dizendo que o senhor Reynolds editou as mensagens. O que você quer dizer com editou?
As mensagens, elas são longas e bem explicativas. É claro que ele vai trazer na corte apenas as pequenas montagens da mensagem que ele quer para proteger ele. É disso que eu estou falando.
The messages, they are long.
Basicamente, traga a mensagem inteira. Porque o que você mostrou para a gente são trechos. Você está entendendo? É isso. Isso que chama editar. Editar não quer dizer apenas mudar o que falou. Editar é apenas trazer trechos de uma longa conversa que a gente teve.
The conversations and the messages, interpreter makes a correction. The messages are long and there are explanations in these messages. What I'm saying is that bringing here just parts of the message, they're basically trying to protect him and not not bringing the entire messages here. So when I say editing, what I mean is also that not bringing the entire message, but only portions of the messages. And so it should be brought the entire message other than only portions of it.
Do you have any particular text message that you are saying you've only been given a part of the message?
I don't have here with me. Não, eu não tenho comigo.
I don't have here with me.
Is there a particular message that you're talking about that made you say that?
Tem uma mensagem particular que você está falando sobre isso?
Eu não tenho aqui comigo.
I don't have here with me.
Do you have it somewhere else?
Você tem outro lugar?
Tá tudo no Discovery.
Everything is in Discovery.
Okay.
A gente pode ficar falando aqui horas em horas, né? Mas no final das contas, existe um discovery, because existe um processo, existe um discovery, e todas as provas estão no discovery. Todas as mentiras que ele jogou, todos os... É para isso que temos o discovery, você está entendendo? Não é minhas palavras que está aqui, é para isso que eu contratei também another constructor, uma pessoa que saiba mais de construção para vir aqui e explicar todos os problemas na construção, porque no final das coisas, as minhas palavras não valem muito porque eu não tenho experiência com construção. Basicamente é isso. Mas eu tenho a knowledge de saber o que ele está fazendo na construção é muito errado. É isso.
Look, we can be talking here for hours and hours, but at the end of the day, what is important is the discovery and the process we are talking about. And in the discovery, we have all the lies that may have been said. That's why we have the discovery. So not my words just here, my words, but the discovery is important. And that's why I hired someone that knows about construction that could talk more about this, because maybe my words will not be valid here because I don't know a lot about construction. But I know basically that a lot of things that have been done were wrong.
Thank you. Again,
Só um momentinho. Toda essa confusão se deu porque o Simon, ele é uma ótima pessoa de combinar na sua frente, ele é uma ótima pessoa, usar esse termo em inglês, ele sweet talk you. Tudo que você combina com ele, depois que ele vira as costas, ele faz totalmente diferente do jeito que ele quer, não do jeito que foi combinado.
Well, just one moment. Let I say, all this confusion, this is happening because, you know, Simon is a great person, so that you agree on in front of you. And I'll use an English term here, like he will sweet talk you in front of you, but when he turns his back to you, he will do things that are different from what was agreed upon.
As mensagens que ele...
Let's stop. Let's
Oh, I'm
get it back
sorry.
on track. Ask a question.
thank you, sir. Mr. Maia, when was the first time that you became aware, as you say, that there was some problem with what Mr. Reynolds had done?
Senhor Maia, qual foi a primeira vez que você ficou ciente de que estava alguma coisa errada com o que o seu Reynods fez?
Sim, no começo vamos dizer, do bife, no começo do problema. No começo do problema foi que Simon, ele roubou o countertop e a gente argumentou com o Simon que a gente teria ideia de trocar um countertop que a gente tem dentro da nossa casa. É uma peça fora da construção que a gente está fazendo. Simon era suposto de ter entrado na casa apenas para tirar medidas, ok? Ele veio, trocou o countertop por um countertop que ele escolheu, que não foi o que a gente escolheu, tá entendendo? He overpriced, because ele falou pra gente que o countertop seria um preço, e na hora de pagar, ele jogou o preço 2 vezes acima do preço.
Um momento, senhor.
Sim.
Interpreter respectfully ask for a pause so that she does not forget. In the beginning, let's say the beginning of this problem, Simon, but basically we robbed because we had a countertop that we had a countertop in the house and we wanted to change. And this was a piece that was outside of the construction, and he came to get the measurements. And then when he went to change, to replace the countertop, it was overpriced. That's when the interpreter score pode. Sim, senhor.
Acima disso, além dele ter overpriced, eu fui do lado de fora e perguntei, Simon, cadê o meu countertop, o usado, que eu quero, que eu vou instalar ele? Em outra casa, obviamente. E ele falou, não, o countertop não está mais aqui não, eu joguei no lixo. E aí eu falei, traz para mim. Ele agora já está mudando a história inteira, que o countertop, quem, no caso, roubou, foi a pessoa que instalou o countertop dentro da casa, porque eu ajudei o cara a tirar o countertop de dentro da minha casa para colocar para fora, porque pesa 100 pounds. So, eu vi o cara instalando, eu conversei com ele é do Brasil, aí ele fala português também, eu ajudei ele a colocar um countertop in my backyard. 30 minutos depois, o countertop sumiu, o Simon roubou e botou a culpa em cima do cara.
So regarding the countertop, when we talked about this, and then I said that we wanted the countertop, I wanted to use that countertop for another house, obviously use the same one that I had in this house and use in another house. And I helped, I helped the person, and I said, look, I wanted this countertop back. And he said, oh no, I threw it out, it's in the trash. But then I helped the person to get this countertop and bring it to outside of the house. This countertop is like 100 pounds. So I helped this guy to bring it outside of the house. This guy is actually from Brazil. So we had this conversation and in Portuguese. And but then later he said that changed his story and said that the person robbed the countertop.
E on the discovery, nós pedimos para o Simon provar, trazer o telefone e o contato da pessoa que instalou o countertop, porque Simon estava acusando-o de roubo. E eu sei que o cara não roubou, porque eu estava com ele o momento inteiro, eu ajudei a colocar do lado de fora.
And on this conversation, actually, Simon, I asked for the discovery because Simon said and I wanted to prove, he said that this guy robbed, and I asked him for the telephone and the contact number because he was accusing him of theft, and I know that he did not because I helped him out to get it out.
So, e on the discovery, é por isso que a gente fez o discovery, para trazer o telefone do cara, esse cara podia estar hoje aqui se defendendo, mas Simon prefere mentir no discovery e mentir para poder proteger o lado dele. É muito fácil para mim vir aqui falar desse caso, porque tudo que eu tenho que fazer aqui é trazer as mentiras que o Simon traz no processo inteiro. Nós temos o discovery para isso, como eu já mencionei, e todas as evidências.
So it's easier for him just to come here and say the things, and we have the discovery, like I said, we have the discovery, so that we can show what happened, because he wants to just to protect his own side, his side of the story, and like I said, we have the discovery to talk about all the lies.
So on that day, foi quando começou o problema. Quando eu comecei a questionar o Simon, cadê o meu countertop, eu notei que a minha madeira no meu backyard foi roubada também. Eu estou falando de muita madeira. Temos as fotos para provar de novo. Aí eu conversei com ele e falei, Simon, eu vou ligar para a polícia agora, porque o que você está fazendo é muito sujo. O Simon, essa palavra em português, I forgot, em português, begged. Ele begged me para eu não ligar para a polícia, porque ele prometeu que no próximo dia ele ia trazer a Bobcat, ia arrumar a driveway, que está toda desarrumada, ia consertar tudo que o Pablo, que é o builder que eu contratei para vir aqui, tudo que o Pablo vai falar, Simon prometeu para mim que iria fazer caso eu não ligasse para a polícia no dia que eu descobri que ele roubou o meu countertop e roubou minha madeira no meu backyard. E outra coisa, é para isso que serve... Você quer um pouquinho mais de tempo? It's okay.
So that's when the problem started, because he robbed the countertop, and also and I noticed after that he robbed the wood that was in the backyard, and I'm talking about a lot of wood, and that's when I said that I'm going to have a conversation with him, and I was going to talk, whoever makes a correction, call the police. And I said, what you're doing is dirty. And then he said, oh, no, I'm not, do not call the police. And then that's why also I had want to have Pablo here it was the other person that will talk about the construction, and he came to correct. And then he said that he would fix that if I did not call the police, and that all these again is in discovery.
All right, and let's ask a question.
Mr. Maia, is it possible that when you're saying countertop, you're talking about a sink? The marble sink?
This size, 100 pounds, heavy, you can lift.
Well, that's not saying much, sir.
I'm telling you, man.
The marble sink that you're talking...
That's okay. We don't need that. You can proceed, Mr. Bernie.
So when you say countertop, I'm not trying to be tricky. I'm trying to make sure I understand. When you say countertop, you're referring to the faux marble sink, the marble sink that was in the house, not the ADU, but in the house, correct?
Yes.
And so you're complaining that Mr. Reynolds didn't provide that to you after he removed it.
Ele roubou.
He
Na
robbed
cara
it.
dura. Robbed
You
it.
rubbed it.
And aí falei para ele que eu ia ligar para a polícia, porque não só o countertop, como a madeira no fundo do quintal, no backyard.
And I told him that I was going to call the police because it was not only the countertop, but the wood that was in the back of the backyard.
E ele me prometeu que no próximo dia, se eu não ligasse para a polícia, ele iria trazer uma Bobcat e iria consertar toda a minha driveway, porque a driveway é inoperante. Ninguém dá conta de dirigir um carro assim na driveway. E remover todo o excesso de dirt from my backyard, because ele fez. E outra coisa que é bem importante falar também, no Discovery, a gente prova que ele roubou, ele e o partner dele, o Ed, eles roubaram. Ed, no Discovery, assume, eles roubaram o meu countertop.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Yes, he said that he promised that if I did not call the police, that the following day he would bring a bobcat to fix the driveway, that it was completely inoperable. No one could be able to drive over there, and he would remove all the excessive dirt that was there. Another thing that is very important in the discovery, there would be the evidence that it was theft that was also by his partner, Ed.
Yeah, on the Discovery.
Sir, hold on, let me ask you questions, if you would. I understand you have a lot that you want to say, but it has to come through answers to my questions, okay? Is that going to be translated or no?
O senhor tem que aguardar então porque eu sei que o senhor tem que falar toda. Okay.
All right, Mr. Bernie.
Mr. Maia, I think you refer to that sink that you're talking about, the countertop, as being, as you put it, worth $500, correct? Just yes or no, sir?
O senhor disse que aquela. Yes.
Okay, and did
Eu não
you,
falei que vale $500, eu só falei que sim, é o countertop.
Oh, I did not say that it's worth $500. I'm just saying that yes, it's the countertop.
are you aware that on March 9th, 2022, you wrote a text to Simon saying, and this is in plaintiff's exhibit 18, which is in evidence in this case.
Eu ainda quero
Hold on a
saber.
second, sir, I'm not done yet, please. That you said on March 9th, 2022, in a text message to Simon Reynolds, you said, also, I need my $500 sink you took. Do you recall saying that? I'm
O senhor
sorry,
está
ma'am.
ciente? No problem, sir. Você lembra-se que numa mensagem que foi feita no dia 9 de março de 2022, de novo, 9 de março de 2022, foi uma mensagem, e isso está na prova documental do requerente da ação, prova documental número 18, que você diz na mensagem, eu quero o meu countertop, a minha pia de volta, que tem um valor de $500.
Sim, $500 é o valor do countertop que ele prometeu para mim te instalar na minha casa. Você tá entendendo? E aí ele prometeu um preço e na hora de pagar ele jogou o preço lá em cima. E eu ainda tô aqui. Cadê o meu countertop? Cadê minha madeira do meu backyard que roubaram? Que eles assumiram que roubaram? Cadê? Ele vai ser responsável pelo esse crime? Ele vai ser preso por isso? Porque está provado no Discovery que ele roubou.
This $500, it means that countertop that he said that he was going to bring back, and then is he going to be arrested because of the crime that he did of the robbing the countertop or the wood? And this is in the discovery mentioning that.
Mr. Maia, have you ever gone to the police and filed a report against Mr. Reynolds?
Senhor Maia, o senhor já foi na polícia e fez um boletim de ocorrência contra o senhor Reynolds?
Não, eu não fiz porque ele prometeu para mim que no outro dia ele ia vir trazer a Bobcat e consertar tudo que era suposto ele consertar. Mas como eu acabei de falar, ele sweet talk to you, so he can make more time. And igual, como eu falei antes, tudo que a gente combinou não vale nada e no outro dia ele só queria ir embora. E that's it.
No, I did not, because like I said, he promised that he would come the following day with the Bobcat to fix the driveway. But like I said before, in the end, he was just sweet talking me, like I said, and everything that it was agreed, it disappeared the following day.
O meu erro.
Sir, please, let me ask the question. So I'm not trying to be rude, just trying to follow the process here. You say in an email or a text message to Mr. Reynolds on March 21st, 2022, you say, bring my money back, 11,173 plus my receipts, or I'm going to take you to court. I have everything to prove my point.
Yeah.
Where did you come up with the number $1,173?
No momento, eu estava fazendo de tudo para ele apenas terminar o contrato. Você tá entendendo? E eu dei números para ele só para motivá-lo, ele para get the thing done. I have my father-in-law dying on my living room from Vietnam with poison orange, okay? And guess what? My mistake, o meu erro foi ter dado para ele o benefício da dúvida e ter dado ele uma segunda chance. E o que ele fez? Ele colocou um fake lien holder na minha casa e tentou roubar a minha casa com o meu father-in-law morrendo, literalmente morrendo aqui no meu living room. E o resto você já sabe o que é.
Yana, there was a portion that the interpreter did not understand. May the interpreter ask witness to repeat one portion? He said, witness said something fake and I did not understand the word.
Yeah, okay.
O senhor falou alguma coisa de fake? Eu não entendi a palavra, senhor.
Não, porque o meu erro foi ter dado para ele o benefício da dúvida, de não ligar para a polícia naquele dia, porque ele prometeu para mim que iria arrumar tudo no próximo dia. So, eu não liguei para a polícia, eu dei para ele uma chance, e o que ele fez? Ele, em vez dele me pagar e terminar toda a construção que a gente combinou, do jeito que a gente combinou, ele colocou um lien holder na casa, tentando roubar a minha casa do meu father-in-law.
Okay. Lien hold.
Yeah.
Certo, senhor? Lien hold. Okay. Thank you, Anna, for letting the interpreter clarify. Well, my mistake was giving him the benefit of the doubt that amount that I said, it was just something that I said to give him like a motivation for him to finish the job. I had my father-in-law that he was dying from Vietnam, that he has been in Vietnam, literally dying in my living room. And I tried to give him another chance. And he said that he was going to come back and finish all the things that he needed from the construction. And then in the end, that he put a fake, a lien hold on the house, on my father-in-law's house.
Thank you. Mr. Maia, not only did you threaten to report Mr. Reynolds to the police, you also threatened to report him to the IRS, correct?
O senhor ameaçou de fazer uma denúncia para a polícia, mas também para o imposto de renda, correto? Receita Federal, correto?
Sim.
Yes.
Thank you. Why did you threaten to report him to the IRS?
Well, porque eu sei todos os erros que ele está fazendo no contrato e como ele está usando o nosso pagamento para rodar outras empresas. Ele usa, entendeu?
Because I know all the mistakes that he's done in the contracts, and also how he's using our money to run other companies. Do you understand?
What other companies is he using the money to run?
I don't know.
Yeah, que outras empresas ele... Oh, I don't
Eu
know.
não posso responder.
Why did you say it?
Eu não posso responder por ele.
I cannot answer this for him.
In one of your other comments, the comment you made about the IRS were the workers that worked for him. Does that refresh your recollection about why you were going to call the IRS?
No.
Did you have any complaint or issue with the workers that worked for him?
Only Ed que roubou minha madeira. Eu perdi O problema dos workers é que eu pedi no Discovery, mais uma vez, ele não providenciou tudo no Discovery, o telefone de contato de todas as pessoas que trabalharam na casa e ele se recusou a trazer essa informação do Discovery. Por isso, eu teria, se ele tivesse respondido o Discovery da forma que a gente esperava, eu teria mais argumento ou mais pessoas para citar. Por agora, o meu único problema é com ele e o Ed, que o Ed assumiu no Discovery que ele roubou minhas coisas de dentro da minha casa.
Only add that Rob the Wood, the thing that I have, the problem regarding the other workers is that I have asked him on Discovery to provide all the telephone and contact information of all the works. And if I had that, I would have more things, more people to have to give more evidence. But at the moment, I only have problems with him and Ed, who has Rob from inside of my house.
Mr. Maia, on April 27, 2022, you wrote a text message to Mr. Reynolds, which reads in part, and I could read the whole thing and will if you insist. It reads in part, I will report you to IRS, report you to state to hire illegal immigrants. I will sue you for all this, and I'd like to see you explain to the judge why you're ripping off a war veteran from Vietnam. If you did this with me, you've done with other people. It's up to you. The talk is over.
Yeah.
So you were complaining that his workers were illegal.
No, I have no problem with his workers. I have a problem with Discovery. I was trying to eu tava falando para ele do tipo, cara, tudo que você tem que fazer é como tá no contrato. Você tá entendendo? Se nós temos um Discovery que você tem que me providenciar o telefone de todas as pessoas que trabalharam na casa, você tem que providenciar. Ele mentiu no Discovery de novo. Esse que é o problema. Ele nunca faz o que é combinado. Ele simplesmente faz o que ele acha que tem que fazer.
No, the problem is that it's about the contract. He does not follow the contract, and I don't have problems with the workers, but I wanted him to provide the telephone and contact information of all his workers in the Discovery, which he did not do. The problem is he never does what he has to do.
So, Mr. Maia, this case was filed in August of 2022. You wrote a text in April of 2022 threatening to report Mr. Reynolds to the IRS for hiring illegal workers.
And
here's the question. Do you expect that kind of threat to get someone to cooperate with you and finish the contract?
Posso falar? Sim.
May I speak?
Yes, sir. What is the worst threat? You losing your house for a liar? He put a fraudulent lien in my house, trying to steal my house, with my father-in-law dying in my living room, my mother-in-law living with me, my wife losing her brother dying in Florida. What is the more threat here? Or I just text him, if you don't do your job you're supposed to, I'm gonna call IRS or whoever have to take care of this. That's the reason we are here today, because he refused. I gave him many chances to don't be here today. I tried to work with the guy as much as I could, but like I said, in front of you, he's the nicest guy ever. He smile, he bring you chocolates to sweet talk to you. And his whole English team, that's one more his life. I don't understand what he say. I want to talk about Bobby Cat is supposed to hear the next day. That's one more line. He's gonna use the language barriers to say, I don't understand what this guy say. And se a gente está falando de threat, Mr. Simon, he's so infant. He behaved like
Sure.
a.
Let me stop you there.
Let's get back to a question.
Because we talk
so-
about threat.
Just
We
pause,
talk about
pause,
threat.
pause.
Sure.
Okay.
So, sir,
Would you
as
pause, just pause.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because I said in English, I don't.
We'll mark that as non-responsive and we can move on to the next question.
So, Mr. Maia, on March 21st, 2022, you demanded $11,173. And then on April 27th, 2022, you demanded $9,200. In fact, on April 29th, 2022, you wrote a text to Mr. Reynolds that says, "Stop play games. You won't access the house until you give me my $9,200 from your fake BS bills. Bring my money back, I'll let you access the house. If not, I'll see you at court. In the court, I'll mention everything you already know. The BS is over." You would not let Mr. Reynolds come to the property unless he brought you $9,200, correct?
Correct? He's supposed to come with the proper with the Bobcat like he promised you on the day before.
It doesn't
To
say
fix
anything.
everything.
Oh, pause. We're not going to interrupt each other.
Sorry, my
You can finish
apologies.
your answer.
I've got an objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, you can't understand it. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So from here on out, you can, let's have you answer in Portuguese.
Okay,
Tim-
let's stick with Portuguese. I
Okay,
apologize.
so-
Because I want to prove to you guys.
Sir, still working on some things. You're going to answer in Portuguese. Mr. Craig has an objection.
That was it. I just
Okay.
wanted him to answer
All
in
right.
Portuguese.
I think there was a question asked. He was in the midst of answering it. Why don't you finish answering it and then our interpreter will respond. Okay. Mr. Maia.
Sim, realmente, eu falei para eles, depois que você terminar todo o trabalho que a gente combinou, para eu não ligar para a polícia você vai ter que me retornar o dinheiro, inclusive, é muito bom explicar isso, porque a construção, a gente tem um contrato fechado, certo? Mr. Simon, ele veio para casa, ele abriu my backyard, ele deixou minha casa aberta e ele prometeu para mim em começar a construção em 2 semanas. 2 semanas.
Moment, senhor. Yes, what I said is that I said that he would have to finish his work and then bring my money back. It's very important to talk about this. The construction, we had a contract that was closed, and then he opened my backyard, and then he said that he was going to start in 2 weeks.
E ele começou a construção depois de mais de ano. It's important to explain your question. This is very
Okay,
important.
but you just answered the question.
No, I did not.
All right. We'll let you finish the answer, but I will direct you, sir. Listen to the questions asked.
It is
Only
the
answer the question asked, okay?
It is
You
this
can finish
question.
your answer
Yeah. So,
in Portuguese.
depois de a gente falar inúmeras vezes, e de 2 semanas para começar a construção, ele foi começar a construção depois de mais de 1 ano, e depois de mais de 1 ano, ele threatened me. Eu só vou começar essa construção se você me der um cheque depósito de $5.000 para me começar a construção depois de 1 ano. Sendo que nós temos contrato com ele, era para ele ter começado a construção há 1 ano atrás, em 2 semanas, tá entendendo?
Yes, what happened is that when he was supposed to start the work in 2 weeks, and then he started more than 1 year later, and we had a contract, and then he began threatening me that he would only start if I had a deposit of $5,000, and this was 1 year later, even though in the contract it was said to be done 2 weeks later.
E ele nunca retornou o depósito.
He never returned the deposit.
And you're saying it's a deposit for $5,000?
Yes, e tá no Discovery.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's one of them, and it is in the Discovery.
Okay.
Você sabe o que é depósito,
It's
Mr.?
sir.
Do you know what is a deposit, sir?
Okay, that's unnecessary. You can ask your question, Mr. Bernie.
Isso é desnecessário, o senhor pode responder fazer a pergunta, senhor.
Mr. Maia, when you told Mr. Reynolds not to come to the property unless he brought $9,200, you expected him to obey that commandment, correct?
Senhor Maia, quando você...
Eu entendi. Esse foi o nosso combinado. Né?
This is what we agreed upon.
You're saying that Mr. Reynolds agreed to bring you $9,200 so he could come and make the finishing corrections to the property?
Você está dizendo que o senhor Reynolds concordou em trazer para você $9.200 para ele continuar e terminar o trabalho?
Não, igual eu te falei, o número 9.000 é apenas um dos que eu achei, inúmeros depósitos que foram depósitos que ele nunca não. Então, naquele específico momento, como eu estava com minha cabeça cheia de coisa, igual eu te falei, eu dei para ele o benefício da dúvida de não ligar para a polícia. Vamos fazer isso aqui da maneira mais forte. Traz a Bobcat amanhã, arruma tudo que você tem que fazer, finaliza o contrato do jeito que a gente combinou no contrato e tá tudo certo, let's move on. But, como eu falei, foi o meu mistake de não ter ligado para a polícia na hora, porque ele mentiu mais uma vez e não fez nada, e por isso que a gente está aqui. E depois de tudo isso, ele foi e colocou um lien holder falso, tentando roubar minha casa, para tentar cobrir todas as mentiras dele.
No, this was one of the deposits, and at that moment, I had a lot of things in my mind. There was one amount, and I gave him, and it was my mistake. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I just told him, bring the Bobcat and finish up with the work that is in the contract, and everything is fine. Then we'll move on. That was my mistake, that I did not just go to the police. And then on top of that, at the end, he still put a hold on my house.
Ele tentou roubar a
So
casa.
thank you, Mr.
He
Maia.
tried to rob the house.
So to be clear, you're not the owner of the house, are you?
Então, para esclarecer o senhor, não.
But you were working on this project with your wife and were in charge of controlling access to the property from Mr. Reynolds.
Sim, porque ele fez toda a situação se tornar um pesadelo.
If you
Yes,
said
because
don't,
he made the situation, interpret, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, go
You
ahead,
can
ma'am.
finish the entirety of his answer.
Yes, because he made the situation into a complete nightmare.
Okay. And so when you told him not to come to your property unless he brought the money, you meant it. Correct?
Então, quando você falou para ele não vir para sua casa, a não ser que ele trouxesse o dinheiro, você estava sendo sério com isso, certo?
Não, eu tenho um contrato com ele, é simples, é tudo que a gente quer. Eu quero falar que é o contrato. Temos um contrato. Entregue o contrato do jeito que a gente combinou, é só isso. Ele prometeu entregar o contrato, eu falei, eu vou te dar o benefício da dúvida. Mas ele não faz.
Yes, we have a contract. It's simple. Just do whatever is written on the contract. He said that he was going to do as if the contract, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but he does not follow through.
So I object to the responsiveness of the answer. What I've asked you, Mr. Maia, is that when you told Mr. Reynolds in April of 2022 not to come to the property without the money because he was trying to make some repairs, you meant it, and he wasn't to come unless he brought the money, correct?
With all repairs done first.
But he had to bring the money.
Because você acha que você acha que eu vou confiar num cara que está mentindo para mim todos os dias, depois que ele terminar tudo o que ele tem que fazer? Se você... A gente vai mostrar as fotos aqui no Discovery. Se você vê a porta que esse cara instalou dentro da minha casa, é de rir. Realmente, eu dei para ele. Traz os meus $9.000 depois que você terminar toda a construção primeiro, que eu tenho um contrato com você. Eu não estou aqui falando pela boca, não. Existe o contrato.
Do you think that I'm going to believe a guy that is lying to me every day? I said after you finish everything that has to be done in the house, in the construction, if you see that the door that was installed, it's something just to laugh about. And then I said, you bring the 9,000 after all that is done through the contract, and we have a contract here.
Thank you, sir. I'm referring again to the April 29th text you sent him that says, You won't access the house until you give me my 9,200 from your fake BS.
What
It
is it?
doesn't say anything about doing the work first and then paying him, does it?
Porque esse combinado foi fora num dia antes, exatamente foi nesse dia, um dia antes foi o problema do countertop e da madeira que foi roubada, que eu falei para ele. E ele prometeu para mim, como eu falei, o Simon é muito bom, ele olha no seu olho, ele aperta sua mão, ele combina com você, no outro dia, nada que ele falou vale nada.
This was after it was agreed upon, but the day before it was what happened with the countertop of the wood. You know, Simon is very good at looking you at your eye and holding and shaking hands, and the following day, nothing is good.
You asked for receipts in this case. Did Mr. Reynolds provide the receipts?
Eu acho que ele não providenciou todos os recibos como no Discovery.
I don't think he provided all the receipts through Discovery.
Porque é importante, até bom você ter falado nisso. Ele é suposto. Desculpa, fala.
It is actually good that you talked about this. He's supposed to. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's supposed to everything. Tudo que ele está lá na casa é suposto dele comprar novo e trazer os recibos com a nota fiscal. Esses recibos são usados para você. Ele é suposto de fazer um profit em cima da compra, se eu não me engano, de 20% apenas. O que ele fez? Ele foi em um warehouse, tudo que ele comprou na casa é returned from outras construções, tudo que ele trouxe e montou na minha casa são peças usadas, sucateadas de outras construções. Tanto é que eu tive que pedir para ele mudar o microwave, porque ele instalou um microwave knockdown on my kitchen. Então,
yes, so what is important is that everything that is installed, you should bring all things that are new with the receipts, the actual receipts, because these are going to show that these things are not used, and you would only be able or should only be able to profit 20% over that. But he did this through warehouses of things that were returned or reused from other constructions. And then he brought these parts and things used from other constructions. And he actually put a microwave that was completely bad.
Mr. Maia, on March 2nd, 2022, Mr. Reynolds texted you at 2:34 in the afternoon and said, folder with receipts, invoices, middle shelf above the counters in the casita. Is that correct?
no.
You never saw the folders?
No.
Why is there not a text from you after that going, there is no folder with the receipts?
Porque não tem uma mensagem de você para ele depois disso, dizendo não tem nenhuma pastinha com os recibos?
Não, era suposto ele trazer um Discovery, ele não trouxe. Aqui é pleno e simples, amigo. Você vai no Walmart, você compra coisa por $100. Você retorna, essa peça é usada, essa peça é revendida pelo Walmart pelo preço de 40. Tudo que ele trouxe para mim foi recibos que não provam que ele comprou essa peça nova. Eu não quero montar uma casa nova com produtos usados, eu estou pagando o preço máximo para ter qualidade e ele não está trazendo. Basicamente é isso o lance dos recibos. Ele está querendo fazer um grande deal com recibo porque ele está tentando proteger o cliente dele. Eu entendo isso.
You were working, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
So this is very easy. He was supposed to show this in Discovery. Look, if you go to Walmart and you buy something for, like, say, $100, and then you return, this is like something that is now used, and then Walmart will resell it for $40. So that's why we need the receipts. If I don't want things in my house that are used because I want a new house, and he's trying to use this receipt for like a little good deal for him and to protect his customers.
Mr. Maia, you were working in conjunction with your wife on this project, correct?
Eu assumi depois de tanta raiva que vocês passaram nela.
I took it over after she got very angry with this.
When was that?
Quando foi?
Foi assim depois do dia que ele falou para mim para eu não ligar para a polícia porque ele tinha roubado a minha madeira e meu countertop.
It was as soon as the day after he told me not to call the police because he has robbed my countertop and my wood.
So it would have been, you took it over at or about the time that you were complaining about the fact that he had taken the sink, correct?
Então foi mais ou menos, você assumiu depois que ele levou a pia, correto?
Sim, a pia podemos dizer que foi o pontapé inicial onde eu comecei a descobrir todas as coisas erradas que ele fez. Que eu comecei a prestar atenção na construção, que até então eu não estava prestando atenção.
Yeah, I would say that the sink was the last straw that he did, and then I began paying attention what was happening at the construction because until then I was not paying attention to what was happening in the construction.
Did you install the appliances in the ADU? You personally?
Você instalou os eletrodomésticos, você pessoalmente?
Não,
Não.
eu paguei para ele instalar.
I paid for him to install them.
É por isso que eu contratei ele.
That's why I hired him.
Did you purchase any of the appliances?
Você comprou algum desses eletrodomésticos?
Não.
Não.
Era ele que é suposto trazer. O nosso trabalho é apenas de escolher determinado eletrodoméstico, ou cor, ou modelo que a gente quer. Tanto é que a gente escolhemos a porta do living room para o bathroom. Se pedir para ele mostrar a foto da porta para o Juro aqui, o Juro vai rir. A porta é tão mal feita, se você passar dentro da sala, você vê a pessoa fazendo cocô dentro do banheiro. É patético. É patético.
No, we were supposed to choose, like, let's say, the color and the model. And if you see that picture of the door, interpreter makes a correction, of a picture of the door that was to go from the living room to the bathroom. If you take this picture and you show this to the jury will begin to laugh because if you look at the picture of the door, you can actually see the person pooping in there. It's pathetic.
With regards to the appliances, Mr. Maia, on March 23rd, 2022, you texted Mr. Reynolds and you said, I checked the project yesterday. There is 3 majorly wrong things that must be fixed. 1, I placed the refrigerator on the kitchen. There is no space enough between the countertop to a wheelchair pass. It must be fixed. I might need to break the entire wall between the kitchen and the bathroom to place the refrigerator right. Does that refresh your recollection of whether you placed the refrigerator?
Como eu falei, são pequenos trechos de mensagem que ele está trazendo aqui, mas as conversas que eu tive com ele foram muito longas e bem explicativas, e ele literalmente entendeu o meu inglês. O que ele está tentando fazer agora, igual ele tentou fazer ontem, eu não entendo o inglês dele, blá, blá, blá. É isso que ele está tentando, tá entendendo? Uma coisa para corrigir no lance do inglês, ontem ele mencionou que eu não vim aqui porque eles estavam mas isso não está com a pergunta, eu não vou nem responder isso, não. Deixa pra lá.
Like I said before, he's just showing little portions of the messages, but these were very long conversations with a lot of explanations. And then he'll say something like, oh, I did not understand his English, blah, 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 like I mentioned yesterday. Oh, actually, I'm not going to say this because it's not a response for the question.
Mr. Maia, you understand and know that Mr. Reynolds also speaks Spanish. Do you know that?
I have no idea.
Have you ever spoken that with him?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard him speaking Spanish?
No.
You don't speak Spanish?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Anyone need a minute?
Can I just say something?
Oh, maybe. We'll just see if you get a question about it. Anyone need a minute? If not, we'll go forward with cross-examination. Mr. Craig.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions for this witness.
All right. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Bernie?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Maia, you can step down.
So
Thank you.
Maia pode descer. Obrigada.
Ms. Williams, thank you for your time today. You're excused as well. Take care.
Oh, may I disconnect then, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Obrigado, tá?
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. And so plaintiff may call their next witness.
Like a break if I'm going to be on stand.
Well, actually, you're right. I'm sorry. We'd be going back to Mr.
I believe.
Reynolds. Excuse me. All right. So just need a minute or two. If you'll just come back on in when you're ready. It sounds like the jury wants to charge forward. Unless you need, y'all want to go too. Okay. We'll do that. We're off the record. Just let us know when you're ready to proceed. Okay.
I think it's a break.
Oh,
Get your mic.
Where was the, oh, there he is. Okay. Let me read this.
I appreciate it. No. Yeah, do that. Well, I guess. Oh. Sorry. No.
But his laptop for now.
What's that?
I said Arsalan's coming back, but I'm holding his laptop for now. Like go photos of the size and be less cool. It's like I'm so cold back there.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Cold. He's gonna go stand in the sun and warm up. And I was like, I wish I could join you. My hands are so cold. My hips are killing me from sitting. Okay. I need you to allow me to do that. Breakfast this morning. Breakfast of champions, truly.
It's 20.
No.
Right there. Sweater.
I might be in gastric distress if I finish at protein bar, honestly.
All right, Officer Jones, you can just, I mean, for a minute.
Everything looks pretty cool. I think I want.
They're great. I recommend it. It's called a remote.
Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for being patient. No problem. I'm just starting with the, I think it's Terry Street one.
Oh, so you would type them up and then load it in.
Yes.
And it's.
Starting with the search warrant. This is the thing that, you know, functionally signs.
You can scroll like on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's. I'm a big fan of the, my watches.
Oh, yeah, cool. I like that.
So what I'm saying is, you know, things are a little out of order. So like, if you just read this.
That's why you buy something. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Just.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it's like also like you don't want to tell everybody about it. You're like, look at the thing I have.
And everybody has questions about it every word. What is that? And then I've seen like, I see that same lawyer.
That's
later.
amazing. Yeah. You're like, you copied me.
Oh, I see.
And
Just with Terry Street, I mean, you've got a lot of stuff in here, but.
I have a paper copy. I was just wondering, because like,
Can we go through, I'll make sure.
okay, let me just stick it on that. The one. 6, 7.
Great. Thank you.
When you get to the actual facts.
We didn't produce, we didn't show that.
Yeah, those are-
That is just the first objection. That's in the states back in July. So. Back in July.
Oh, that's great, yeah. Let's just mark that one. And let's also put one right there. You can put this
Spreadsheet.
in
Oh,
votes.
no, a spreadsheet.
Votes still. This is just a reference copy.
Start again?
Oh, okay, yeah. So you can.
And vote from like.
No, because I'm not gonna call him again.
But if we wanted to, should I give one to them?
It's got the,
After it's tendered?
Say it
They've
again.
got a,
Well, now we know. And I got him the network needed. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah, they hate his ass.
Yeah. So all we've got for Terry, sole problem cost for Terry.
James.
yeah.
And one of those guys. I can't do this one. Let me read the other. And then also do like that.
Yeah, because this was 23, Chris.
You'd just be wasting your time, you know what I mean? Let's press that sucker. Okay, let me read this one. And if I hand it back to you, it might.
What?
Because of the pay it.
All right. Okay, if we could have we're back on the record. If we get Mr. Reynolds make his way back to the stand. Sure, I haven't read it. I haven't read this one yet. It's not good. You got it this time. Okay. You can bring him in when ready, if council are ready to proceed.
No. Paul Ross from
It'll be yours. Thank you, Lieutenant. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, as I mentioned, now we're going to go back to Mr. Reynolds' testimony. Mr. Reynolds, I'll remind you that you are under oath, and now the defense may cross-examine Mr. Reynolds as well. So, Mr. Craig, when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Reynolds, as was established earlier, you are the owner of Reynolds Renovations, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any employees at the company?
No, me.
Okay. Are you the only owner of the company?
That's right.
And you're the manager, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all profits from the company are distributed solely to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you are the individual who oversaw the construction project that is at issue in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you made all of the major decisions as the supervisor of the project
That's correct.
within the scope of your authority.
Yeah.
You're sort of the ultimate responsible party for the work that was done, right?
I would say so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're highly qualified construction professional, correct?
Yes, I like to think so.
Fully qualified to undertake a project like this.
Sorry, is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And you understand the risks, the rewards, the logistics, and the whole process from start to finish, right?
Yep.
All right. And you know how to read construction plans.
I do.
You know how to read surveys.
I do.
You know how to read site plans.
Yes.
And you turn those things into reality.
I hope so.
All right. And you've done this type of work many times before.
I have.
Okay. You're also deeply familiar with the customs and norms of the residential construction industry, correct?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by customs and norms.
The regular course of business, the normal business practices of the industry.
Fair enough. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you mentioned earlier you've had 35 years of experience in this industry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and let's talk about your specific role in the construction industry. You're a general contractor, correct?
That's an accurate description. Yes.
And a general contractor hires the subcontractors that go in and actually do the labor, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the general contractor manages the overall project. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, this case has been an education for me in construction. So as the general, you're managing the project and the client relationship as well. So the customer is not having to deal with all the subs. They just deal with you.
In the perfect world, yes.
Okay. All right. And so if I understand correctly, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, your focus is on the customer, the terms of the contract, and the relationship between the terms of the contract and the work that's actually being done. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. Yeah.
Okay. And with virtually every project that you work on, is there a contract that defines the scope and the content of that project?
Generally, yes.
So you've dealt with a lot of contracts in your line of work.
A lot of different ones, yes.
Yeah. And these are typically done in writing, correct?
Typically, yeah.
And do you regard yourself as a professional in your line of work?
I do.
So let's talk a little bit about what it means to be a professional in the construction industry. Doesn't that mean that you do more than just master the basics of your craft?
If you say so, yes.
Okay, well, you're the expert, sir. Tell me if I'm off base.
Well, I'm not quite sure I understand your question, Counselor.
Well, you said that you're a professional in your industry.
That's correct.
And I'm saying, let's talk about what that means.
Okay.
What does it mean to you to be a professional in the construction industry?
Well, to do more than is required,
Okay.
and to do it well, to try to do it on time and
Okay.
on budget, to continue your training in a variety of new technologies, new materials as you progress. In fact, it's required by the state of Georgia the same way that attorneys have continuing education. We do as well.
Okay. Thank you. And would you say that it implies dealing with people fairly and honestly?
Sure.
And it means that you can be relied upon and that you will meet deadlines and follow through on responsibilities?
Sure.
Okay. And when you give your word, you're going to keep that word and you're going to honor your agreements, right?
Yes.
And you'll keep accurate books and records.
Certainly try to.
Okay. And you will communicate clearly and honestly and in plain terms.
Sounds quite reasonable, yes.
Okay. And you embody all of those qualities in your work.
Do you think so?
I'm asking you, sir, if you
Yes,
think
yeah,
so.
I would hope so, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about this project. How did you first learn about this opportunity?
I think in discussions with Regina, as I mentioned earlier, we talked with some regularity as she walked her dog on our block.
So you first learned about it from Regina.
There's some haziness there because the other person involved in this project was Shona Griffin.
I see.
Who did the design, who also said this is a VA contract. I think you'd be right for it. Would you be interested?
Okay, all right. So was it Regina or Shona?
Gosh, Counselor, I couldn't precisely tell you.
Okay.
Happened kind of about the same time.
All right, it was a long time ago. What, 6 years ago?
Yeah,
So memory does get fuzzy over time.
sure.
All right. Now, you mentioned Shona Griffin, and you said she was the designer on this project.
And the permit expediter as well.
Okay. And you've known her for a long time?
Probably about 15 years, 20
15
years, 20 years, yeah.
Have you worked with her regularly over
Yeah,
that time?
I would say annually, at least probably once a year.
Okay. All right. Let's start with one.
Katie, I think I've left my glasses over there. Sorry about that.
May I approach the witness here?
Can I see the exhibit?
Oh, yes. So 112. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this document, Mr. Reynolds?
Give me a sec, Counselor.
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you.
Take your time.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay. What is this document?
it's a interrogatories. Is that
Yes,
how
yes.
you describe it?
That's how we pronounce it.
Yeah.
So these are interrogatories, and these are your interrogatories to the defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Okay.
Or is not specific enough.
These are the plaintiff's interrogatories to the defendants.
That's more accurate. Thank you,
All
Counselor.
right, sure. And so these interrogatories, these are questions, written questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Questions that that you are asking the defendants to answer.
Mhm.
All right. Your Honor, I'll move to admit these.
Any objection to, is it D112?
This is, yes, D112.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, so these are questions that you sent to, plaintiff sent
Thank you.
to the defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's quite a number of written questions here to the defendants. And did you look these over before your attorney sent them out?
Yes.
Okay. And you approved sending these out to the defendants?
I think my name is on it, is it not? No. Yes.
Okay. So let's just look at interrogatory number 17. So 17 says, state whether or not you, meaning the defendants,
Mhm.
introduced Shona Griffith to the plaintiff. Right?
Yeah.
So that's your question to them.
Uh-huh.
Did they introduce Shona Griffith to you?
On the scope of this project. That's
Anything
what I
about
would presume the
project.
question is, yeah.
Whether you introduced Shona Griffith to the plaintiff, your associate of 15 years, you're asking them to state whether they introduced her to you. Right?
I think on this, in terms of the project, yeah.
Okay, in terms of the project, but the interrogatory doesn't say anything about the project, does it?
Well, it's in relation to the project, Counselor. I don't mean to be argumentative. Sorry.
Quite all right. All right, so let's keep going. Let's dive into this contract. I'll take Exhibit 9. Gotcha. That's actually the big one first.
Yeah.
Exhibit 9. All right. Do you recognize this exhibit, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
It's a construction contract referencing the VA portion of the work.
All right. And is this the contract we've been talking about in this case?
One of several, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the date on this contract?
This is 10/20/2020.
So is this the contract that governs the building of the ADU for this project?
Yes, in part, it absolutely is. Yes, sir.
Okay. So this was the master contract for the project, correct?
I don't know if it's the master, but it is the contract we proceeded forward with, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I
So,
would just object only to the extent that this is the beginning of the contract. This is a 7-page document.
The same one that you already tendered as.
It's not. We submitted the agreement with all of the exhibits.
No, I know, but is that part of the?
It is, Your Honor.
So why don't we just refer, if it's identical to the plaintiff's one that he already?
That's all I'm trying to do, is not make it confusing. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Craig unnecessarily.
Sure.
I've separated out the exhibits to the contract. as
Okay,
separate
that's fine.
exhibits.
You can proceed. I think it's noted and you can do what you want with your exhibits.
Okay, thank you. So would you please identify the effective date of this agreement?
I thought we just did it October the 20th, 2020.
Okay. And if you would, please, just read the first paragraph of the contract. And, excuse me, would you get that on screen? Exhibit 9. Oh, have we? I think we have. He admitted it. Yeah. All right, would you please read that first paragraph for us?
This construction contract is made on 10/20/20. The effective date by and between the following parties: Antonio Ordonez, beneficiary; Regina Ordonez Maia, and to Reynolds Renovations and Restoration contractor, in consideration of the mutual promises set forth below. The parties agree as follows.
Okay. Now, let's look at the next paragraph. And let's have you read that one as well.
Contractor will complete construction at 1261 Grant Street, Southeast Atlanta, 30315, according to the following layout and site plans prepared by Ms. Shona Griffin, signed and dated by all parties. Exhibit A contains the narrative description of the plans.
Okay. And then there are 2 exhibits referenced there, correct?
There are?
Actually, it looks like 3.
There are 3 more, correct.
3 more. All right. So what's the first one? What's Exhibit B?
It is the grant layout dated 1/19/2020 as a PDF.
Okay. And what is the Exhibit C?
The site plan, 1261 grant site plan, 1/19/2020 PDF, Exhibit C.
Okay. So in this contract, you, Reynolds Restoration, you're committing to complete the project in conformity with this Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit C, correct?
And Exhibit D, yeah.
And
Yep.
Exhibit D, okay. So both the layout and the site plan are part of your promise in terms of the service you're going to provide, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the total price for this service for A, B, and C?
$120,279.
Okay. So you're going to do the work described in Exhibits A, B, and C, and you're going to do that work for the total price of $120,279.
As outlined in Exhibit D.
Okay, great. Now, is that the total price for all of the work described herein?
As part of the project, yes.
Okay, all right. So all the work described in the layout and the site plan is covered by that price.
Not all of it, no.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you're not going to do the work for that price?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was you asked me if it was all covered in the survey, and I said, no, it wasn't.
So
Two
you're
questions,
telling me
Counselor.
that this contract, there's additional money required to do this work?
That's right, as discussed this morning.
I see. Now, this says right here in black and white, the total price will be $120,279, correct?
Correct.
So, and you signed the bottom of this page, right?
I did.
Okay. So what other work is not included here?
The breezeway, which we discussed, the roof of the breezeway.
Okay. And it was at a separate project?
It was, yeah.
Okay. So that's separate from this agreement?
It is.
Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Right now, we're just talking about the ADU.
Okay.
So is it your understanding that this is a contract to build that ADU?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to do the whole job for, under the terms of this contract for this price?
With the additional deposit, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're doing that work from the ground up, right? From the foundation to the roof.
That's right.
And that includes any necessary earthwork, grading, site prep, et cetera.
Yep.
It's the exterior walls, the siding, the roofing,
The building.
the building. And the expectation is that she's going to have a viable product at the end of the process.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, give me 14. Okay. So we've already established that this is your signature at the bottom of the page.
That's right.
Correct. Could you please turn to the next page for me? Page 2. And that's your signature at the bottom of that page as well, correct?
That's right. Yep.
All right, so let's take a look at the first paragraph, change order acknowledgement. Um, and what did this mean to you, this paragraph?
Changes or deviations required a change order approved by the VA. Failure to do might result in advance, may result in delays, payment delays, and/or disputes between parties.
Okay, and did you comply with this paragraph?
I tried to, yeah.
You tried to, or you did?
I did.
Okay. So did you obtain VA approval for all substitutions and deviations?
I certainly did my best, yeah.
You did your best, or you
Yes.
did? Okay.
Yeah.
And did you get approval in advance for substitutions or deviations?
We have 2 change orders documenting that, yes.
Okay, so for every change you made, there's a change order documented.
No, no, sir, not everyone, no.
So you did make changes and deviations from the plans without change orders?
If we specify specific fixtures and things that were available, we did change them. We discussed them with Regina, and we discussed some of them with the VA.
What do you mean by specific fixtures?
If the outdoor unit was for the HVAC was unavailable
Okay,
because of COVID, so we made a change there.
okay, the HVAC.
It still was new, I would point out, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you did without
Water
a change
heater.
order? The water heater.
Yep, that also.
Okay, are those the only 2 things?
To my knowledge, there were some other things we did to pass inspection to get into the building that at the time we understood we'd be able to flip out after final inspections.
Okay.
Is that
all right.
clear?
Yes.
Okay.
So some small things.
Small things.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you've got, let's see here, a paragraph concerning the construction start date. Let's read that. Would you please read the paragraph that says construction start date acknowledgement?
Construction may not begin until the VA has provided authorization. The construction will be completed 135 days after the construction start date.
Okay, so who came up with this number, 135?
I thought it was the VA. I didn't know. I didn't write it down.
Okay,
There was some question, in fact, in an exchange with Regina and myself as to what we needed to put there because we left it blank.
okay, all right.
And frankly, I wonder if some of that was to do with the knowledge that COVID was amongst us
Okay, okay.
and that there may be unforeseen delays.
But you did sign this?
I signed it, absolutely.
135 was already
Not
written in.
arguing that. No.
Okay, all right. And as a construction professional, you looked at this and you said, I can do this.
Well, we
Right?
thought, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you knew COVID was around at that
I
time?
knew it was around. I didn't know quite what it was bringing us.
So when you come up with an estimate like this, you expect that your customers ought to be able to rely on it, right?
Yeah, I've been offered, in fact, incentives to get it done faster. Offered punishments if I don't get it done in time. And when I say, I tell you what, if we do it 30 days ahead of this, can we then get, a $20,000 bonus? And the answer is always no. Because if you ask for a $20,000 penalty, on the other hand, it's like, oh yeah, we could do that.
right.
And the reality of that, counselor, is that the construction projects, the process is nothing that can be really finalized until you're in it.
Okay, okay. So let's go back to the price, real quick on the first page. And who did the estimate to come up with this price?
Me,
Okay. So you came up with that price.
in conjunction with subcontractors and, as I mentioned repeatedly, collaboration with Regina about allowances for fixtures and what type of things were going in the building.
Okay, but ultimately Regina didn't prepare the estimate. You prepared the estimate, correct?
Yeah, in conjunction with Regina.
All right, but you're the contractor,
I am
right?
the contractor.
You do
She's
the
hook.
estimate.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you do an estimate, you know, you've had 35 years of experience in the industry. You know that sometimes there are unforeseen costs and delays, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that. And you know that material prices do fluctuate, correct?
I do know that.
And so you, of course, factor in some room for error, right?
Typically, yes. On this particular contract, there wasn't a lot of room.
Okay. So you went into this knowing that you didn't have much margin for error.
I knew
Right.
that several things were occurring. I was charging less as a markup
Hmm.
overall. And I also knew that we had done a building similar to this that had just been completed in about 4 months.
Okay.
So based on that, and that happened kind of concomitantly at the same time as COVID started, we had gotten another building done up the street in about 4 months, 120 days.
So,
Similar in size.
so your estimate was based on that one project.
No, no, no. It wasn't based on that one project. It was based on 35 years of experience.
Okay.
It was the time estimate did not seem unreasonable.
We're talking about the price, though.
I'm sorry. Yes, we are. Yeah.
You're bringing to bear 35 years of experience on estimating projects.
That's right.
And with all of your wisdom and experience and your understanding that material prices fluctuate and every job is different, you understand that you got to build in margin for error.
Sure.
And you chose not to do that in this project, is
I
what
didn't
you're
say
telling
that.
me.
No, sir. I did not say that.
Well, what are you
I said it
telling me?
was tight. That's what I said. I
You
didn't say-
chose to do a contract that was tight.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, but when you commit to a price, you commit to a price, don't you? When it's a fixed price contract?
Sure.
Okay. And so you know when it's a fixed price contract, if material prices change, you might take a loss on that.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's your loss to take. Because you're the expert and you're assuming that risk by doing a fixed price contract, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now that fixed price, you build in the cost of materials and the cost of the labor and some profit, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you understand that a contract is a binding promise, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just, have we covered that topic?
So let's use this time. Overruled.
And with this estimate and this price, you were representing to Mrs. Maia that this would be the price of your services for building this ADU, correct?
In conjunction with the deposit aforementioned.
Okay, we're gonna get into the deposit.
Okay.
Now, the other common type of contract is a cost plus agreement, right? So it's different from fixed price. How does that work?
The client agrees to to pay for the actual cost plus a set margin, whatever that might be.
Okay. So in that type of contract, who bears the burden of the risk of fluctuating material prices and prices going up?
Clients?
The client does.
That's right.
So you know when you enter into a cost plus agreement, the client is going to take the loss if material prices go up, correct?
Sure.
But with a fixed price agreement like this one, you take the loss if the prices go up.
That's true.
And knowing that, you chose to do this as a fixed price agreement,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
And Counselor, I also posit that one of the things about this is it was dated October. Typically, vendors give you prices 30, 60 days. This didn't start for another 7 or 8 months.
Okay, but
All
you
right.
knew there would be delay.
No, I didn't know there would be 7 or 8 months of delay, sir. No, I didn't. Did
Okay.
you?
I wasn't there, sir.
Right. Well, you were. We all were. This was COVID.
Oh, all right. Yes, I was there for COVID. All right. So earlier you said that the breezeway was separate from this agreement.
That's right.
Right. So was there a separate contract for the breezeway?
I don't know how you would have a look at that without having a look at the other pages of this exhibit, which you passed me,
Okay.
and also looking at the earlier contract, which was for $136,000.
Well,
if you,
so you told me it's a separate agreement.
I did, sir,
correct?
but it
So-
was at your client's behest was separated out, and it was her idea.
Okay. All right. So it's outside the scope of this project, correct?
Outside the scope of the ADU, yes, sir.
And was there a separate written contract specifically for that breezeway?
There's an invoice for it.
An invoice?
That's right.
Okay. So you're saying that that invoice is the contract for the building of the breezeway?
There's also a description of that breezeway in one of the pages in this exhibit.
Okay.
I think it's D, which is not shown here.
Okay. All right. We'll get into the exhibits.
Great.
Can we get 65? All right. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That's a portion of the breezeway.
Okay. Is it, it's a photograph of the breezeway?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I'll move to admit defendant's exhibit 65.
No objection.
Admitted.
Lexi, can we get that on the screen? So, so looking at this picture, what exactly does the breezeway consist of?
It's posts and beams. It's a metal powder-coated metal roof, about 70 feet in length, over footers that are supporting 6x6 posts, going up to the deck of the main house.
Okay. All right. So the covering over the ramp essentially is the breezeway?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And this breezeway connects the house to the ADU?
That's right.
All right. And there are only 2 buildings on the property, correct? The house and the ADU?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around this. You're saying there's 2 separate agreements here. There's the construction contract, and then there's the separate agreement for the breezeway. And you are a general contractor, all right? And so you're doing another contract for a separate job, and you just do an invoice for that? Is that what you're telling me?
It's actually represented earlier on in other exhibits that reflected that breezeway that we pulled out again at your client's suggestion, Counselor.
So you all had an earlier contract, an earlier version of this contract, correct?
Yeah,
And you took the breezeway out of that contract and you moved it into a separate contract, right?
that's accurate.
Okay. So this contract didn't include the breezeway. You moved it into a separate contract. Where's that contract? It's just the invoice?
Well, the invoice and an earlier contract that represented that amount.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that the earlier contract is also binding, and there's essentially two contracts to build the ADU, and they're both binding?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get that earlier contract. Oh, all right, let's see here, let's see here. All right, so let's move forward and talk about the approval process. Okay? So there was a long interval from the contract, the formation of this contract, October 20th of 2021, to the start of work, right? You started in May, this was October 20th of 2020. You started in May of 2021.
The actual construction, yes, sir.
Yes, yes. So it was about 7 months. What was going on in that time?
Well, and actually it was a continuation of what Regina and I had done from sometime in the beginning of 2020, the end of 2019, which was to develop the plans and continue refining choices for paint, for tile, for fixtures, and the rest.
Weren't you guys also going through the process of getting the contract that you signed approved by the VA
That's right.
to get the grant? So what was your involvement in all of that?
In getting the grant?
Yeah, were you instrumental in getting the grant?
I think both of us were. I think we collaborated to try and provide the things that you just wouldn't expect, a narrative of how a building is built.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of joked about why you would need to do such a thing.
But your involvement in the process of getting the grant, would you say that was important?
It was required.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
But really the person driving that train was definitely Regina.
Okay, she did the bulk of the work?
Absolutely.
Okay. But she needed a qualified contractor.
Yeah.
And she submitted you to the VA for approval, correct?
That's right.
All right. So by the time work started, would you say you were really integral to this project?
I would hope so. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And Mrs. Maia was really counting on you at that point to fulfill your part of the bargain, wasn't she?
Sure.
You were both fully committed to this project together.
I think so, yes, sir.
All right. Now, you knew that the purpose of this ADU, this house, was to facilitate the care of a veteran, correct?
I did.
Did you ever meet Mr. Ordonez?
Very briefly, if ever, yeah.
Okay. So you only met him very briefly? You never went in the house and said hello to the man?
I said hello to the man, I believe. Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay, all right. Did you understand the nature of his disability?
I did.
Okay. And what was the nature of that disability?
He was fully bedridden, a number of Parkinson's and some. He was in ill health, sir.
In ill health?
Yes.
Okay. What were his limitations?
Physically, he was confined to essentially a gurney.
Okay. And how did he become disabled?
From effects of his service in Vietnam.
Okay. And you understood that he was your client every bit as much as Mrs. Maia.
Very much so.
And Francisco Maia was not your client.
Well, I would say no, he was not.
Okay. And he's not in this contract, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay. And the ADU was not being built for him, was it?
No, not at all.
And you knew that Mrs. Maia was Mr. Ordonez's primary caregiver, correct?
Yeah, not entirely. I had thought perhaps that Mrs. Maia, Mrs. Ordonez, was actually helping care for him at the time.
Okay. But you knew Mrs. Maia was very much involved with the care for her father, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And did you discuss with Mrs. Maia the care needs of her father in order to make sure that the plans that you put together were suitable for the veteran's needs?
Yeah. Some of those plans were actually prescribed by the VA.
Okay.
So we inherited, if you will, clearances, grades of difficulty, 0 entrance to the shower, the sorts of things that would allow you to use a gurney and move somebody around in a house. So yes, the answer is.
Okay, so this building was kind of tailored to his particular needs, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And you understood that he would need to be able to exit the property for medical appointments, correct?
Yep.
And you understood that his only means of egress from the main house was by way of the wheelchair ramp in the backyard, correct?
No, I also thought it was possible to exit from the front, so.
Okay. So you understood that he needed total assistance with all daily activities, such as eating and bathing and turning in bed, correct?
No, I didn't have that level of detail about his health, sir. No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
I knew he was disabled, and I knew he was confined to a gurney. And I knew,
Okay.
and I knew we were building a place for him to be able to use.
Did you understand that he required an oxygen machine?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so let's move forward in time here. We've talked about the approval process and kind of why you had to go through that process. That sort of ended with the start of construction. Before you started work, you collected a deposit from Mrs. Maia, and the amount of the deposit was $16,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you arrive at that amount?
It was actually at her suggestion. We had an earlier estimate, and in fact, a contract drafted for $136,000. And the VA was forthcoming with 120 and change. And she suggested we take the breezeway out of the contract as a way to get money in our hands to begin work for the greater job.
Okay, all right. So you took the breezeway out of the contract, and you made that a separate project. We've already been over that. How did you arrive at the amount of $16,000?
It seemed like a reasonable amount for a deposit. It wasn't onerous, and it was something that she suggested.
Okay. So is it a separate job, or is it a deposit for this job?
It's a separate job. It's a separate piece of, yeah,
Okay, so it's a separate job,
as part of the greater job.
but you called it a deposit.
That's right.
So you called a whole separate contract and job for a different structure a deposit.
I'm sorry, are you commenting on that, or are you asking me a question, sir?
Would you please confirm my understanding is correct?
I don't think I heard you correctly, no.
Well, I made okay, you didn't hear me correctly?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. So you just testified that the breezeway was a separate project from the ADU.
That's right.
And you're telling me that you entered into an agreement to do this separate project, but you, the contractor, the term that you used to describe that was deposit.
Yeah, I'd have to bring up the exhibit, sir. It actually says deposit on job with breezeway before it.
I know, but we just got done talking about these contracts.
I'm just saying, Counselor, we
And
have
you-
an exhibit that reflects that. So I'm not sure why you're asking me that again.
Well, you know this stuff, right? I mean,
I'm referring to an exhibit.
Let's let him finish his question.
Yes,
Then he
sir.
can answer.
You know what agreements you entered into, correct?
Yeah.
And you just told me there were two separate agreements,
Mhm.
and you called one of them a deposit. Is that correct or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in ordinary usage, the term deposit generally means something that is refundable, right?
No, it does not in this industry ever.
In this industry, right? You're telling me it doesn't mean that in the construction industry.
It certainly doesn't, no, sir.
Okay, but what about for ordinary people that aren't contractors?
Well, ordinary people that aren't contractors, they're contractors, will require a deposit. I'm sorry, if you're going to ask me the question, I'm going to respond.
Okay, no, go ahead.
All through jury selection yesterday, when you asked people about deposits, every person that responded and knew about a construction contract said, yes, deposits were required. Were they refundable? No, they were not.
Okay. If that's how you remember it, you're welcome to answer in that way. But I'm talking about outside the construction industry specifically, the ordinary use of the term deposit that we're all familiar with. For example, a security deposit on a rental. When you put down a security deposit, that's at least conditionally refundable, correct?
Conditionally, yes, sir.
And when you book a hotel and you put a deposit down on your room, that's potentially refundable too, right?
It depends on the hotel. You're right.
All right. Okay. Maybe you stay at nicer places than I do. But in the rental context, the security deposit is not part of the rent, right?
No.
Yeah, it's not something extra you pay the landlord. In fact, if the landlord keeps the deposit, they can be in trouble.
They could potentially, yes.
Okay.
When you buy a car, you put a deposit on that. Do you get that money back?
Are you talking about a down payment?
I'm talking about a deposit on a car.
I've never purchased a car and put down a deposit, actually.
Wow.
So you're saying, though, within the context of the construction industry, in that industry, the term deposit definitely means that It's different. It's specialized, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're an expert in the industry, so you're telling me that's what the term means in that context, and I should believe you.
Well, I would hope you would believe me anyway, Counselor.
Okay. So now, typically uh, in a construction project, what is the deposit for?
To mobilize, to get things moving, to get permits, to get all the things that one needs before you begin. Silt fence, erosion control measures, all kinds of things that are part of the job,
Okay,
typically.
to buy materials and to pay people, right?
Sure.
To start the work.
To get the work going.
Okay.
And Counselor, I would also point out that that deposit invoice was created in October, but there was no collection of anything until May before the work began.
Okay. On the work on the ADU.
That's correct.
All right. All right, so the breezeway is a separate feature outside the scope of the work for the ADU. You're telling me it's not covered by this contract. It's a totally separate agreement.
Per your client's request.
All right, let's focus on the question that's asked.
Yes, sir.
Question is coming.
Now, let's go back to the contract and look at these exhibits. And Lexi, can I get number 4?
Thank you, James.
Okay. So do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is this the Exhibit A to the contract dated October 20th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And is this a narrative description of the building plans?
It is. Yes, sir.
Okay. The building plans that are referenced in that contract that describe the work that you're promising to do under the terms of that contract, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And who drafted this narrative description of the plans?
Regina.
Regina drafted this?
I did not.
Okay. All right, but you signed each page, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, we'll move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 4.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
So please read paragraph 1.
We are building a one-story addition connected to the existing single-story house via a covered breezeway. The overall square footage of the new construction is 705 square feet.
Okay. So we are building a one-story addition connected to the house via a covered breezeway, right?
Yep,
So breezeway is mentioned right there in the description.
sure is.
Okay. And let's turn to the next page, page 5. Page 5 please read the paragraph at the top.
The kitchen is 10 8x8 with ample room for maneuvering a wheelchair. The kitchen will include a standard fridge, stovetop oven, sink, dishwasher to accommodate a full-time caregiver since the vet will not be cooking, preparing food, or using the sink.
I'm sorry, sir. I've got you on the wrong paragraph. If you will turn to the next page, you're actually on page 4.
And where do you want me?
Page 5, please.
Okay. Breezeway will contain a 4-inch thick concrete slab walkway with a covered roof. The roofing material will be a standard color option in powder-coated metal panels.
Okay. So this is a description of what you're building, and it says the breezeway will contain a 4-inch thick concrete slab walkway with a covered roof, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, right below that is a bulleted list, correct?
Yeah.
And what's the title of that list?
Scope of work.
All right, so this describes the scope of work for the contract?
That's right.
Okay. And please look at the bottom of this page, page 5.
Yep.
And go 5 bullet points up from the bottom to the line that says begin framing.
Yep. Begin framing, including installation covered walkway between buildings over future ADA ramp.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the breezeway, right?
That's it.
So in 3 places in this narrative description,
Yep.
you say, we're building a breezeway,
Yep. Should have been removed.
but it wasn't, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, sir.
All right, and you signed it.
I did sign it. It also says receive deposit to begin work. Bullet point number 2.
Okay.
And
Deposit though, right?
it says deposit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, not breezeway.
No, but it does say deposit.
All right. So let's go to Exhibit D to this contract. And that is my Exhibit 7.
Thank you.
All right, so here on Exhibit D, we have, oh, I'm sorry. Let's get this into evidence. Do you recognize this?
I'll stipulate, yeah, this is
This is,
true and
We'll
accurate.
let your attorney do that.
Sorry, sorry.
Okay, so what would you have this marked as?
this is number 7.
Okay, D7 is a minute, without objection.
All right, so let's just look at this, this estimate. It says, so we've got a list of things to be done on the left, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got prices on the right.
Correct.
Okay. And so there are 2 things at the top. Could you read those for me?
Plans and permits, site work, erosion control, temp toilet, dumpsters,
And then the next 3 items.
concrete sidewalk, concrete framing.
Okay, so framing is on there, right?
Yep.
I just want to tie this back in to what we just looked at in the narrative description of the plans on page 5, 5th bullet point from the bottom. Let's read that again.
Begin framing, including installation of covered walkway between buildings over future ADA ramp.
Framing, including installation of covered walkway,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So this is telling Mrs. Maia that framing includes the walkway, right?
It would appear to be, yes, sir.
And framing is listed on this estimate, correct?
It is, but you'll notice, Counselor, that there is at the bottom of this page, distinct from the other exhibit, there is no mention of the breezeway on that Exhibit D.
Thank you. So let's finally take a look at Exhibit B to this contract. And Lexi, that is 5.
Thank you.
All right, now this is exhibit. Okay, sorry. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, can we stipulate to admit?
I don't think I can actually, James. I'm not sure that this is the same. Let me double check. I'm not trying to be difficult.
That's all right.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so this is this exhibit B to the contract?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the first page of this, so what is this exactly?
It's a set of plans that are, oh, I'm sorry, the very first page. It describes the codes, the applicable codes. It describes the square footage. There's a limit of 750 square feet to an ADU in the city of Atlanta. This complies. And it has a table of contents. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not up here yet.
Oh, that's okay. Let's go ahead and get it up since it is admitted. We did tender stipulate it.
That one.
All right, so there's our first page of the plans up there. Now, these are the schematics for the construction of the ADU, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's see here. We've got signatures here. Lexi, could you just zoom in right here on the signatures? All right, so that's your signature, sir?
Yep.
And that's dated 10/20/20, right?
Yep.
So this goes with the same contract we
It
were
was part of the
talking about?
package. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so Lexi, just turn to the next, or scroll to the next page if you would. And Mr. Reynolds, would you turn to the next page?
Yes, sir.
All right. Or you can look on the screen or you can look on your paper copy. So what are we looking at here, just very briefly?
That's a view from the east looking at the building,
So this is the ADU?
and that's the front entrance to it. And the side entry is shown below that little gable, if you will.
And this is what you're promising to build in the contract, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
According to these plans and schematics
That's right.
that make up Exhibit B.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so let's turn to the very last page. What's that there on the left?
Section of the a section view of the pergola walkway breezeway.
That's the breezeway, right?
That's right.
Okay, so the breezeway is actually in these plans.
Yeah.
It takes up half a page. There's a whole picture of it.
Yep.
Okay. So there's a reference to this breezeway essentially in every exhibit to the contract.
Yep.
And in each of these exhibits, it says you're going to build that breezeway pursuant to this contract.
Yep.
Okay. And you read and signed all this, and Mrs. Maia read and signed this and relied on it too, didn't she?
You'd have to ask her, Counselor.
I guess I will. So now, according to you, this $16,000. Let's talk about the deposit. You can look at it another minute if you want, but I'd like to move on to talk about the
Sure,
deposit.
sure.
Okay. So according to you, this $16,000 deposit was mandatory, correct?
For us to begin work, that's right.
And she had to pay this for you to start work.
That's right.
All right. And you made it clear to her that you would not start work unless you were paid the deposit.
That's right.
And so if you hadn't been paid this deposit, you wouldn't have moved forward with the project.
No, I would not have.
All right. And from the very day that you entered into this contract, you intended to collect the $16,000 deposit from Mrs. Maia,
Not
correct?
from the very day when we began work. Yeah,
Okay, all right. And this deposit, we've already discussed, you considered it to be non-refundable, right?
that's correct.
All right. So you were not going to pay her that money back.
That's what non-refundable means.
That's right. And it was in addition to the contract price.
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you've stayed true to that. You've kept the deposit. You've never refunded it. You still have that money if you haven't spent it.
Spent it on the job, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. But you were paid the $120-some thousand for the job. And,
An additional 16,000 to begin work.
okay. So you've never given it back to Mrs. Maia, though?
No, sir, I have
All right.
not.
So mandatory, non-refundable, and for the same work as specified in the original contract. So that's a price increase, right?
No, it's a separate contract, Counselor. It was from the very beginning when we first looked at the job. There's an exhibit that you've not brought out from May, maybe of 2020 that actually lists a price of a contract of 136,000
Right, a contract for 136,000 to build the ADU, correct?
to build the ADU and do the breezeway.
Right.
That's right.
And then you set that aside, and later you entered into this contract for 120,000 to build the ADU, and it's filled with references to the breezeway, promising to do the breezeway, right?
Per your client's request, yes, sir.
Okay. So right at the start of the contract, you told Mrs. Maia, you've got to pay me, the start of work, you told Mrs. Maia, you've got to pay me another $16,000 or I'm not going to do this job. Right?
Counselor, I expressed that we would not work without a deposit. The suggestion on the part of your client from July of the year previous was, I've got an idea of how to get you a deposit. So to phrase it as if I was saying, you better pay this or else is inaccurate. This was done at the suggestion of your client. It was a way to get a deposit to begin work. It was called a separate agreement, and it was not asked for till 7 months later when we were authorized by the VA and the city to begin work. So to characterize it as me, the day that we signed this contract in October, as saying, give me the 16,000 is wildly inaccurate. And in fact, we worked from October of 2019 until all the way up to May at the beginning of the job in 2021, gratis. And as I articulated earlier, a lot of that was my empathy for her situation and her father's situation.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. But I'm interested in this contract that you signed and built an ADU based on. Did you ever do any modifications to this?
To the building?
To this contract? Were there any amendments?
Well, there are, yeah. There were 2 change orders through the
The change
VA.
orders?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that it?
On the building itself, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, were there ever amendments done in writing?
Yeah, those 2 change orders.
That's it, though.
Sorry, I thought that was still up there.
Okay. So you didn't demand the deposit until May when you started work?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, all right.
Demand, I asked for what we had discussed.
So we're just talking about the timing here, right?
Well, I
You're
think-
saying you didn't demand it at the time of the contract, you demanded it 7 months later, after everything got approved by the VA, after she'd done all this work to get things going. Then you came in and said, hey, I need $16,000.
Negative, counselor, negative. You're trying to build this phantasma of me plotting somehow to demand money from your client, when in fact, it was her suggestion as a way to fund the project and get it going. And when I ask for something, it's very different from a demand.
Okay,
A demand,
okay.
I would say, looks more like a lien.
Okay, all right. So, I understand what you're saying, but you're the construction professional in this transaction.
I am.
So why wouldn't you conform your contract to your intentions?
I think I'm sorry, my intentions are,
To have a deposit? Why isn't there a deposit?
the VA does not give deposits. And as we discussed this morning, there was no way to get a deposit from the VA. So the suggestion on the part of your client on July 21st was talk offline about the deposit. I have an idea. It's nothing that I came up with magically. It's your client who suggested it, and it seemed like a workable solution. We entered into it, we proceeded, we built a building together. We
Okay.
got approval with the VA together.
So this was a verbal agreement between you and her about the deposit. Is that right? You said you talked offline,
Yep,
you entered into a verbal agreement,
yep,
and so there was a verbal agreement between the two of you that this deposit would be paid to you in addition to the contract price.
in addition to the VA contract price, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we're talking,
VA, I don't think wanted, and it's explicitly addressed in their verbiage, that they don't like to see side agreements.
right,
Right.
yeah.
And yet your client entered into one with me and I entered it with her. Is that bad faith on both of our parts? I don't know.
Well, we'll get there.
Good, good, let's.
All right, so you started work in May in May of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And during the construction process, there was an additional payment of $4,725.07 for material costs, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was over and above the contract price, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And you told Mrs. Maia that you wanted her to pay this, correct?
I presented it as this is the difference in what we actually had to pay versus what we were quoted
I see.
9 or 10 months previous.
Okay.
All right?
So she agreed to pay you that?
She did. She was very gracious about it. Absolutely.
And that was a verbal agreement between you two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, did you actually need that money to be able to finish the project?
No, I don't know that I needed it to finish the project. We probably may have been able to squeak through, but it certainly facilitated the movement of the job and the project along.
Okay.
You understand the difference?
Moves things faster.
Yes, sir.
All
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
So you didn't need the money to do the job as promised. You just wanted additional money. Right?
No, that would be inaccurate. We needed the money to keep going. Yeah.
All right. But there was no additional work done in exchange for that money. It was just additional money paid to do the same exact work that had already been promised.
That's right.
Okay. And it was also non-refundable, wasn't a temporary loan.
No, sir.
Now, you spent some money on this lawsuit, right? How much money are you claiming in attorney fees?
I would have to ask my attorney, counselor, or you could ask him now.
You don't know how much you spent?
I have no idea. We've been in court for 2 days now.
I mean, just a ballpark figure on the total litigation.
I have no idea, Counselor. Can I say it again? I do not know.
Okay, all right. No clue.
I'm sorry, Counselor. I can say it in Spanish. I can't say it in Portuguese. I don't know.
All right, all right.
Thank you.
So this is a price increase, right?
Yeah, it's a considerable price increase.
All right, I'm saying the money, sorry, that was out of context. The $4,725.07 that you requested from her to complete the work a little bit faster, that's a price increase.
Sure.
And at that point, you're already way behind schedule, right?
I don't know what the date of this was. We were behind for sure. We had rain delays, we had concrete delays, but we were certainly behind, yeah. But
Your Honor, is it possible to have a short break? My client, I know,
Okay, all right,
wanted
let's
to
do
break
that.
about an hour. I know
Sure.
he's not asking for one.
Why
typically, but
don't we make sure we finish the question? Did you have anything further to that question?
I'm sorry, Counselor. You go ahead and say it again.
I've forgotten the
Okay, all
question.
right, let's take 5. Members,
We're
of the jury, let us
sundowning,
know
all of us.
when you can reconvene. Mr. Reynolds, you can go ahead and step out.
Thank you.
And come back when you're ready.
Back is killing me. Hips are killing me. Oh, nuts.
All right, if everyone could just please come back to the courtroom as soon as you're available again, when the jury is ready, we'll proceed. We're off the record.
I just closed out of the Zoom. What are you saying?
Awesome. Yeah. I don't want to get to typing the transcript and then it never says it's submitted.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So I'm the best, sir.
All right, yeah.
Now, to be fair, if it happens to opposing counsel, I'll let it know.
All right, yeah.
I gotta be truthful, but it hasn't happened yet.
So that's my exhibit D, defendants.
Yeah, it was, let
Exhibit
me,
D, my exhibit 5.
yeah, it was D5, which is exhibit D in contract. Okay. So, but no, that happens all the time, and it just, if you could get her to email me those.
It has a name, what's the name?
Regina.
I just give you all our exhibits?
Yeah,
Our
that's
proposed
fine.
exhibits and then.
I just.
That's your stuff.
Yeah, I can put the code in it too.
Oh, here.
Thank you. I just like to have, at the end of the day,
Okay, so.
both of our lists match up.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
So if I want to.
And a list as well.
Okay, perfect. I just.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, exhibits kinda, I don't, I've had them go wonky before and I just don't like it.
Stressed out, probably.
Yeah.
You could make them sweat for a little bit.
Yeah, I know, right? In my bag.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. I left my iPad with them to keep them busy and I gave them the wrong code.
Oh,
So
no.
they just were out there with nothing to do. I feel terrible.
Oh, no.
And it was like, give me the code and I just didn't notice.
Yeah.
But well, they left the iPad out there. The guard gave it to me.
Oh, no.
So luckily, yeah. Yeah, so they're at the car now. They're leaving.
Oh, okay, good. Are they gonna come back and get you?
I'm not Uber.
Okay. That's not too far, right?
No. But I don't think they're gonna call him again.
That portion is done. I think that you just have to get through.
They're all right there. We have a list of what's been in and out. Okay, so the effective. I just want
That's
to,
this right
before we leave, make sure.
Yeah, and you keep them, right? You're gonna make, or the court will keep them.
Uh,
Well, we'll talk to the judge about it. We don't want, I want, the judge or you to take it.
yeah.
Had bad experiences with that. Thanks.
The. We'll talk.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I just, they charge y'all if we scan them in. If you send them to me digitally.
I just am talking about the custody of them, a lot of cases going on. But I gotta talk to James about it too. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, if you need anything, you can say.
I said pro bono in it.
That's nothing.
That's wrong.
Hmm? I didn't want the live stream picking up me eating a protein bar.
I've got an apple if you want, organic from the north.
Just look at me for another hour. I think we're gonna end at 5 today.
You think about our jury trials. Potentially it makes-
Start and stop the part time. Over now, come to order for me seated.
Yeah, just want to check up on them, see where they are. That means more.
Where do you?
I see it. Get it on my phone.
I don't know what's not funny. I can try it for you.
Mr. Court Reporter, did you train on one of those?
No. No,
I-
it's a whole other side of the business.
I've got a friend, that's what his wife does.
Oh, yeah.
And this just seems so much more sensible,
Oh, man. Okay.
right?
It's funny because we're going.
Oh, now.
I get that.
Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record. And unless there's any reason we shouldn't proceed, I understand the jury is ready. And so if you could bring in the jury. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Craig, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for your testimony thus far. Let's move forward. So this increase in price of $4,725.07, what was that for?
Materials only. And those were actually documented from bills versus quotes from 7 or 8 months previous. Materials went through the roof during COVID.
Okay, materials went through the roof during COVID.
They did.
Do you have any actual evidence of how much material prices increased?
Sure, I had those, I have those invoices, which I think I shared with, I know I shared with Regina. And I believe they may be part of your discovery package.
So what was the increase from the contract date of October 20th of 2020?
It would depend on materials, but flooring plywood, which is a pretty standard thing. There's not a lot of it in this job, but where it would have been bid at or quoted at that price that it regularly is, around $27, $30 a sheet, shot up to as much as 180.
Flooring materials.
Yeah.
And okay, so is there any price data that's available?
I'm sure there is. I bet you could Google it and find it. But I offered her those invoices.
Okay, so
and that I paid,
now,
and she offered to make up for it, which was very generous and very kind.
okay, but y'all are not you're not putting those invoices into evidence to send back to the jury, are you?
Do we need to?
That would be up to you and your attorney, but I haven't seen them in the exhibits.
Oh, I thought you had them in discovery. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about exhibits at this trial.
Got it.
Yeah, you're asking the jury to just you're asking them to rely on your verbal testimony as to what COVID prices were like during this construction project.
Sure. I also swore an oath to tell the truth.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 7. And do you have Exhibit 7 up there with you still?
Yes, sir, I do. I say that. I see page 7. Yes, I'm on it right now. Thank you.
Okay. So on this estimate, for each of these line items, how much is labor and how much is material cost?
Oh, do we really want to go there? Really?
I'm just asking.
Well, you
If
are just
that's-
asking,
that's
but you're
not
asking,
indicated.
you're asking the jury to wait while we do this 30 odd items. And
Well,
I would,
okay, let's just do one.
okay. All right.
Let's do the siding.
Site work, erosion control.
Your
Temp-
Honor, if I could object to this line of questioning, this is a fixed price on these contracts. It's really irrelevant what the percentage of cost versus the percentage of markup is. We stipulate that it's a fixed price and that's what the price is. That was the price to be paid to Reynolds Renovations for the work. And I think it's, you know.
Okay, understood. Mr. Craig, anything you want to say in response?
Well, I'm not sure if I understand the objection. What rule of evidence is being violated?
He's saying on relevance grounds.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. So let me rephrase.
I didn't sustain it or overrule it. I'm just saying,
Okay.
did you want to respond to it?
I mean, at this point, I don't mind rephrasing because I think the original question's kind of gotten lost in the conversation.
Okay, feel free.
So what I'm trying to invite you to comment on, sir, is does this estimate show any distinction between materials and labor?
In some places, yes.
Okay, where does it show that distinction?
Well, let's look at plumbing supply. Is this up? You guys can see it? Yeah. So plumbing supply waste lines here. There's a trim and install price. Typically plumbers, if you ever have to deal with them, they'll give you an opening price per opening. So a drain is an opening, a sink is an opening, a shower head's an opening, a toilet's an opening. So if you calculate in a house how many there are, you could divide it to determine what the plumber was charging per opening, if you will. And then the plumbing fixture allowance, which is what's given as an allowance for the client to select things. Here's a budget you can work within, And you can see that if you follow this across, it's $7,500. And then there's the plumbing supply waste lines, and that's trim and install. That's to run the plumbing all the way from the house, all the way over to the below the slab before we pour the slab, and actually have those vent pipes, drain pipes coming up through the slab. So that price is what the plumber is charging for the labor to do that. And incidentally, his cost for about that job would probably be somewhere around $1,200 or $1,500 in material. Is that helpful, Counselor?
That's helpful. That kind of analysis is not presented on the estimate, though. It's just, a line item with a set price.
Sure.
Correct? Okay. So let's talk about these retaining walls. There are several retaining walls at issue in this litigation, correct?
Yeah,
And these retaining walls were not on the plans, correct?
correct.
But you do admit that all of these retaining walls were essential to the completion of the ADU, correct?
Yeah, I would posit that that's the case, Counselor. Yeah, the actual site topography was massively different from what was shown on the survey. Massive.
Oh, I see.
Uh,
I see.
So, it's not there. But if we were to look at one of your earlier exhibits of the relationship between the porch where there was the change order that we had to wrap around the porch to be able to get a wheelchair or a gurney out, that in and of itself was about 34 inches above grade. So
Okay, all right.
it was the reason that we did not run a ramp, because the driveway then would be doing this instead of this.
34 inches above grade. So are you saying it was 3 feet higher than shown on the survey?
No, I'm not saying that. The building is where it's placed on the survey. The site itself had a much steeper drop than we anticipated.
Okay, all right.
So that necessitated a solution. The designer, Shona, came out, looked at it sometime in November, noticed that the height of the building itself was about 11 inches higher than was shown on the plan.
Okay.
And she said, I think in her comments back to the VA, which I know you've got, says, it's not unusual in a project like this to make some on-site adjustments. And that's what happened. We made some on-site adjustments. When we look at those retaining walls, what they're doing is protecting the building and the yard from work that we did when we moved the fence up the hill.
Okay, all right.
So on the west side, those walls were necessary to stop dirt from collapsing onto the building and onto the ramp and onto the driveway.
So we needed these retaining walls in order to have a viable final product for the ADU.
Yes.
Okay. And there was an additional charge that you insisted on in order to do the retaining walls.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did charge her additional money for a feature that was necessary for the completion of the project that you initially promised to do for a fixed price.
That's right.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the side agreements, right? You claim that you had certain side agreements with Mrs. Maia, one of which covered these retaining walls, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. I don't know. Sure, man. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
It is a prohibition by the VA to not enter into any side agreements, and the inspector who liked our work so much, Rhett Guest, is listed in his address.
Okay, all right. So, Your Honor, I will go ahead and move to admit defendants 20.
Any objection to D20?
The only objection, Your Honor, is that, and I have to get in my records, but it says email 1 of 3 at the top, so it's a completeness objection. It's relevant. This is in itself relevant. It may not be the entire chain of communication, which may be helpful. Other than that, that's the stand on that objection.
All right. Well, until you actually have something to say that it's not complete or you want to supplement it,
That's my point, is that this email is titled 1 of 3.
I presume you've seen it before.
I believe I have, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, again, unless you know where 2 of 3 or 3 of 3 is,
Understood.
I don't think there's anything you can expect me to do at this point. But if you want to come back later and retender that objection and supplement the record, feel free. But so noted, but is it admitted?
Oh, Your Honor, before we dive into this exhibit, I think we had exhibit D5 that we stipulated to admit, but I don't think you actually confirmed.
That was exhibit B
Uh,
of the contract?
yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So D5 is admitted as exhibit B, which was admitted without objection.
Thank you. Okay, so who is the sender of this email?
Eric Good,
Okay, and who was his employer?
the Veterans Administration.
Okay, and who's the recipient? Who are the recipients?
Simon, me, and Regina.
Okay. And would you just please read the email there real quick?
Simon, good morning. Please notice the attached documents. Should you have any questions, don't hesitate to call or email.
Okay, could you turn to the next page?
Yep.
And is this a letter from the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Yeah, it's before we signed any contracts in November. And it is, dear Mr. Reynolds, the following compliance inspector has been assigned to do the inspections on the above mentioned specially adaptive housing case. And that names him and his contact info. After the VA has approved plans and specifications, no changes or alterations shall be made without prior approval of the VA. Any changes requested must be submitted to VA on VA Form 261844. Request for acceptance of changes in approved drawings and specs. The builder and vet must sign VA Form 261844. Also, there must be no side agreements or exchange of funds between you and the veteran pertaining to the approved plans and specs. It's your responsibility to notify the compliant.
That's good, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so that sentence that says no side agreements,
Yep,
that's in bold, right?
sure is.
And then no side agreements or exchange of funds is underlined.
Mm-hmm.
And that's between you and the veteran, right?
Yep,
Okay,
pertaining to the approved plans and specs.
okay. So, right. So, but you did enter into side agreements and exchange funds with the veteran pertaining to the construction of the ADU, correct?
We sure did.
Okay. And who is this letter addressed to?
To Reynolds Renovations and Antonio Ordonez.
Okay. Now, why do you think they have this prohibition?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe Mrs. Maia will have a comment on that. Now, when you entered into this contract to build the ADU, you did agree to abide by the VA's rules, correct?
Yes,
Yes. And the VA specifically told you not to enter into any side agreements with the veteran, correct?
that's correct.
Object to the statement as to the approved plans and specifications.
I overruled.
And so this whole case, though, is you coming to court to enforce just such a side agreement, right?
That's correct. And also to preclude being sued by Francisca.
Okay. Now, the last work you did on the property was the retaining walls, correct?
Negative, that's not true. We also had some site stuff that we finished there to tidy up before we were issued a CO.
Okay.
The project was substantially complete by early January.
Okay. Early January
Yeah,
of
yeah.
2022.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
Still waiting actually for cabinets to arrive in January from IKEA that had been ordered 2 months previous.
Okay. Let's do exhibit 70.
Thank you.
All right. Sir, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this an invoice from you to Regina Maia?
It is.
And this email has an invoice attached to it, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the invoice is for $9,464?
Yes, sir.
And the turning to the second page.
Yep,
We have a copy of the invoice itself, correct?
we do.
And please read the description for the charge of $9,464.
The default from QuickBooks is landscaping and paving. Landscaping and paving, excavate and install retaining walls, materials, 4,964, labor, 5,000.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 78.
No objection.
Admitted.
So this is the charge for the retaining walls,
That's
correct?
right. Yes, sir.
And you sent this to her on February 16th.
That's right.
Now, you did send her some more invoices in the future, right? The future relative to this invoice.
I can't remember, Counselor.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go to Exhibit 81.
Thank you.
So this document is another email from you to Regina Maia, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And this is dated approximately 1 month later.
Yep.
And that's March 10th, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this email, let's see, would you please read the body of the email? Starting, let's say the paragraph is starting with attached please. And actually, hold on. Your Honor, we'll tender Defendant's Exhibit 81.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The 81 submitted.
All right. So please read the, Lexi, can you zoom in a bit there? All right, Mr. Reynolds, could you please read that paragraph starting with the word attached?
Attached, please find a spreadsheet titled Allowances by Category, along with a copy of invoice 201363 dated 1 May 2021. Allowances are highlighted on the 2 pages of the invoice to correspond with the colors used on the spreadsheet for ease of review. Please note a balance due to Reynolds Renovations of $1,953.56 after all credits have been applied. We hope this provides the clarification you need. Sincerely, Karen Heim, bookkeeper.
Okay. Karen's your bookkeeper?
Yep.
All right. And you approved her sending this email?
Actually, I don't think I was entirely privy to it going out. No.
Okay. All right. So she sent this without your knowledge?
Yeah, as I remember, yes.
Okay. All right. But your company, Reynolds Renovations, sent Mrs. Maia a bill for $9,000 roughly on February 16th. And then you all sent her another email a month later saying that the balance due is only $2,000.
That's correct.
Okay. So
How did that happen?
which was it?
Indeed, there were credits applied to the work and the allowances and credits that were not, upon reflection, due.
Okay. All right. Lexi, would you scroll down to the next page? So this email has a whole spreadsheet attached to it,
Yeah,
right? There's a lot of information here
sure is.
about fixtures, costs, calculations. I mean, this is detailed, right?
It is.
And please keep scrolling. It kind of goes on. There's a lot to this. It looks like Ms. Heim put a lot of work into this, right?
Yeah, evidently.
So you sent Ms. Maia this whole, Mrs. Maia, this whole elaborate explanation of the balance due. And now you're telling me that was completely wrong.
I believe it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't that be kind of confusing to her?
Sure.
Okay.
Certainly merit a phone call.
Did you call her up to explain it?
We were no longer in communication.
Okay. So let's get Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
All right. So now we've got another email from you all to Regina, dated June 10th, correct?
Yep.
And this one has an invoice, and the amount due is $7,536.50, correct?
Yep.
So without her ever making a payment, we went from $9,000 to $7,000 to $2,000 to $7,000, right?
No, sir, that's not correct.
Okay. How is that incorrect?
There was a $3,000 check labeled retaining wall from Regina given to us in the interim.
Wasn't that paid on February 16th when the first invoice came out?
But you just said, Counselor, without any payments being made, and I was correcting you.
Okay,
There was a
I stand
misapprehension.
corrected.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there was a payment.
Okay.
But
I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, errors were definitely made here.
okay,
Yeah.
significant errors.
Absolutely. There were credits given where none were due. The appliances were never part of anything that they paid Reynolds Renovations for, and credit was given, and I said, that doesn't make any sense.
How does that happen? How does Mrs. Heim go off on her own, draw up a whole big spreadsheet and send it out? And, you know, it's completely wrong.
I don't know the good answer to that.
Well, did you inquire with her about that?
I did. I sure did.
Did she explain it to you?
Well, she was under the misapprehension of what was due in terms of credits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you not educate her in
I
advance
educated her. Yes,
of
sir.
how
I said-
that should have been done?
Yeah.
But clearly not well enough to keep her from making this apparently huge mistake.
Clearly.
Okay.
Clearly.
All right, let's get Exhibit 11.
Council, was that fee 80?
Oh, yes, Defendant's Exhibit 80. Did I tender that? All right, I'll go ahead and tender Defendant's
Any
80.
objection to D80
No objection, Your Honor.
submitted?
And D81, has that come in?
That already did.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I've handed you Defendant's Exhibit 11.
Yep.
And it's also marked 14. This is from your deposition. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
All right. So we talked about this at your deposition, and I numbered the columns and the rows so we could discuss it more clearly.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and tender Defendant's 11.
Objection to D11
No objection.
submitted.
All right, let's get that on the screen. And let's have you zoom in kind of on the top row. All right. So what is this document, Mr. Reynolds?
It's a spreadsheet breaking out the payments, amounts, the payer, and the date by column.
Okay, all right. Now, actually, let's look at the very bottom right of this spreadsheet where it says mechanics lien, and then there's a date.
Uh-huh.
And that date is June 13th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that date is pretty close in time to this email that we just talked about of June 10th, which was the amount due of $75.36.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was this spreadsheet prepared around that time?
It would appear to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And is this spreadsheet kind of how you did your calculations to come up with the lien?
Yes, I think that's pretty accurate.
Okay. So this is kind of the final statement from your company about what she owed, what she pays, and how much she still owes.
That's right.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when we look at this spreadsheet, there is a column there marked column 2. And I might come up and point at the screen. So we've got this column 2, correct?
Yep.
And this is the list of all the charges to Mrs. Maia, correct?
No, because the 16,000 would also be part of that, would it not?
Well, this is your spreadsheet.
This is Karen's spreadsheet, yeah.
Okay, which she prepared for your company,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
And you all use this in calculating the mechanics lien.
The balance, yes, that's
All
right.
right.
Yeah.
And these are all these charges
Yep.
that you use to calculate the
Yep.
balance due.
Yep.
And you came up with a balance due
Mm-hmm.
of 143.71.72, correct?
No,
This-
that's not a balance
sorry.
due. That's a total of contracts and ads.
Thank you very much. Total
Yeah.
charges of 143.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then we've got a total of all payments made, correct?
Yep.
And so this column is payments.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, we saw this exhibit earlier and we kind of went over this. Your attorney went over this.
Uh-huh.
So each of these payments is labeled
Correct.
and it's labeled with who made the payment,
Mm-hmm.
to whom it was paid.
Yep.
And the date.
Yes, sir.
All right. So each of these represents a payment except this one,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Which is a subtotal of these,
That's right.
right? So we can't double count all this stuff.
No.
Then we've got more payments, each with a label describing what it's for.
Uh-huh.
All right, we get down here to the bottom.
Yep.
And that's total payments, correct? The bottom of
That's
column
right.
3.
Yes, sir.
Total payments.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then we subtract total payments
Mm-hmm.
from total charges,
Mm-hmm.
and we get a balance due of $7,536.50,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that is the amount of the mechanics lien that you filed,
That's correct.
correct? Okay. So this calculates the mechanics lien.
That's right.
All right. So if Mrs. Maia had simply paid the 143,071.72 in that left column, the full amount of those charges,
Uh-huh.
she would have been paid in full and we wouldn't be here today, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. When you say no, sir, are you saying that I'm correct? Is that a negation or an affirmation?
No, that's an affirmation.
Okay.
I'm giving you all I can.
So if she had paid a total amount of
Uh-huh.
$143,000 and some change,
Yeah.
we could have prevented this whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, we were told we were going to be sued by Francisco repeatedly.
Okay. So, but if she had paid you in full, you wouldn't have filed this lawsuit, right? I mean,
No.
yeah.
Oh.
So it's really about getting that amount of money, the 143.
Just to satisfy it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And to be clear, the total amount she paid you was 135. Can you zoom in on those totals? The total amount that she paid you is that number right there. Can we bring that back to center right here? $135, $535.22.
Sorry, you were asking me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So this is the total that she paid you.
that's as represented by Karen's spreadsheet. Yeah.
Yes, and she didn't pay more than that, and that's her shortfall essentially, right here.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Heim prepared this, and you used this as the basis for the mechanics lien?
That would seem to be the case. Yeah. The numbers correspond.
Okay. And then the mechanics lien was the basis for this lawsuit, right?
Yes, sir.
And so naturally you reviewed this, right? It wasn't just her going rogue again. You were careful with this time, right?
I'm not sure I could say that. There are a couple of imperfect things about the lien, for sure.
Okay, all right.
The numbers did vary. It was canceled.
Okay,
Right? The lien was canceled.
okay.
And then the response from your client made it imperfect and the lawsuit had to be filed. That's my understanding of the law.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
The amount that you're seeking in this lawsuit, the base amount, exclusive of attorney fees, is that $7,536.50.
That's correct.
You're suing for that amount.
That's right.
And you've reviewed this spreadsheet to make sure that is correct, right?
Marginally, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Marginally, sir? You started a
Yes, sir.
lawsuit on
Yeah.
marginal review?
No, that's not fair. No, I'm exhausted, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. Your Honor, he's exhausted. We're going to keep going till 5?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, all right.
Why would we not?
All right.
There you have it.
So I just want to make sure that you've answered the question. So did you review this spreadsheet and confirm that that was the correct amount before you embarked on this lawsuit?
Yeah, but this was not generated back when we were doing the lien. We were somewhat further back, I believe.
So this was done,
Around the same time, right? We think.
well,
The 10th of June, 6th of June.
in June.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The original invoicing was way back in February. Right?
So there was an invoice in February. Then there was the invoice in March for 2,000 that was incorrect.
That's right.
Then there was the invoice in June for 7536.
Yep.
Which corresponds to this spreadsheet.
Evidently, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So we're moving forward in the timeline, and now we're at the lien. Let's just talk about the lien. All right, let's just look.
Thank you.
All right, can we stipulate to admit defendants 88?
Yes, 86.
86, yes, thank you.
All right, D86 is admitted.
All right. Lexi, can you go ahead and put that on the screen? All right, so, excuse me. So this is your lien, and scroll up to the top, Lexi. And zoom in on that clerk stamp in the upper right. All right, so it looks like this lien was recorded. So this is your lien, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this was recorded, you can see on the upper right, June 13th.
Yep.
Okay. That corresponds to the date on your spreadsheet.
Yep.
All right, so now let's scroll down here. Okay, perfect. So then we see the lien amount is $7,536.50.
Mm-hmm.
Same amount as on your spreadsheet.
That's right.
Okay. All right, let's have 89.
Thank you.
Could you just take a minute to flip through these pages and see if you're familiar with these documents?
Yep.
Okay. So what are these?
They're a release of lien pursuant to the disbursement of funds from the VA as administered by Regina during the course of the work.
Okay. All right. And you signed these releases as the VA was paying out money, correct?
That's right. The exchange is, if you will, funds for lien release. Yep.
So tell me how that worked. These lien waivers, how did they fit into the payment process?
It's with each payment, you'd be asked to sign a lien release, and then you would do that, and the funds would be released.
Okay. So let's just take a look at one of these. How many of these did you do?
I believe 5.
All right. So the VA wanted to know that all the work was done and they were paying you, and you were not going to put a lien on the property because you were getting paid by the VA.
That's
for
right.
the work that was done.
That's right.
All right. So there was a total of 5 payments that the VA made, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the last lien waiver for the last payment.
Okay.
And that's on June 22nd of 2022, correct?
That's right.
All right. Well, let's go back to the 4th one. We'll go back to the 5th one too in just a
Okay.
minute. So on the 4th one, what was the date of this one? When did you get the 4th payment? Do you remember the date?
I think it was in March, the 4th.
March. So in March, you signed this lien waiver.
March the 4th,
Okay,
before we were denied access to the building,
right,
the inability to do any work inside,
right. But
Mr. Maia.
after all the work had been done, right?
We weren't allowed to come in and fix items that were requested to be fixed by the VA and by the owners.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you said the project was substantially complete in January.
Absolutely. And there's a holdback that the VA did of, I think, roughly 20%. So they were holding on to that money until the building was considered complete. And what happened, Counselor, was that the inability to come in and address items eventually got to the point where the VA rep said, you know what, I've got to close this case. It's gone on too long. We will not be involved in civil litigation. We're going to release the funds.
Okay, hold on.
But you asked me.
I'm objecting to the answer
Okay.
based on hearsay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask yeah, let's focus on the question that's asked. I think we went beyond it. So the extent he went beyond the question asked, I'll ask the jury to disregard that response. You may continue, Counselor.
All right. So we established the work was substantially performed in January.
Mhm.
And then you signed this 4th lien waiver in connection with the 4th payment in March,
That's
correct?
right. Yes, sir.
And this 4th lien waiver says quite clearly, the contractor hereby waives and releases the right to file a mechanics or material men's lien against said property.
That's right.
And there are no outstanding disputes concerning the construction, no encumbrances affecting the title, fixtures, personal property pursuant to the contract.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. And then you'd signed another one on June 22nd.
Mhm.
And this was actually after you filed a lien.
That's right.
Okay. And that's on the next page.
Yep.
And that says the VA construction project is considered complete and has been paid in full. $120,279 for the officially approved and contracted scope of the VA project. Additionally, the builder's complaint has been resolved to the satisfaction of the VA representative.
That's correct.
All right. Reynolds Renovations is not signing the final lien release due to an ongoing payment dispute for additional work performed.
Correct.
Right? So that additional work performed, though, that was for side agreements outside the scope of the VA contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would you refuse to sign the VA lien release for the VA work based on side agreements that were separate from the VA work?
Why would I refuse to sign it?
Yeah, they're separate.
I did, well, of course they were, but I also did not believe that I was going to be treated fairly or justly.
But you're saying these are separate agreements,
That's right.
and yet you're refusing to acknowledge the completion of the VA
No,
contract.
no, sir. No, what I'm refusing to do is sign a lien release, not to accept the funds from the VA. I'm refusing to sign a lien release saying I have no encumbrance. It would not be true.
Okay. But you did say that the VA contract was complete and paid in full.
That's right.
Okay.
That's what they add. That verbiage was requested by the representative, Philip Richards from the VA.
Okay. All right, so let's just quickly talk about the lawsuit. Exhibit 95, please. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
This is your complaint for the lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'll move to admit defendants 95.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, let's get that on screen. All right, so this is your lawsuit, and you're suing Antonio Ordonez, the veteran, and Regina Maia as co-defendants, right?
Yes, sir.
And this document is the complaint. It's a short, plain statement of your case.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
It's the foundation on which your case proceeds, correct?
I don't know if it's a foundation, but
Okay.
yeah.
It sets forth your claims, though, against the defendants.
Correct. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
accurate. Yeah.
It informs the court about the nature of those claims.
Yep.
And it's a public document published on the court record, filed in August of 2022.
Yep.
About 3 years ago. Okay, so let's look at the first paragraph. Lexi, can you zoom in on that? So the first paragraph says that Reynolds Renovations and Restoration is the plaintiff, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Antonio Ordonez and Regina Ordonez Maia are the defendants, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And the term defendants is capitalized right there, right after their names, correct?
Yeah.
So throughout the document, you're going to be referring to them collectively, the two of them, as defendants, capital D.
That's right.
All right. So paragraph 5 says, on or about October 10th of 2020, plaintiff and defendants entered into an agreement, and then it has the capital word agreement to signify that it's a particular agreement, right?
Yeah.
The agreement.
The agreement.
All right. Whereby plaintiff agreed to furnish labor, services, equipment, and/or material for improvements constructed on the property. Capital P property, that's the property we've been talking about.
That's right.
All right. So that's your allegation, that plaintiff and both defendants entered into an agreement on October 10th of 2020.
Yeah.
Right? And it says Exhibit A, and if we turn to Exhibit A, to your complaint, it references that contract you and I have been talking about pretty much ad nauseum all afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Now let's look at paragraph 10. It says, defendants have failed to pay plaintiff all amounts due, owing, and unpaid for the labor, services, equipment, and/or materials provided by plaintiff in accordance with the agreement. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're suing them based on that October contract. That's your public statement of record in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a written contract, not an oral side agreement.
That's correct.
So you came to court to foreclose on the property because they didn't pay you under the terms of that written contract, according to your public statement.
And that was in response. That was in response to their lien work. We had to file the lawsuit.
Okay, but
My
we're talking
understanding.
about what is your case based on?
Payment.
And we've heard different explanations. And lately we've heard about side agreements, side agreements, side agreements. But when you came to court, you sued on the contract, the written contract. You made a public statement that you're suing based on your written contract for the construction of the ADU.
Uh-huh.
And that has never been amended in this case. We've litigated for 3 years based on this document, suing on that contract. Isn't that right?
I don't know, counselor. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. You're telling me I should know, I believe. But
You don't know what your lawsuit's based on?
no, you are telling me that it is about the original written contract, when in fact, it's about other work that was provided, and it repeatedly says other work in the lawsuit.
I mean, this is pretty clear.
Well,
It says
defendants made
October
changes.
10th, 2020,
Sure.
you entered into an agreement attached as Exhibit A. It's capital A agreement. And then it says they breached the agreement. That's what your case is about.
Number 15, Counselor, defendants made changes to the scope of the agreement which plaintiff performed without additional payments from the defendants.
Changes to the scope of the agreement.
That's right.
So not side agreements, changes to the original agreement.
I'm sorry, but I think you're parsing minutia. You're saying that the scope, in fact, does not include all the other work that was done. That work was nothing.
So the question of whether your agreement that you're suing on is an oral agreement or a written agreement is just minutia?
I didn't say it was minutia. I said you were parsing things as if they were minutia.
I find this stuff very significant.
So do I.
I mean, you're the construction professional here,
Yeah, but
right?
I'm not an attorney either, Counselor, am I?
You deal with contracts every day for 35 years. Construction contracts. You know more about construction contracts than I do. So we're at 5 o'clock.
How much longer do you anticipate on your cross?
I mean, I'm pretty close to the end.
Close to being a relative term. If you could put,
Okay, yeah, sorry.
I'd like to try and find a good stopping point. So if you got 5 to 10, we could keep going, but if not, let's break.
Oh, man, it might be a little longer than 5 to 10. I don't think it's going to be that long,
All right,
but
understood. That's fine. Members of the jury, thank you for your attention today. I'll leave you again with the instructions I will every time we break, which is don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about this or any of the subject matter about construction, about anything. Everything you learn about this case happens right in here. Let's be back ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Oh, somebody's phone's down here.
Oh, that's.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Reynolds, if you could grab those documents. Just
Yes, sir.
with the court reporter.
Yep.
Or whoever wants to take them back, and you can step down. I'll ask counsel. I don't know. Let's
right
just
here.
put those with the court reporter for now. Court reporter has asked if anyone has a preference on him being the repository for all tendered exhibits. Sometimes that's helpful if someone needs to go retrieve one. I don't know if counsel have a preference, you can weigh in, but I would say the default is if you tender exhibit and you're not using it, it should go in a stack right here.
That's fine. As long as we have an agreement about how we're going to handle them and they don't get mixed up and stuff.
And in terms of afterwards, I leave it to you all to how do you want to perfect the record.
For all of ours to
Yeah.
get.
All right. As housekeeping, so I can plan out tomorrow. Mr. Craig has some continued cross-examination, and then do you expect some redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bernie, okay. So then we'll go into that. Based on what has been covered today, do you still expect to call Ms. Heim tomorrow?
Potentially, yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I would say she needs to be available, as potentially as soon as, who knows, 9:30 or
Understood.
earlier. And then after that, plaintiff would anticipate resting.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did counsel, were you all able to confer on amount of attorney's fees, whether that is actually an amount in controversy here?
We haven't talked about it, but we can talk about it tonight and have an answer for you in the morning.
Okay. Again, it's just whether the amount itself is something that needs to be a factual finding by the jury or not. That's all. Let's see what else. I would anticipate that I'll be working on your charges tomorrow. And so I think we have everyone's pattern and non-pattern submissions. So just to give you a preview of the procedure for that, we'll consolidate them all into one comprehensive packet. And depending on where we end up tomorrow, we may end up doing kind of like a preliminary charge conference, just so that we don't have to, that we can kind of wade into some of these issues without having to, sometimes the charge conference falls at an awkward time of day is all I'm saying. So if we end at like 4 o'clock tomorrow, for whatever reason, we may use that extra time to start talking about charges, just to give you an FYI. All right, I think that's all I have in mind. Is there anything else on behalf of the plaintiff before we break for today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll see you back, ready to go at 9 o'clock. We're in recess, off the record.
binders and stuff?
Yeah. I gotta take one with me.
Do you have your microphone?
Yeah.
Sorry, officer, you want to come on up here for a second? I'm coming around here where I can talk to you and show you stuff. Thank you for your, patience. I'm sorry to get a little break. So I've got a couple of different versions now. I'm not sure.
So I have one you're reading.
Together on, I feel like I just read this.
So.
The biggest thing was I pointed out like the search warrant.
Yeah, I can
How you feeling, Simon? You all right?
Chris, what do you want to search? Tell me what you're searching. What are you searching?
Yeah.
I understand.
My sugars.
Oh.
It's in the affidavit.
Okay.
This is the thing we actually signed.
I gotta make a note of
Man, you're good to read the whole thing, like, you can see, it says, I submit to search the following. So right there is
Probably
where
not.
I'm gonna write on this. This is where you would put the address.
Let me triple check, but I am 90%.
Are you trying to execute this tonight?
We're trying to do it, tomorrow.
What time?
3, but I have.
Those
I
are the
wouldn't have
defendants.
those. They
All right, so
weren't.
let's see.
I don't know that they were. Do you have?
Not everything would, there
I
was
mean, I'll be
one
in the
thing
office at like.
that was given to us that
7:45.
wasn't admitted, number 89 for the
Okay.
defendants.
Let me just work through this with you first.
Yeah.
No, it was just
If you
never
don't-
like
so don't follow
admitted.
me.
Like he didn't say, is this admitted or not?
Here, this
He
is
just
your
handed it to everybody, but then wasn't,
Okay.
never asked the judge whether we could admit or if he had any objections.
Above and beyond.
There's now located.
That's
certain
straightforward.
things.
Yes, for number 89,
That's usually-
which is this stack. Ooh,
Typically you're
I am
looking-
such a
So-
scared.
Oh, really?
Right, exactly.
I heard
So,
that.
like, it's not really- it doesn't
Can
really
you
flow.
remind me about it tomorrow?